No furry today. No VTubing today. No, it's called VTubing, right? Um, VTuber. Yeah, so it is VTubing. I don't know why I'm having like a brain freeze. First female mayor guilty after celebrating by hooking up with son's friend. Jesus Christ, she's just pretty hot. Microsoft can't be this dumb. Where they're making Windows 12. Jesus. I'm gonna watch It's working here, but I didn't edit there. Oh my god, bro. Oh, I'm so pissed off right now. You have no idea. I edited to one thing, I didn't edit to the other. Now it's, I know, yeah, it's, see? Audio? Yo, audio. Uh, did I just rambled on about, I rambled on for 17 minutes and my audio was not on. I hate making. Every time I fucking make a change, something goes wrong, man. Or I forget something and I'm so fucking pissed off. Because I just fucking talked for 20 fucking minutes about this video. Jesus Christ, man. Dude, that is so fucking tilting, though. Why is this thing on? I don't need this pop-out chat. Oh, that's what I want to do. Could be worse. You could be in Iran or Israel right now. I mean, Israel is chilling, bro. I don't know. I don't know what you think is happening in Israel, but Israel is fucking chilling. Like, what do you think is happening with Israel? Boba, yo, Aries and Hilvarn. Sorry, I was having a hard time. I'm gonna open the chat. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna open the chat on my tablet. It's probably easier that way. Put this on the screen for now. Give me a second. A boba. That makes sense, bro. And I couldn't even see the chat. So, like, the one time I didn't put the chat on the screen, because usually nobody's here as soon as I start. Aren't those ballistic missiles hitting, or they... Dude, nothing is hitting Israel, bro. Like, the stuff that is hitting is, like, not hitting anyone. And those, and most, like, pretty much all of them are AI. Like, the stuff that you see, like, on X, this is, like, all AI. Like, there's nothing actually hitting Israel, bro. So, and also, like, Iran ran out of missiles, as far as I understand. It's just Hezbollah. Yeah, X banned a lot of the accounts that were showing it because it was actually like proven to be AI. So yeah, it's actually like fucking retarded. Oh my god, my tablet is just so fucking slow. A new version. Oh my god, bro. You know, I mean, okay, let's just open it on Chrome then. Jesus, they need to ban AI videos. Uh, they need to, like, the problem is, it's like it's a slippery slope. So first of all, it's not AI videos, it's misinformation videos. That's one. But then it's like, what do you consider as misinformation? That's two, right? And it's like, if you start going down that path, you're banning a shit ton of stuff. So I don't know. I don't think you can. Am I not logged in, or I am? Okay, we're gonna have to start this video all over again then. I had a 10-minute intro talking about it, but yeah, I guess that's what we're doing right now. Okay, why am I... Hmm. Can I not see my own? Can I not see my own live on the mobile? Okay, here we go. Yeah, I just want to see the chat. Shut up. Okay. Where's the chat though? I need a fourth monitor, bro. I just need a fourth monitor at this point. Okay, where's the chat though? Why can't I see the chat here? I hate mobile. Share this, that. How is there no chat on the live stream on tablet? How does that make any fucking sense, bro? Like, if I want to watch a live stream on YouTube on my tablet, does that mean I can't fucking talk to the streamer? God, bro. Back settings, your data, boom, boom, boom. That's actually fucking retarded. There's literally no way to see my chat. How the fuck is that even possible? Like, scroll all the way down, but that's just recommended. And the thing is, I'm also on like, okay, let me try without. I won't let me. Can I just go on YouTube without it being mobile, or does it have to make it mobile right away? Yeah, it turns to mobile. Okay, so I guess I can't even watch my thing on the app, and I can't update the YouTube app either. Because I don't know, it's a very old tablet. Okay, let me try. Let me try here, I guess. Live. Can I see? Okay, here you can see the chat. So I guess if it's an app, you can see the chat. Wish I could make the chat bigger, but fortunately. There we go. And it's gonna be a bit annoying. Chat filter, community moderation, goal, top fans. Okay, can I remove this stupid thing? I don't want to learn more, just go away. Oh, it's just at the bottom. Okay, well, I guess we're doing it that way. This is what it is. All right, let's give this another try. Now that the sound is back on. Jesus Christ. As much as I love talking shit about OSRS and Classic WoW, I also hate repeating myself. Anyways, so this video, MMOs have changed. Now, luckily, I only watched up to like a minute and a half, so you didn't miss much of the video. But like, you missed like 15 minutes of me talking shit about stuff I'm not sure what the video is about. Anyways, MMO have changed and why that's bad. Now, I read some of the comments, and because people were not hostile towards the creator when regarding OSRS, I'm going to assume it is about OSRS, and because of this, I assumed already before, it's about Classic WoW. The thing is, both of these games suck in terms of being an MMORPG. They do. They are not really like Classic WoW is probably the closest thing to an MMORPG, but there is a reason this is really popular to make multiple Iron Man fucking modes in OSRS. It's a fucking glorified ARPG. Honestly, OSRS is Diablo 4. You know? Like what makes OSRS an MMORPG? Oh, I'm sharing the world with other people. Fucking retards, bro. right? You share the world with other people in Diablo 4 too. Does that make Diablo 4 an MMORPG? No, it's not a fucking MMORPG, okay? Like, oh, it has raids. It's like, yeah, raids that you can do solo, right? Like everything in the game is actually designed for solo. OSRS is probably like the worst offender for what people consider an MMORPG because it is the most solo MMORPG that exists. But people complained that like stuff like retail is so fucking oh, retail, you just play it solo. Bro, fucking classic, you play solo. Okay? And the best thing about classic, oh man, this is like two of the best things. One is like my favorite new thing to say. Classic players will say that it's like there's a sense of adventure in classic World of Warcraft, but in reality, they are the least adventurous fucking players you would ever meet. They are afraid of trying new games and like, you know, exploring the gaming scene, right? They've been stuck playing the same game for 20 fucking years. Oh, there's a sense of adventure, said the person who's like doesn't adventure anywhere. Okay, the least adventurous fucking players on the market. Sense of adventure, my ass. And then there's like the whole thing. It's like, well, and I got this comment actually today. This one, it's so funny. You work hard, everything is slower, allowing you to really take the world in. What is the first thing classic WoW players do? First of all, they tell you how good it is that the game is slow. It's so good that the game is slow and it's like, you know, more meaningful combat, which by the way, no, it's not like fucking auto attack the whole time, but you have to like pull one mob at a time and the world is dangerous. What is the first thing people do? They group up so they don't have to deal with the dangers of the world. Like that is the first thing classic WoW players do. They group up. It's like it creates a social environment. No, you're just solving a problem by socializing with others, which is a cool aspect, but you don't need to do that, right? It's just a very slow game, and people don't like it being slow, so they group with other people to avoid the slowness of the game. Okay, might as like, and it's like what happens in the times when, sorry, oh my god, the itch. What happens in the time when there are no players online, right? Like basically over like a month to 2 months into a release of a classic server. Okay, what happens when everybody's 60 and nobody's already leveling? What do you do then? Oh, you just play slow. Great, good job. Fucking, oh my god. It's actually like fucking maddening how stupid classic people are.
Doesn't it seem like everyone hates MMOs? Even the most popular MMO feels like it hates itself, constantly trying to rewrite what it means to even be an MMO, finding novel ways to reduce player-to-player impact, marketing itself to people that fundamentally dislike the nature of the genre, its grinds, its longevity, and long-term commitments. It's all so strange. It's a genre now reliant on people paying money to skip the parts that were the most foundational to them developing their love of it, retroactively disallowing anyone else to form the same bonds they had all those years ago. I love games, I love MMOs, yet I kind of hate them too. I hate whatever this is, and while I don't hate Final Fantasy XIV or Guild Wars 2, I certainly...
Again, Final Fantasy XIV is very not like there's like legit no real MMO. Like realistically, Guild Wars 2 is the closest thing in my opinion, but even that is not really an MMO, right? Like the meta trains are really like the MMO thing. Not meta trains, like meta events are the MMO thing, sure. But like there's no real sense of an MMORPG in any of these games. And honestly, I just think that it's because we just don't have the technology. How do you make a game that is constantly changing? Because that's what you want from MMO, right? You want a constantly changing, a living world, right? But also you don't want it to change much from when you logged off to when you logged in. What if you take, and like for example, let's take this, why like Ashes of Creation, aside from being a scam, why it would never have worked. Okay, node system just would not work. The node system is meant for people who play all the time, every day, right? As much as possible. They're every day online. They are constantly playing this game. They're always in this world. Okay? What happens if you take 2 months off? You log out in one node, you log back in, it is a completely different fucking world, and you have to relearn everything that is located in that area. This would not work. Okay, no player wants to log out and log back in and be like, what the fuck happened here? No player wants to log out, right? Even like, forget 2 months. The same night, right? You log out in a node. When you were asleep, there was a raid and they destroyed your node, and you come back and you're like, what the fuck happened? Right? Like, you can't, like, we don't have the technology to make it happen, right? It's like, what you would need for this, which is again super unrealistic, but like ideally, somehow while you're offline, the AI takes over your character based on your behaviors and does the things you would do, but not farm for you. So it wouldn't be like an AFK farming for you, but it would live in the area. Like, say you logged off in the node, it would live in that node until you come back. So it would defend the node and all that stuff, right? This is not like, we don't have the tech for this. Maybe we will, but right now we do not have the technology for this. Okay, now in terms of like the world, right? You would want to have random attacks on like a main city, right? That's like everybody has to gather and defend the city. Let's say Divinity Czar suddenly gets attacked, like fucking, from whatever this Lake Doric, suddenly there's like catapults and shit is attacking, and like you actually see the damage. Let's say, assume that this is not an instance and this is not an instance. Let's say this is one world, right? And like the wall is damaged, and then you have to go and repair it, and then you have to also unleash a force to deal with it and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, when do you make this happen? What happens if you fail? What happens if you succeed, right? How long does it take for this to happen? You can't make it at random. You need people to be there, right? And like, you can't have real consequences for the loss because people use the city, right? And this is the same thing that happens with stuff like World v World, right? You go into a World v World. I'm going to go to Edge of the Mist just to make my point. Right, this is the same thing that happens with World v World, right? You go into Edge of the Mists, right? You have the territories like taken over. Let's say red is active, blue is inactive, and green has like some roamers, right? Red takes over all of the maps. They log out because there's nothing else to do. There's no one to fight. Everything is red. So you're like, okay, well, I guess we're done for tonight, right? You log out. 30 minutes after you log out, blue logs in, takes over all of the fucking bases, and then they log out, and then green comes and they take over all of the bases. Now imagine that in a PvE setting. You just like, it will never happen. Okay, you cannot do it because like it contradicts the essence of PvE, where nothing actually changes, right? When you log out, right? Because like you want to come back to where you left off, right? That's PvE for you, right? So you have to make stuff like, right? You have to make stuff like this, like, like you have event timers when shit happens, and there's no real risk for a loss, right? Like the only loss is that you wasted your time. But it's not like if I fail Dragon's End meta, it's not like the world is over. This will never happen, right? So it's like, it's not the problem that MMOs don't have a place where they can go. We just don't have the technology nor the understanding of how to make it happen. That's the problem. Because every MMO up to now, the main benefit or the main coolness of the MMO world of the MMO world was the socialization aspect. That when I played, when I lived in Israel, and I met some guy from fucking Texas, or I met some guy, I played on the European server, so it's like most likely I met somebody from Europe, right? And you talk to them, it's like, hey, yo, it's cool. Oh my god, you're from this, yo, that's so cool, right? This is not cool anymore. This is like, okay, let me just go to X real quick, right? Let's click on a random guy. Alright, where are you from? Well, Brittany, Texas. So I'm assuming she's from Texas. Okay, yeah, she's from Texas. Alright, cool. I can talk to a person from Texas if I really wanted to. Right? But the novelty of the social online thing is like it's over, right? Like it's not interesting anymore. Right? So it's like, how do you force people to be social in a game? Right, but also make the game accessible to it's not so hard that you have to socialize. In my opinion, the coolest thing that I've ever seen in an MMORPG that encourages you to group with people was Silk Road. Silk Road Online, which I don't even know if it's alive. Silk Road, I'm surprised, it's 3.7 out of 5, not bad. Yeah, I think it died, right? Pay to play and pay to win game, no professor. Okay, so the cool thing that happened with Silk Road, what they had, and again, yeah, it's a very old game, but when you group with other people, let's see if he ever groups with anyone. Probably not. But the coolest thing, yeah, okay, so when you group with other people, sometimes you would have a mob that appears, so like you get the spawn increases in your location, and there is a party mob that spawns, which is like a lot stronger and gives a lot more XP. So it becomes a lot more interesting. So it's like when you group up in Classic, it is to make the game easier. I want to group up to make the game more interesting, right? Like if there's a group of players, I want there to be more monsters now, right? To combat the fact that there's more players, right? I still want to have the sense of danger that Classic is, which by the way doesn't really give, right? But because there's like a group of us, the enemy now is by default stronger. But how do you do this in an open world environment and not in an instance? In an instance, you can control it. In an open world, you can't control it, because that means that the game needs to know if there's a group of players that are playing together and they're actually playing together, or there's just a group that is just doing their own thing and sometimes they're nearby, right? You can't, like, I don't think we have the tech for it. Okay. So yeah, like that's the problem with MMOs. I don't think we have the tech to actually accommodate what an MMORPG is supposed to be.
Certainly don't like them either. Honestly, I barely even see them as MMOs, maybe as communal collectathons, no more an MMO
they're not
than
much
these
of an MMO.
open lobbies that some games have today. You exist together, you might even do something together sometimes, but you're not integrating with one another, influencing one another. What all these people do has virtually no effect on what you experience outside of an instance. Maybe that's for the better. After all, if there's ever been a more frustratingly overused argument for the existence of cosmetics in MMOs, it's the casually regurgitated aphorism, well, it's not like it affects you, so who cares? I'd have to be an asshole to sit here and raise my hand and say I care. I do. But I do, and maybe I am. I know this is an unconventional way to start another theory-wise video essay, where I eventually find an excuse to talk about how much better old school RuneScape is than every other MMO.
It's not. It's actually worse. If you just think about MMORPG, RuneScape is the worst fucking MMORPG on the market. It's not even. It shouldn't even be called an MMORPG. Straight up.
On the market, but hear me out. Collectively, we barely understand what MMOs even are. MMOs are porn. We know them when we see them, except when we don't, because when I see...
Actually, no, we don't, because some people consider Warframe as an MMORPG, and Warframe is definitely not an MMORPG, okay? Like, it's not a thing.
Destiny 2, I don't think MMO, I think Call of Duty World War II loot box hub area. Maybe that's my bad. So to ground what I'm going to try and talk about during this video, what are MMOs? Most reasonably, they are persistent and persistently evolving overworlds that are inhabited by hundreds if not thousands of people simultaneously. They are defined by their continued existence after you log off. Here's where I want to posit an even more esoteric definition. MMOs are defined by impact, not your own, but rather everyone else's. I don't mean that in the Minecraft sense where the world can be terraformed. I mean something grander, impact that affects you, your perception, and your motivations. How the people around you, whether you talk to them or not, fundamentally change your understanding of the game you're playing. How
I don't see how this applies to OSRS at all, to be honest.
they motivate you to continue playing. That's what makes MMOs conceptually multiplayer. In a literal sense, you inhabit a world with other people, but when something is conceptually multiplayer, there needs to be a spoken or unspoken cohabitation and collaboration. I say unspoken because I don't think an MMO needs to have a focus on group activities, just collective collaboration. And that can be broad as hell too. We're talking open player economies where one person can buy out all the raw chicken and structurally upset that market for a couple months. I'm talking
What's her name? Zavalkir. Okay, so if I have enough plat, which honestly I might have enough plat, I can buy off, like I can just like snipe and buy off all of the Valkyr Prime blueprints and upset the market. Does that make Warframe an MMORPG now because I can upset the market? When Diablo 3 had the auction house, I could, you know, if I was what do you call it? An Arabian prince. Okay. A Saudi fucking prince, right? And I bought all of the items on the auction house. Does that make Diablo 3 now an MMORPG?
talking how one person can swagger into a zone wearing the best in slot gear, armor, weapons, whatever, and cause every other person within that zone
Not gonna lie.
the best in slot
Game looks completely like shit, but that is a really cool staff. Nothing else. The gloves are kind of okay, but the staff is cool. Everything else is dog shit.
gear, armor, weapons, whatever, and cause every other person within that zone to start peacocking in an effort to seem cooler. What that person just did has affected you psychologically. Literally,
Okay, so Warframe does that all the time. Go to like a player hub, right? Look at people's like how they like what do you call it? Put on their clothes, like transmog. Fuck is it called? Like whatever cosmetic they're using for their Warframe. And by the way, Warframe is like one of the best fucking fashion game amongst online games. But that still doesn't make Warframe an MMORPG, right? Just because you have a social hub. That means that also, by the way, that also means that PoE 2 now and PoE 1 are also MMOs because they have a social hub where people that bought like the cosmetics from the store are now showing them off, which affects you psychologically. This is like, again, these are like such arbitrary, dumb fucking points that's like, no, that's not how it works, okay? That doesn't make a game an MMORPG. Like, oh, well, when you combine them all together, you can make a case for a lot of games that are not MMORPGs that would affect you exactly the same way as what he's describing here.
you can just move on. But whatever.
And again, I am being a
that
smartass, but the point stands that's like either his point is weak or he's not specific enough. Because everything he said so far, I can just say that's like, well, this game does it too. Is that an MMO? This game does these things too. Does that mean it's an MMO?
space in the overworld is the beating heart of the MMORPG. Everything else is fluff. All of the systems that I've talked about on this
Let me see
one
this shit.
space in the overworld. Literally, you can just move on. But whatever happened there in that one space in the overworld is the beating heart of the MMORPG. Everything else is fluff. All of the systems that I've talked about on this channel are great, but they are only great in service of that singular thing, a drive to keep playing motivated by other people. One of the saddest iterations of the MMO today has been how players and developers formed a reliance on each other's lack of influence.
So basically, okay, so that means with one tweak, World of Warcraft retail can become from a non-MMO based on what, you know, these OSRS retards think, and into a MMO again if you just fix the transmog system. That would be it, right? So if I just fix the transmog system, right? For example, I make mythic raids a cosmetic only raid, right? A boss rush raid, let's say, cosmetic only, and it is time gated. That means that if you have that cosmetic, you cannot get that cosmetic at all after the fact, maybe for like the next 2 years. So anyone who has this cosmetic, right, and shows it off, people will be like, oh shit, that looks cool, I need to go get that. So that just made, just because of the cosmetic changes, that just made retail WoW from what these retards would consider not MMO to an MMO. Amazing.
The less another person impacts your moment-to-moment gameplay, the better. And the reasons for that are the same in perpetuity. You or I don't want to spend a hard day at work only to come home and be griefed by a dick ganking people in Stranglethorn Vale. I just want a quest. Yeah. I just want to play my game that I paid for, and 100%. This person is making that fucking impossible.
100%.
And unless you, the developer, remove this, I will complain unless they are punished.
I love how people always refer to this, because this is the thing with classic WoW endies, that they're like, well, you know, like the open world is dangerous and like there's the ganking places and all that stuff. And it's like, that's true for PvP servers, which are less popular than PvE servers. They always have been, they always will be, because some people don't want to get ganked when they don't want a PvP. Okay, some people, and again, that maybe the current classic player base prefers PvP. Like, I don't know, but like there is a reason that Blizzard had to close the PvP servers. They were not justifying themselves. The player base on PvP servers were not enough to justify having those servers, so they had to remove them. It was not financially feasible to maintain PvP servers, so they removed them, because people, contrary to common belief here with these idiots of like the fucking classic era MMORPG bullshit, so contrary to that belief, people don't actually like to PvP when they don't want to PvP. Okay, if I want to log in and quest, I want to log in and quest, right? If I want to make my way to level 60, I want to make my way to level 60. I don't want to have to rerun to my corpse, especially if I'm in a territory like Hillsbrad, when I am like can be very far away from my fucking graveyard. I don't want to run there and be griefed multiple times by the same fucking rogue. Okay. I don't want to be griefed by the same fucking rogue multiple times and then to run back to my corpse just to maybe eventually level up. That shit just makes you log out. It's like, okay, well, this rogue is not gonna let me level, I'm gonna go do something else. Okay, that's such a pussy mentality. No, it's just not fucking fun. Okay, and I see these people like, well, let me go get my level 60 fucking mage, right, to counter it. That doesn't solve it. Like, you solved the, like, it's a quick fix for the moment, but what's preventing them from respawning, waiting for you to log back onto your low level, killing you, and then as they see you log out, they just run away, so your mage can't catch them. So stupid, man. Like, and then they play this stupid little game with you of cat and mouse.
I will complain. Unless I can get back to playing my game, I will complain. So, what is your...
Most people don't complain. Most people just stop playing. That's the thing. That's what like these retards don't understand. Most people do not bother to go to the forums and complain. The people who go to the forums and complain still actually want to play the game. Vast majority of people don't go to complain. They just fucking quit. Blizzard saw this. They removed private PvP servers. Because people were not having fun. They were just quitting. PvP servers were making people fucking quit the game.
Game though? You joined a PvP server, you went to Stranglethorn Vale, you subscribed to a game where PvP exists, and you actively chose to participate in an MMORPG knowing full well that other players exist in your massively multiplayer game. But you're also right, you should be able to pursue your goals ungriefed. I can't just lean back in my chair and say, well, fight back, engage, play, because not only would I also complain, and I have, but because the genre has existed for long enough for all of us to understand that these kinds of frustrating PvP interactions don't always create for successful games.
No, but because they are allowed, you will always, like, this is the thing, you'll always have the 1 or 2 players who will do that. Because their enjoyment is your suffering. These people exist, shit. Sometimes it's not even people, sometimes it's just the mood. Today, I'm not feeling good, I just want to make other people feel as shitty as me. And they go and do that. Fuck, I did that. Right? Felt really good about myself for being an asshole. Right? Because you can't be an asshole in real life, but sometimes you want to be an asshole.
After all, there's a reason why every single large-scale PvP-driven MMO doesn't succeed anymore.
Yep.
But if you want to, consider the sponsor of today's video, Boot.dev. If programming interests you, if earning 6 figures as a starting salary seems kinda neat,
I was gonna skip the ad, but I was like, I actually appreciate Boot.dev, so I'll let it play.
Teaches you to program, but it does so by replacing boring, dry courses with things us nerds love. RPGs. Earn achievements, experience levels, collaborate in community events, do challenges, and be rewarded with a firm path to a brighter future, for your knowledge and for your wallet. They offer courses for all kinds of different programming languages, from Python to TypeScript to SQL. You'll feel right at home learning whatever interests you first. And if that wasn't good enough, you can explore Boot.dev for free. Don't commit to a course until you are certain it's the right fit. That, alongside a 30-day, no questions asked money-back guarantee, gives you the reassurance that Boot.dev is out for your future, not just for your paycheck. If all of this sounds awesome, use my promo code or QR code found on screen to get started with a great discount on a yearly purchase. Now back to the video. I just tried to outline why exactly MMOs can't be. It's why most popular MMOs have done their best to distance themselves from the roots of the genre, a genre as influenced by the ability to grief other players as it is by the ability to pursue your own goals despite that.
The reason it doesn't work in MMORPGs, basically why he said. This is the reason why games like, for example, V Rising, first of all, unfortunately not very successful. It was successful enough, I believe. Like, it's not like it didn't make money, but it's not the most popular game, right? But games like V Rising are meant for that type of gameplay, okay? Like, they are literally designed for the harassing, the PvP while PvE. Like, these games are designed for it. MMORPGs are not designed for PvE, PvP content, right? They can have a mode for PvE, PvP content, like you have like the PvP only areas and stuff like that. Guild Wars 2 has World v World. What do you call it? RuneScape has like their PvP areas as well. Like, you can have designed areas, and they have to be, like, the thing is, how come these areas have to be so rewarding in order for people to play them? Maybe because people don't want to play them. And most people gamble that people don't want to play them so much that they can risk going there for the added rewards and not actually get ganked. Okay, look at War Mode in World v World, right? War Mode in World v World is the funniest shit. Right, sorry, in War Mode in Warcraft, right, was the funniest shit. Unless you had the weekly, right? The only people you would find in open world PvP, like in war mode, were people who were trying to take advantage of the 10% XP buff. And if you PvP them, they just go back to Orgrimmar or Stormwind, they turn it off, and they continue questing. Why? Because they're only there for the added benefits, not for the actual PvP.
Remarked in previous videos on how I think MMOs today have fought back against those older standards by overcorrecting in the opposite direction. Instead of putting a limit to how many times one person can kill another person, they've removed the ability to kill entirely. A baby flushed down the drain of antiquated design with the bat.
Because how do you even make that? Like what he said is like, instead of limiting how many times a person can kill another person, first of all, that's even less fun than just not having it at all, in my opinion. Like, that just causes even more problems. Second of all, it is a design fucking nightmare, probably, right? And third of all is that it would still not stop the main problem of everybody. Oh, hold up, that's an event. Event is over. It won't stop people from basically stacking one alliance or horde or whatever. One faction, that's the word. It won't stop people from making one faction control that whole world. Right? It won't stop people from making multiple characters that would do the same things. Like, oh, I can only kill this guy and this character multiple times. Okay, now it's an account. Okay, cool. Let me get with my friends and we're gonna harass this guy together, right? In turns, right? It's like, this is still, like, none of this helps, okay? You make it harder to harass, but people will still harass, bro. They'll still find a way. It just make it a bit more annoying for people to harass. But you can never stop it. Why? Because people want to fucking harass.
Water. All of this isn't helped by the fact that before, connected server-wide communities helped punish griefers, gankers, cheaters, ninja looters by excommunicating them. It was
and that doesn't work either. You think it, like, I mean, you think you do, but you don't. You think it worked, bro? Like, oh, this guy had a reputation on the forums. Yeah. This is back in the day when people actually used the forums, bro. Right now, the only people using the forums are people who, like, just complain about the game. There's a reason you don't see any positive comments on the forums at all. Okay, there are no positive comments on forums. Why? Because people are just there to complain. Okay, nobody is paying attention to the forums because, again, forums and that social aspect used to matter in the MMORPG genre. That's where you would gather with other players and talk about the game. Nobody gives a shit about it anymore. You're literally hanging out in your Discord server. Soon enough, it will be TeamSpeak with the Discord changes, right? You just hang out with the people that you already know from your guild or whatever, and you just interact with them. Nobody has a notoriety of, like, ninja looting. Okay, you just had, like, recently with what's the streamer name, Bunkai, right? That he ninja looted something. Is he excommunicated? Everybody saw he ninja looted. Is he excommunicated? No, of course not. Everybody wants to play with him, right? Nobody gives a shit, right? Like, this is not real anymore. Okay, this whole, like, little community or whatever, like, no, you're not living in a village anymore. The world fucking grew. Okay, the world is so much bigger than the little village of your mini server that you had before. Okay, you don't have 2,000 people per server anymore. You have 20,000 per faction. Sorry.
A punishment enforced by players. It was emergent. But today, when servers exist only insofar as a company wanting your $25 to transfer, that can't happen. No community.
It doesn't matter. Like, that's not even the point. That does not matter. Like, straight, it just doesn't matter. Okay. The servers were smaller back then. It's like comparing a village of, like, 50 people to a city like Toronto with 6 million people, okay? Nobody cares about your reputation when there's 6 million people, okay? And the people who do are such a tiny amount. Like, for you to go through every single person to know of you, to be so fucking notorious, is literally the whole season, and by then you just make a new character and you do it all over again, and by the time people realize it's you, it's too late. New season, new character. It's not realistic.
Communities form in the ever-expanding amoeba of cross-server gameplay. What's frustrating about this too is that unlike other genres in today's gaming space, MMO fans have a much stronger connection to their individual game. Memories formed from childhood, and for as obvious as it is that their favorite MMO is a shallow facsimile of what it once was, it's better than nothing. For as much as I...
No, it's just better than ever. Retail now is the better game than it ever was compared to Classic. It's not even close. It's not the direction I wanted to go, so I'm not playing it, but it is by far a much better game in all aspects compared to Classic, except leveling. But again, leveling, in my opinion, doesn't really matter in a game where the end game exists. If there was leveling would only matter, in my opinion, leveling matters in games where you have like a reset. Like if you played games like MU Online, or you played games like The Forthcoming, where like you get to a certain level, you do a quest, and then you are reborn with like either more stats, or like you have a certain effect, and now you can go to like new zones at the same level. You can go to like higher level zones than you could before, like a level 25 zone at level 15, for example, right? And like farm there, so it's like becomes more interesting and challenging again, but like also you're getting a lot more XP. In games like that, the leveling matters. In games like Classic WoW, leveling doesn't fucking matter. Why? Because the game is still at the end game. Okay? If I could skip leveling in Classic, I would. Why? Because who the fuck wants to level in Classic, bro? It's the most miserable fucking experience. You have to be a fucking masochist. Masochist to fucking want to level in Classic. It's literal garbage design, leveling in Classic.
Criticize that group of people and their favorite game, I also empathize. They are still inhabiting the kinds of connections fostered by the genre.
No,
MMOs are driven by commitments that are undercut by player desire. In other words, I wholly oppose the idea that you should be able to look like whatever you want in an MMO. I know that sounds like it came out of left.
I agree with that. Like the cosmetic thing, it does need to change, but like that's like the only valid point he ever made so far.
Field, so let me explain. Looking like whatever you want is often the argument for transmog, cosmetics, the great cosmetic landfill that forms in every game that becomes a collectathon to sustain a need for constant content updates without the effort of designing novel systems. I should look like how I want. Why is that bad? It's not bad, it's game ruining. Aren't we just full of contradictions today? In a roundabout sense, you should never be fully content with how your character looks like in an MMO. That's what pushes you to continue playing. It's a motivator to go for that final set piece to complete a look. It's a visual reward as much as it is a statistical one.
That contradicts itself. Because if you can look however you want, you just have to go and farm the thing that you want to equip to look how you want. Therefore, it motivates you to go and get that thing. If there's if you want to make like your own set, like some pieces from Raid, some pieces from Mythic Plus, some pieces from PvP, which a lot of my sets used to be just like a mixture of stuff. There are the sets where it's just like, this set is just perfect, I'm gonna wear it. But a lot of my sets were like leveling gear plus a raid, 2 raid items, and like maybe PvP pants or boots. And I was like, damn, this looks sick, right? But it's like, that motivated me to do the PvP, which I don't like. I hate PvP in World of Warcraft, right? But I fucking did it because I want the pants. So it's like, by that reasoning, that would also motivate you. So again, logic flawed.
While the statistic rewards may still exist, the visual reward and its associated visual progression has long since died. That argument feels untenable though, because I can say that, and I have, and immediately get dismissed by someone who responds with, why does what I look like prevent you from enjoying your own visual progression?
I don't care about that argument. That argument is also retarded.
The answer is simple, and I think we collectively, intrinsically understand it. But it's an uphill climb to reason because it makes you come off as a douchey buzzkill. Because what you wear does affect me. If everyone had a Lamborghini, then no one would want one. Cosmetic overrides are like Lamborghini's engine swapped with Honda Civic 4-cylinders. While the experience of actually driving isn't nearly as exciting because it's a Honda Civic 4-cylinder, in other words, your stats still suck, you still get to retroactively obliterate the prestige of having a Lamborghini regardless. That look is no longer one aspired to by anyone. That's a buzzkill argument, right? It's so reliant on subscribing to artificial scarcity, communal perceptions of wealth, individual enjoyments perverted by external values. It comes off as shallow. Why do I care so much about how I look as to no longer see any value in what is objectively a cool-looking armor set just because it's so readily obtainable via a cash shop or whatever else? Why am I so keen on replicating the socioeconomic disparities that plague our real world today? Aren't games supposed to be escapes from the harshities of the world? Why would you want to play a game where you are as second-class a citizen as you are in real life? Simple, because effort is rewarded, especially in a game where it's fun.
I'm assuming he's just talking about like cosmetics you can buy. There's multiple problems cosmetics you can buy. I mean, that's a whole other fucking subject. So like I'm just not gonna really go into it, but for the most part, what he says is valid for cosmetics you can buy, second classes and all that stuff. Also, like it creates problems with like creating cosmetics for the in-game. Like for example, all the cosmetics in Guild Wars 2 pretty much fucking suck, except like maybe like sure, whatever. Like Decade Armor is probably like the only thing that doesn't completely suck in terms of armor in the game, right? The Decade Armor. All the other sets realistically are kind of like you might as well just wear an outfit, right? Like, I mean, nothing in the game would make you look like this, right? Like straight up, like nothing. There's nothing in the game that is as cool as this outfit, for example. Okay. Just like, or like as pixelated, as high defined, cool visuals. Like there's nothing in the game, right? Well, there is. It's called Twilight and Sunrise and Eternity, right? But like and Astralaria. But like those are like very rare and far between. Those are like from core game, which I believe they didn't even have a cosmetic shop, and one is from Heart of Thorns. So yeah, it affects the whole game. I don't think there's any really good looking sets in the game anywhere near compared to what the shop offers. There are some items very rarely that look like really cool, but for the most part the shop is like way superior. So yeah, like that's the main problem with the shop. The whole like second classism, I think, is like a secondary problem.
Shorter and consolidated. It's the same reason there is a not insubstantial number of people who buy every truck driving simulator on the market. What they're doing is living out the fantasy of being a blue-collar worker in rural Arizona. The artifice separating it from reality, though, allows you the unrestricted feeling of being able to step back in a way you wouldn't be able to if your real-life income depended on it. It hones in on the joy of labor with none of the pressures of it. What makes you burn out on a job is feeling stagnant, a lack of agency. Great games, great MMOs give you enough agency to create a joy in labor and a tangible progression in your status. You start out with nothing and eventually become something, an event that doesn't always happen in the real world. But in an MMO, if you are to put in enough time, it's guaranteed. I can only defer to human psychology. There's something in us that recognizes scarcity and sees value in it. Sees value, perception. The irony is that visuals here are often more important signifiers of value than internal mechanisms. I'm not certain of this, but the older I become, the more I'm inclined to think that selling player power on a cash shop is just as malicious, if not slightly less so, than visual excellence. How's that for a hot take? By destroying the visual cohesion of a world through upsetting the balance of player progression, actual visual progression ceases to hold much value as well. You become less connected to the world when your giant floating sword made of star metal and dragon shit is dealing the same damage as my flaccid stick of 1,000 truths. By disconnecting external visual value from internal statistical value, you separate the world you inhabit, with the ones and zeros that make it function. You shatter the believability of the world, whatever there is left of it, and you're left reaping the benefits of looking like whatever you want in a world that functionally has no value anyway. Values are grounded, they aren't individually determined, they are externally identified and individually justified. You cannot separate the truth of value from your own subjective understanding of it. If everyone sees a table right there and you pretend to not see it because you value subjective perception over objective agreeance, then you're seen as delusional and treated as such. In an MMO where we are commingling with gods, i.e. our developers, we do have that separative power. We can make that table disappear, but the end result is still as damaging. By separating the objective from the subjective, we cease to develop tangibility. Things start to lack meaning. You can boil down the core of every boomer's criticism of the modern MMO through that position. Things don't have meaning because they aren't visually cohesive and externally recognized. It's not that you lack time to play, but rather you are more conscious of how much time you're wasting by playing. That's not only because of cosmetics, but it certainly isn't helped by them. I will eventually make an entire video on cosmetics where I will drum up many of these points again, but in a more fleshed out way. But for the purpose of this scattered topic, this is just one facet of many. MMOs don't really ask for your time anymore. These non-existent commitments of today, the seasonality that I've railed about in many of my videos, are part of why so many modern MMOs aren't able to bring in new players. They keep their existing ones because those are already committed individuals, but new players can't develop those pre-existing feelings and connections because, as ironic and sad as it is, many of the players today that play the current iteration of whatever seasonal MMO you want to think of developed their love of that game when it wasn't as seasonal. It's such a truly bizarro version of unintentional gatekeeping. I saw this tweet by a well-established creator in the World of Warcraft space, someone I know has been playing the game for decades now, where they remarked about how players have gotten old, and that's why they don't have the time to commit to an MMO that is asking them to play for longer than a couple minutes a day. I believe it was in relation to having—
No, that's obviously an exaggeration. It's not so much that players don't have the time, it's that, I mean, yes, but it's more like how much can you get for your time rather than don't have the time. Like, for example, do I want to play a game for 3 hours and achieve absolutely nothing because it takes like fucking 10 hours to achieve something? Do I want to play classic WoW where leveling is so fucking slow that in 3 hours I maybe leveled once or twice because just, you know, I'm like old, whatever, like I'm distracted, I'm not playing very well, or whatever fucking reason you want to give. Like, I'm just not, you know, I'm just not min-maxy player. I like, you know, I play extra safe, right? I'm crafting in between and it's like crafting takes forever. Like, there's like, do you feel like you're advancing in those 3 hours at all? Right, that's where the problem is. And if you don't feel like you're advancing, then why would you play a game that like you feel like you didn't get anything done in 3 hours, right? Where you log in, like imagine this scenario, right? It's like you have 3 hours to play, obviously not a few minutes. 3 hours is a good amount of time, right? You just want to go in questing. Now you reach the part of the game where you are, you know, in Stratholme. Stratholme? No, not Stratholme. Stranglethorn. Right, you reach the part of the game when you're in Stranglethorn. And you just want a quest, and then you keep getting ganked by that undead rogue. You're going based off like the animation by Grimm, right? And by oh fuck, I forgot his name. Well, he's also a funny machinima creator. The orc guy. Like, and you just keep getting ganked by this one fucking rogue and the stealth fucking tigers, right? So you have to be like extra careful, which is fine because that's how like Stranglethorn is. It's supposed to be a jungle, it's supposed to be fucking hard and like slow and like shit can jump on you from anywhere, right? And you're not safe anywhere. Why? Because you're also on a PvP server. So you are somebody who has 3 hours to play, and then you can't even get one quest done in 3 hours, and all you got done out of it is, give some honor to some other guy. Now, is that fun gameplay? Now, some people would say, yes, it is. It's a meaningful gameplay. All right, now imagine this happens multiple times, right? Whenever you log in, you just log in at a similar time when you play on rush hour, right? Because the reason people play on rush hour is because that is the most popular time, right? Because their job, life, and all that stuff. So that's usually rush hour. When's rush hour? 6 to 10 p.m. realistically, right? 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. approximately. That's when most people are playing. During when the server restarts, like the daily stuff restart, or during like just like when people get off work, right? There's multiple reasons why rush hour exists. Okay, so you only played during rush hour. What is happening in Stranglethorn Vale during rush hour? Okay, most of the people are there. Now this is obviously like assuming this is like a new season, right? Because that's usually when the players are there, right? During a new season. So you log in, you play, and you achieve absolutely nothing, and then the next day you do it again, the next day you do it again, the next day you do it again. It's like, bro, why the fuck am I playing this game? Like, I legit can't get anything done. I am stuck in Stranglethorn Vale, right? So, oh, well, just make friends and run around with them. It's like, what? Like, that's such a dumb excuse, right? It's like, will it solve the problem? Maybe. But then maybe they will make friends and come and kill you, and then you're still stuck. It's like, I don't know, man. It's like anything that hampers you from getting to your goal, and I mean like not like delays you, but actually hampers you from getting like, and by delay I mean like light delay, right? Is just not fun game design, and people. This is like a I quit moment for most people. That is an I quit moment.
Longer dungeons like those that existed in vanilla in
Same with the long dungeons, by the way. Same with the long dungeons. If it takes me, especially like if it's you're playing off season, right, and like there's not a lot of people your level, and it takes you forever to find a group, and then the dungeon itself takes like another hour and a half. Bro, you don't have that much time. It's not like you can log out mid-dungeon, come back, and continue where you left off. No, the dungeon will reset. You don't have the group anymore. Yes, these are all bad designs. Dungeons should be, at max, 15 minutes to 20 minutes, right? Mythic Plus, in my opinion, should aim for 15 to 20. Regular dungeons, honestly, because of how fast people are, 10 to 15, right? And most of them should just be queuable. Right, running to the dungeon serves absolutely no purpose except wasting your fucking time.
2004. I thought that was so funny because
or here's like a middle line. Dungeons should be queuable after you discovered them in the world. Like once you have that checkpoint that like, okay, you have went to that point before, you know where it is, you know how to get there, you have all of the taxi locations, the waypoints, whatever, you don't need to go there again. You can just queue into it.
Was an adult back then too. The argument that adults today have less time to play an awesome game is not only not true, but it has never been true. Adults played MMOs in 2004. They
value their time more.
The majority demographic. They played them during the housing crisis. They played them during recessions as much as kids did during recess. It's also not true from a gaming landscape. People are playing more games today than they ever have. It's the most popular medium on Earth, which wouldn't matter if games today were, say, shorter, but they aren't. They're longer. Somehow the 100-odd hour Elden Ring sold 30 million copies, but God forbid.
But you can make progress whenever you log in. That's the thing. It's not that the game takes 100 hours. It's not that getting to 60 takes 100 hours. It's that when I log in, I want to advance. Right? And I want to feel like I made some meaningful advancement. Elden Ring can be 1,000 hours and it will still be a good game because every step, every boss you kill, everything you discovered feels like you advanced. Not everything, but like most of the things. You feel like you advanced, like you actually got something done, right? even like fighting a boss and dying 100 times, it feels like you advance because you actually learn something about the boss. Okay, you don't get that with Classic. What do you learn in 3 hours of fucking auto-attacking gnolls? Like, what do you learn? Like, you just fucking auto-attack gnolls for 3 hours. What the fuck did you learn? Nothing, bro.
Retail WoW have a leveling experience that lasts for longer than 1/50th that time. Really? I'm not convinced. The better argument here is that adults don't have less time to play, but rather there are more games to play, so you just want to spend less time playing any single one.
I also don't agree on this point. I think this is also like a dumb point to make. You play what you want to play. Like, dude, I have multiple games I want to play. I just make a priority list. I want to play Last Epoch. I play Last Epoch at the gym, for example. I want to play Guild Wars 2. I know when are the best times for me to play Guild Wars 2 and what I want to do, right? Like right now, dude, I'm fucking leveling a character back like 1 to 80, from 30 to 80, because I have the level 30 boost, right? I don't need to do that. I can do anything else, right? But it's like, but I need to do that. I want to do that. This is something that I want for my account to have another level 80, so I'm doing it, right? This is not a matter of like having too many options. This is literally just a matter of priorities. I find that I need another level 80 as a priority. I also kind of like leveling to 80 in Guild Wars 2, so I'm doing it. I find it fun, right? Every little thing I'm gonna do, even if I have like, let's say 30 minutes to play, right? I go to my adventure guide and I'm just like, okay, let's knock 1 or 2 of these things out, right? In the 30 minutes I have to play, for example. That's all it is. It's the value for your time. It's not just the amount of time it takes. It's like, are you getting something for your time?
That's fair. I still don't see it as a justification to destroy the core of what makes us connect with an MMO, though. Our connection to the worlds of these games aren't dependent on the stories told in them. That should, at this point, be well understood by most people who play video games. You do not need to have a good, interesting, well-written linear campaign to find yourself immersed and enthralled in an incredible world. You just need personal experiences and time.
I would say for most people, you do. You need a like a main campaign that would get you interested in the first place. Most people don't start a game and be instantly interested in the game itself or in the game world. Okay, they need something to draw them in. The reason World of Warcraft was successful is because of Warcraft 3. People were interested in the story. Look at Gab 98, 89, I don't remember. The League player, right? Who just started, he started retail first after he played Warcraft 3, and then he's like, oh, retail was a mistake. So he tried, what do you call it? I don't know why I didn't just do the world boss thing. Oh, there we go. Then he tried classic, right? Why play MMORPG if you can only 15 minutes at a time? Well, no, if you play 15 minutes at a time, then obviously don't play an MMORPG. Like, that's just fucking retarded. Like, logging in is like fucking 15 minutes, right? It's like logging in, remember where you are, what you want to do, is 15 minutes of your time. Obviously, don't play an MMORPG if you have only 15 minutes. That makes no fucking sense, right? Most people have a couple of hours, 3 hours, but if the whole time you're spending is just trying to get something done, but end up getting nothing done, then it's a waste of your fucking time. Why are you playing this game? And that would make you quit, because it's not how much time you spend in the game, is how much time do you feel was valued while playing the game. And in Classic WoW, vast majority of your time does not feel valued. If it takes you 10 minutes to go back to town to sell some stuff and craft some shit, and then another 10 minutes to get back to where you were and to fight a few mobs, and because you have a lack of bag space and, like, I don't know, because you're collecting junk and you don't understand the game and you keep going back and forth and nobody explains to you that, like, maybe stop collecting fucking junk and filling up your bags so you don't have to go to town every so often, maybe you would have a better time, right? Now, I'm not saying this is an actual problem in Classic. I'm just giving an example of a problem. Now, this is not much of a problem, but like, imagine it was. In Guild Wars 2, a lot of people quit because they didn't have bag space, because they didn't know about salvaging, So a lot of people, when they play Guild Wars 2, when they just start off, they're like, I'm always out of backspace because I always have this shit that I don't know what to do with, right? This is a problem in Guild Wars 2, right? Because people don't know that they can just salvage shit. And they get a salvage kit, but they don't read. Right? There's no pop-up that tells you, it's like, hey, you can salvage equipment. Just an example, right? And then it's like, if you are spending more time running back to a vendor instead of playing the fucking game, you will quit because you feel like your time is being wasted on garbage, on shit you don't want to do. That's practically most of classic WoW. Running from place to place, fucking for 30 minutes. Right? Auto-attacking is not very enjoyable, and you have to kill like fucking 60 bears to get 3 bear hearts. That's not enjoyable.
Time. That's it.
It's a waste of time.
It came easier as a kid because you did have more time to play and were less conscious of time wasted. You had
key word right there. Less conscious of time wasted. It's not that you had more time to play, which you probably did. It's that time is just more valuable the older you are. And if you feel like the game is wasting your time more than what you are willing to give it, then you're not gonna play the game. And that's basically why I'm saying Classic and OSRS and all of these old MMORPGs are actually fucking garbage for 2026, where people learn how to respect their time.
Less of a perception of time itself, but it's very much still possible as an adult. MMOs have just incorrectly responded to this observation. Instead of promoting further connection, they have defaulted to not providing one altogether. That's why most of them aren't getting many new players, and those that they do get don't develop strict and never-ending bonds with their characters. I think it's worth saying that I'm being general here. I'm not trying to suggest that literally not a single new player has ever started playing retail WoW and enjoyed it in the past few years. Just that the amount of new players is relatively paltry.
It's a lot higher than it is for Classic, though. It's a lot higher than it is for OSRS. Considering if what Bellular said, and he counted 9 million players in retail, it is the most successful MMORPG in terms of new players, and returning players, but I doubt there's a lot of them that are returning. Retail WoW is by far more accessible for new players, and again, I'm not playing retail for a reason. I don't think it's a very good game, right? It's not a bad game. It's just not something I'm looking forward to because of the treadmill, right? Because I find that the treadmill wastes my time. But by far, the most successful MMORPG in terms of probably new players is World of Warcraft, right? The only reason OSRS even got new players because the WoW players were bored and they decided to try OSRS. That's why, right? And as soon as they stopped playing it and they went back to WoW because, you know, a new fucking season for Classic, a new retail game, whatever, right? Suddenly OSRS just dropped like fucking 200,000 players.
Want to know the secret reason why I love and cherish this old school RuneScape character more than I do my multi-decade old human paladin in World of Warcraft? Because
you lost interest in World of Warcraft. I feel more connected to my Mesmer in Guild Wars 2 that I've played a lot less than my Blood Elf Paladin in World of Warcraft. Because I don't play World of Warcraft anymore. I don't find it very interesting. But when I was, the main reason I even quit, funny enough, the main reason I quit World of Warcraft is because my guild asked me to play Demon Hunter for the raid. And once I started playing the Demon Hunter, I realized that the only reason I even play World of Warcraft is because of my connection to my character, right? Like the time I invested in my character, I didn't want to I invested all this time. I don't know, sunk cost fallacy type thing, right? I didn't want to lose that, right? But as soon as my raid asked me that I need to use my Demon Hunter for the raid, Guess what happened? I stopped playing my paladin because I have to gear up my demon hunter with all the mythic pluses, doing all of the alt raids that we're doing on heroic in order to progress mythic, and I have to just play my demon hunter a lot more and also like get more proficient in. So I had a lot less time to play on my paladin. And then I was like, you know what? I'm not even enjoying this game because the only thing I enjoyed about this game was my connection to my paladin. And as soon as I quit the game, after like a few weeks, I was like, I don't care about anything in World of Warcraft, and I don't care about my character anymore because that's it. I let it go, right? And as soon as I got my Mesmer to level 80, even before that, I felt more connected to my Mesmer in Guild Wars 2 than I did to my whole paladin. Why? Because I'm playing Guild Wars 2. Right? Of course you're more connected to your OSRS character. You're playing OSRS, fucking dummy.
I've spent more time with them. Blizzard hasn't given me a reason to play my human paladin much at all. I have cherished memories on him. I remember the raids I used to do. I remember being forced to heal Hellfire Citadel and being made fun of by the guild leader's wife for not being a good healer. I remember getting my first cutting edge. I remember logging off for the last time. These are old, nostalgic memories. They mean a lot to me, and I would be sad if this character one day up and disappeared, walked into the digital horizon of my favorite zone.
I don't. I actually think, if I'm not mistaken, and I can actually check this, I am fairly certain I got so... because I was getting like, you know, the feel that I want to play again. I am fairly certain. Let me see, I just want to make sure it doesn't ask for authenticator or some shit. If I log into World of Warcraft right now, can't even, can I? I can't. I have to install it. I am fairly certain I don't even have a my paladin anymore. I'm pretty sure I deleted all of my characters. I'm fairly certain I deleted all of my characters. Except for like maybe one guy to hold the gold, but I'm pretty sure I used up all my gold as well for the tokens, and then I just deleted everything. So like I don't even think I have the character anymore. Cause I like that's the only thing that was like kind of like drawing me back to play.
Stormsong Valley and never return to my character selection screen. But achievements are account wide. I have them on all my characters. I have those memories in my mind. The character is a token, a reminder, an emblem. He's not a fixture. I can delete him today and forget about him tomorrow. Hell, I can delete him right now and rename my other max level human paladin accordingly, and virtually nothing beyond my personal knowledge of doing that would change. On the other hand, if I lost my RuneScape...
Yeah, because you don't care about WoW anymore, like duh.
Character who doesn't have even half a decade of memories housed in his tiny digital body, not even 2 years actually, I would be heartbroken.
Yeah, well then, how about this? Play a different game, forget about OSRS, right? Like somehow you just don't like OSRS anymore. Play that game, like I don't know, play Guild Wars 2, right? Play that for even like a month where you don't play OSRS and you don't want to play OSRS, and then would you care if your character in OSRS got deleted? Not really, or like a lot less than you care now. Why? Because like who cares? Who cares? You're not gonna play this game anymore. Then who fucking cares? Right? Like, bro, if I quit Guild Wars 2 completely, I do not care if my account gets deleted. Like, it doesn't really matter. If I know I'm not going to play it, or even if I did play it, usually, like, if I take a very long break from something, like if I go to World of Warcraft right now, right, even if I had my max level paladin, I would make a brand new paladin regardless, because that connection is already severed. Same with here. If I was quitting Guild Wars 2 for like a few months, right? No, sorry, a few months, a few years, and I come back, I would probably not play my main, other than the fact that it has like all the exploration and it's a pain in the ass to get it. Like if exploration was shared across characters, for example, right? I would not be playing my Mesmer. I would probably make a brand new Mesmer. Because it's just like the connection is severed. I just don't feel like playing that character because it feels like it's not mine, I didn't earn it. Now that is my brain bug. It is what it is, right? That's why I had like fucking 48 paladins on like 20 different servers in World of Warcraft. Only one main, but a bunch of like paladins, right? And they all max level, but then I would go back to my main because it's like leveling that character up to 80 kind of like connected that journey to my main character journey. I don't know if that makes sense.
Story isn't done. I put thousands upon thousands of hours to getting him geared, to trying to max my skills. I'm not done yet.
God,
There's so much left for me to achieve, and not a single character that I would make after would house those achievements. They are his as much as mine. There are probably millions of identical human paladins to my own, but there's only one RuneScape character like this. One that took the same path as me, who achieved the same goals at the same time with the same time investment. It sounds pedantic, but none of my...
It sounds like you can say the same exact thing about your World of Warcraft characters. This doesn't matter. Like, none of what he just said is more than just subjective reality. Like, literally. Like, this is such a dumb argument. It's like, oh, I liked my character because I'm playing it right now, because I had this journey. Well, that is the exact same thing you felt for your World of Warcraft character before you quit the game because you didn't like the game anymore. This is a retarded fucking point.
World of Warcraft characters mean much to me, yet I've played on this account for almost 10 times the length of my RuneScape one. They're a blend of seasonal classes and specializations that I fucked around with for a couple months or even weeks or days before getting bored and moving on.
Yeah, exactly. So if you get bored and move on from RuneScape, the fucking worst game to exist right now, then you would feel the same fucking way about your character. Wow, fucking brain rot, bro.
There's a flood of advertisements curated by Blizzard aiming to appeal to a level of nostalgia in their older player base.
That's all they
is
do.
calling you home or something along those lines, and it shows a player character entering the new housing system and placing down objects, relaxing, unwinding after a long day of...
No, that's not, by the way, that is not nostalgia. Like, that whole aspect, what he just talked about, that has nothing to do with nostalgia. That is for the new player base. That has nothing to do with nostalgia. Nostalgic people, the people who care about Warcraft, like from the get-go, been like fucking in love with this genre, with this fucking title for the last 30 years, basically. Yeah, like housing is not for them. Like, realistically speaking, that's not who housing is for. It's not marketed for them. Like just look at the cinematic. It's not for them. They want blood and gore, right? They want Warlords of Draenor, proper one, with the content that it should have been.
What exactly? I've criticized WoW's incarnation of player housing as being disconnected from the game itself, a fully instanced collectathon that prioritizes individual expression alienated from multiplayer online features entirely. You can't be griefed in your player-owned house because you are the only one there, unless you invite a friend for some reason. You could be making the digital equivalent of a cosmetic Mona Lisa, and unless you explicitly go out of your way to ask your friends to teleport to you, sit through 2 loading screens, and witness it, it may as well not exist.
I agree.
Your house is lost media. Anyway, these advertisements appeal to nostalgia by working with a double entendre.
Again, none of this appeals to nostalgia. Like, that whole point is already stupid because none of the housing appeals to nostalgia.
Adventure is calling you home because now you can have a home in the game, but also because you may be a lapsed player like me and want to revisit a world that you have at one point loved and considered a type of home. It's also a miscalculated double entendre, one that is born from exceptional marketing slang. It's evocative and provocative, but it means nothing. You aren't coming home because you are, once again, interfacing with a system disconnected entirely from your home, which in this case would be Azeroth, the World of Warcraft. The real home, the world, is also not the one you left all those years ago. It's flitting, it's seasonal, it asks you to create alts when you run out of content, which if you want to play for more than like an hour a day, you will. It's a collectathon. The content, in this case, is collecting cosmetics and their associated recolors and then waiting for your weekly chance of getting an actual piece of gear. Adventure in these ads is framed like a character-specific journey. You see what are supposedly player inserts slaying monsters and getting awesome loot. Like in this ad with this Overwatch character looking blood elf using a golden crown like a stand for her tea kettle. But you won't do that. It's provocative, it gets the people going, but it's meaningless.
Not really.
Houses in
It had more backfiring than it did get the people going type of thing. like most people hated this fucking cinematic, bro. What are you talking about? Most and probably all nostalgic WoW players, as he calls them, hated this cinematic because this is not Warcraft. This is fucking Kitty House Adventures, okay? And again, is there a crowd for it? Sure, but this is not Warcraft crowd, right? And again, I'm not even against this. I think it's fine if you have it. It doesn't interfere with like normal players and shit. But like, I don't consider stuff like housing an expansion content. I consider it a patch content, right? Like that's just me, because like it has nothing to do with the expansion. This is just extra shit in the background. It's like saying transmog is an expansion content. It's not. It's a patch content. Reforging is an expansion content, right? Because you can change your gear in a meaningful way for the actual content of the expansion. This has nothing to do with it.
Are cosmetic by intent. You can't make tea and relax because there's no such thing as relaxing in the scope of the game. There are no systems that would ask your character or you to relax, figuratively or literally. I know that sounds stupid, but I hate these fucking ads because they only mean something
Most
to people who want to roleplay making tea in a player.
This is exactly who it's for. It's for role players. Yeah. That's who it's for. The fucking weirdos. Yeah.
Own house that doesn't involve tea. You're not making tea, and you certainly aren't making lonely memories. But let's say you are making tea. Wow, your character is so tired and British, I guess. What did the adventure that made them that way involve? The overworld is dead. There's nothing to relax from because the game itself, other than its top-end rating and Mythic Plus systems, doesn't ask for any level of effort or time from its players. What are you?
Neither does Classic.
Taking a vacation from your vacation? It doesn't even fit thematically. And yet, all of these criticisms are equally meaningless. People like the housing system a lot.
Yeah.
Sure, there are the odd buzzkills like me who point out just how hollow, empty, and antithetical to a multiplayer RPG the entire thing is to ourselves, but this is
it's for role players. It doesn't matter. This is the RP part of the MMORPG. Like a housing system is RP. Does the housing matter in Final Fantasy 14? No. Does it matter in WoW? No. Does it matter in ESO? No. Does it matter in Guild Wars? No. Actually, in Guild Wars, at least you can make like racetracks and shit. You can actually make like really like a house with a point, right? I don't know if you can do that in WoW right now, if there is any point in doing it, but like you have some houses in Guild Wars that are like fucking like racetracks, right? So like, and you can host like your own stuff. You can make it like into like a social thing, right? But you know, for the most part, I would say for 99% of players, like that is not the case. It's just a system in the game for role playing. It doesn't mean anything. Is it better to not have it than to have it? No, I think it's better to have it. I don't think it's that important for the game, though.
What the existing players want. The people who had enough time to connect to the game back when it still demanded time are now able to integrate their pre-existing connection through further systems like the player-owned house. But new players, by and large, won't. They can't. Better yet, how is it that we're too old to spend 2 hours sweating through a dungeon with a group of players, forging bonds through blood and clash?
We're not too old for spending 2 hours to do the raid. We value our time too much to spend 2 hours getting ready for the raid, logging in at a specific time to meet with the people like it's a second fucking job. To do a raid we've done hundreds of times to get practically maybe one item out of 14 bosses. Okay? That doesn't feel like a meaningful enough spending of time. Like it feels more of a time waste, and most of the times you won't even get an item that you want. Okay, if you're coming for Ragnaros, right, for the raid, and you want Wind Fury, yeah, Blessed Blade of the Thunder Fury. You want Thunder Fury, right? But you're like the third on the list or fourth of the list of your raid of your raid group, of your guild, whatever you're doing with, and you're fourth on the list to get it, and you don't need anything else. I'm sorry, that would not feel good. That would feel like a fucking waste of your fucking time doing it until it's your turn. You'd rather just skip those days and come back when it is your time. But then it's not fair, right? Because it's like, well, why are these people supposed to help you get yours when you didn't help them get theirs? So now you feel like more like you have to do it for the sake of getting your thing eventually, maybe in a few weeks, hopefully, right? If it consistently drops. So yeah, it's a fucking waste of your time, right? Like that's all it is. It's a job and it's a waste of your time.
Steel, but what we do have time for is utterly meaningless self-expression in a padded room. That's bad faith. What I just did there is bad faith. Let me try again. There is nothing more systemically shallow than defaulting to a mindless collectathon. The integration of collectathon mechanics requires no thought. The engineers who made the WoW housing system function on such an old engine are wizards. The artists who brought all of these items to life are incredibly talented, yet the systems designers, or at least the directors who manage their integration, are about as creative as a DeviantArt Sonic OC. A collectathon in an MMO is so easy to integrate because it doesn't require integration. Systems like cross-pollinated skills that feed into one another in interesting ways, items that may upset the economy or sustain it, new bosses that create alternate routes to gearing all require a level of consideration from the designer. How do we implement a feature like this without upsetting the carefully made balance of our game?
What? Bro, horizontal progression has the least amount of variables to consider when it comes to new gear. What are you talking about? It's a sum of stats. Having, let's say, well, I'm not on my legendary guy, so like I can't really show it, but like you have, let's say, Berserker, right? You have a total of, let's say, 500 stats. You want to split into 3 stats, right? You have power, you have ferocity, and precision. And you want to make this a balanced power. So you want to make it like high power and balanced precision ferocity. Okay, that's Berserker. Okay, now you want Assassin. Assassin will have less power, more precision, but the power will equal ferocity, right? And literally it's the same fucking values that Berserker has, except that the power and the precision switch values. Now you have 2 fucking sets, right? Celestial, divide the 500 stats into 8 different, I think it's 8, don't want to count them right now, into 8 different stats, all of the same amount, right? And each item would have different amount. Like this would have, let's say, 300, this would have 200, this is 500, 200, 500, 200, let's say, right? Like I don't remember which ones are, I think it's like helm, chest, and legs are the same stats or something. And then shoulders, gloves, and boots are the same. So it's like 500, 500, 500, and then 300, 300, 300, right? And then you just divide them. Oh, fucking wizardry, bro. And you can make, like, how many sets do we have? 25 different stat sets, right? Oh, it's so hard to make horizontal progression fucking gear and not making it overpowered. Fucking dude, this is like OSRS brain rot, bro. It is way easier to not break the game designing for something like OSRS or like a horizontal progression than it is for something that will constantly change and constantly go up in value as the seasons go. It is a lot harder to implement something without breaking the fucking game on a vertical. And also, this guy's talking about fucking PvE content, whereas like a collection cosmetic thing is completely different. You're integrating something, which, by the way, would have to. You already unlock a lot of your stuff that you have done before on your character, right? So if there's some stuff that are unlocked behind achievements, you would have to integrate the new additions into old achievements that people already had, and they would have to already get it in their collection, right? That is a lot harder to integrate than a fucking new system or a new items that don't break the game in a fucking horizontal game. Fuck, man. I swear, like, this guy sounds like he speaks very well. But goddamn, the brain damage from OSRS is basically my assumption. That's why he has brain damage.
How do these new features augment the game? If they do they make it better? A cosmetic collectathon, though, it doesn't matter. It changes nothing from a systemic angle. You are doing the exact same thing you always were, but now a piece of UI pops up to tell you you've earned a housing item. It's wonderful for monetization. It adds a kind of reward for doing random nonsense, but there goes that cosmetic landfill growing 4 sizes overnight. Man, isn't it just so easy to design reward space when the rewards are intentionally intangible, housed in an instance of an instance of an instance? I've spent a large portion of this video ranting about cosmetics, and I haven't even released my video on cosmetics yet. When I say that people hate MMOs, what I mean is we all have a troubled relationship with the genre. Anything requires time to breed investment and connection, the MMO most of all. Yet there's this odd situation happening where MMOs have become too accessible, too smooth and frictionless, that connecting to them as a new player is just about impossible. Tell me if I'm the only one who has ever experienced this.
I find it way easier to connect to a retail WoW character than to an OSRS. Why? Because I don't like OSRS. And well, I mean, I don't like retail WoW right now either, but I probably would like it way more than I like OSRS. So for me, it would be a lot easier to connect to an OSRS, to a WoW character than to an OSRS character. It's such a subjective fucking thing. There's no objective way to connect to a character in the game. Like, there is none. Like, you have to just like the game first of all. You have to like the world, right? Like, you don't even get connected to your character until you actually like the game and then the world, right? Like, you just don't, right? Your character doesn't matter because it's just a tool to get you through the world. So, like, this whole point is already just, it's retarded on its face. I like my OSRS character more, therefore I like it more. Like, yeah, no shit, because you're playing OSRS right now, fucking idiot.
Finally try out that MMO everyone has been talking about for years. You buy it or download it, create your character, load into the world, and at every turn, it's like the game simply bores you. It either gives you too much information, too much help, or not enough about random bullshit. It's both treating you like a toddler and a veteran simultaneously. It's a blend of outdated systems and patchwork together new onboarding features, like a band-aid over a broken limb. Nothing feels like anything because you aren't given the time to understand what you should be feeling. Games like FF14 at least place you on a multi-100-hour main storyline defined by countless fetch quests, but if you really aren't engaged with the dialogue, it's like being read a bedtime story by the world's slowest reader. Meanwhile,
like, I agree. That's again why people say that FF14 is an RPG MMO, not an MMORPG, right? As somebody who basically played Final Fantasy 14 because of the story, right? I just love the story. Now, granted, it took me a very long time to like the story, and I had to like power through core, and I even had to power through Heaven's Ward. I don't know what people are so amazed by Heavensward. I didn't really like Heavensward. And I did like Stormblood a lot more. Obviously, Shadowbringers and Endwalker was just phenomenal, right? And like the whole philosophy behind. But like again, I had to. The reason that they were phenomenal is because of the not so phenomenal Heavensward and Core, right? And again, hot take. I know people love Heavensward. Personally, not a fan, right? Didn't like any of the characters there. Alphino was a pain in the ass, fucking spoiled brat. What's his name? Oh my god, what was his name? Jesus Christ, the Spear Knight, the Dragoon. It's on the tip of my tongue. Anyways, I didn't like him in theirs. Like he's just trying to be too emotionless, right? And the other one, honestly, I kind of the only one I actually did like to an extent was the girl. Man, it's been a while. I don't remember. I suck with names already. The girl is the one I actually kind of like, and even that, like, not too much. Right, like at least she had like some kind of like a tragic story and like some kind of like, well, they both have a tragic story, but like she had like kind of like relatable, understandable victimhood about her, right? It's like there was a reason that she was doing what she's doing, even though she was mistaken, sure, but like you could understand her reasoning from her point of view, whereas like everyone else I just kind of like didn't really care about. So for me, Heavensward, not the greatest. Yeah, can't think of any character there that I like actually cared about. So, but yeah, it's an RPG MMO. It has absolutely no MMO aspects up until that point, and yeah, it is just telling you a story. But like, without the story, realistically, MMORPGs just don't really have much going for them. Right? It's like the story is kind of like what carries you into the game. Like, it doesn't have to be like the whole lore that carries you into the game, but like not being interested in the world will just not make you want to keep playing and not make you feel connected to it. So yeah.
While Guild Wars 2 has a wonderful leveling experience and a
No,
harsh stop at max level, wherein your sense of progression is halted in favor of, wouldn't you know it, a collectathon. World of Warcraft may as well not even have a leveling experience, considering it takes a couple hours to quote-unquote catch up and spend the next 6 months standing around the major city looking for party members for a raid or dungeon. Or even better, running brain-dead overworld or old instanced content for, wouldn't you know it, random cosmetics. When do I get to start feeling something toward this game? What part of it should I feel something toward anyway? Is it the leveling? Clearly not. Is it the end game? The gameplay may be fun, but considering everything resets every half year, it's not like my character experiences any level of long-term RPG growth. Their UI collections grow, I get more mount recolors, but all I'm really doing is ping-ponging between power levels. I don't even get to see a visual growth anymore. These games might conceptually be easier to get into, but it feels impossible to get connected to them. In prior videos, I blamed that on friction, and yes, that's true. When you have too little friction, that's because the game ceases to demand anything from you, and when you aren't demanded anything, you zone out. I'm unsure why some MMO fans even disagree with.
No offense. All of OSRS is zoning out. Like, literally, the existence of OSRS is for you to zone out, and Classic WoW, for that matter. These are games you literally play on a mini screen on an off monitor. Logging in and literally auto-attacking your way to progression, right? Like the whole, like, or the agility system. Oh my god, the agility system in OSR is fucking retarded. Walk on the roof for multiple hours, back and forth, doing the same exact thing. But because it took you forever, that means it's immersive gameplay and now you care about it? Dude, no, that's fucking retardation. That's like brain rot. This is like literally like fucking causes dementia. Right? Like doing the same thing over and over, bro. Like you actually like actually insane if you think that OSRS offers any fucking meaningful character progression for your character. That's actually like, again, can't take OSRS players seriously, man. Like actual brain rot.
This, considering every other piece of art on Earth is held to this standard. But I suppose MMOs exist outside of this standard too? It's not like they're made to be fun, they're made to be rewarding. That's why grinding ends up feeling good, eventually, if it's done and integrated well. A few of the best YouTubers in this space have pointed this out far before I have. MMOs aren't good games, not in the traditional sense, not in the way Last of Us is well written, not in the way Sekiro.
Oh yes, Last of Us. Because that's a game where you don't just watch a movie.
Is tightly designed. They don't have great moment-to-moment gameplay, and their progression loops atomize around length instead of quality. And that's true if quality means compartmentalized excitement. If games are there to funnel you between intrigue and action, then MMOs often fail. The best ones do offer those things, but at vastly different increments. The intrigue in a good MMO comes while you're in the shower or laying in bed. The action comes after you spent the past hour running through a zone searching for something to act upon. When they try to dilute those elements or outright remove them to focus in on action in the same way Sekiro does, what you're left with is distinctly not an MMO, just a mediocre action game. That's why I call Retail WoW a bad ARPG. The gameplay is solid, the class design was next to none before it was gutted with the Midnight expansion, yet the itemization is as boring and dry as any other.
Yeah, this is true for pretty much all of them. Like, I get these people who think that it's like, oh man, like you're going to a lava place, you need like fire resistance cloak. Like, I understand that argument, but you don't really feel it. Right, this is the same as like agony in fractals. Actually, it is the exact same thing as agony in fractals. Right, once you have it, like you don't really care about it. It's like it's just something you need to have to access to do this zone. Right, it's like I need fractal resistance, agony resistance to do higher level fractals. Right, but it doesn't like. I never felt that. Like I was like, oh yeah, finally I have this agony resistance. Oh man, let's fucking go, right? It's like I never felt that. Never felt, oh yeah, I had the fire resistance scape. Oh, I have this scape for like the fucking mind control from Deathwing or whatever. Like not Deathwing, but like his son, right? Nefarious. I don't fucking remember his name. Like none of this actually feels like it matters. Like realistically, it feels just like another thing that makes you do something you don't care about to do the thing you actually want to do, right? If I want to do a raid and I don't want to do the other bullshit, don't make me do the other bullshit in order to do the stuff I want to do. That doesn't make the stuff I want to do more meaningful. That makes it more annoying and less chances that I will get to do what I want to do and more chance of me not playing the fucking game.
The way you play is identical to any ARPG. You're filtered between AoEing packs of mindless enemies and focusing on a single boss with a curated selection of mechanics only to be bombarded with the same loot for your efforts.
Yes, OSRS is a lot different to this. You get to shoot a spell that looks like fucking doo-doo at the enemy, one at a time, and then you also get to fight a boss on his own. None of this contradicts how bad OSRS is. It's the same garbage. Except that WoW gameplay, at least, is fun to fucking click buttons.
Original nature as an MMO acts as opposition to this, and something Blizzard tries to hide. You can see this in their choice to make other people impact your gameplay as minimally as humanly possible, while staying true to the group content they've built around the game. It's really weird. MMOs aren't good in the same way other games might be. They're good in output. when they follow the actual long-form engagement archetypes that I think are mandatory, are good, like going to the gym is good, albeit in a far less healthy way. The process of being at the gym is tedious, laborious, annoying, frustrating, painful, and sometimes really, really boring, especially while you're doing cardio. Yet, after you take your shirt off at the beach and half a dozen people ogle your body, it kind of feels worth it.
No, that's not why it feels worth it. It feels worth it because when you wake up in the morning, your knees don't fucking hurt and your back is not fucking killing you. That's why it feels worth it. Because it's easier to fit into uncomfortable fucking chairs. Okay? Because it's easier to go up the fucking stairs at work. Because when you walk around, you don't start fucking sweating like a fucking pig trying to just go from point A to point B. That's why the gym feels rewarding. Okay? And if you just go to the gym and you do a half-ass job, right, you're not even gonna see the results. So, like, this whole argument comparing it to the gym is just fucking retarded. Okay? Time spent at the gym, proper time spent at the gym, is very different to proper time spent in an MMO. Proper time spent in MMO will get you to the best gear in the fucking game as soon as fucking possible. That's the same fucking argument. Spending infinite amount of times hitting a fucking crab in OSRS or some shit, okay, is not the same as it's the same as going to the gym for a 2-hour walk. Might as well walk outside, like, if the weather allows it, right? It's the same shit. Like, you don't even need the gym. Like, what are these arguments, bro?
Feels good knowing that you've not only become healthier, but all those people around you have recognized your hard work. Suddenly, the long days and nights on a strict diet, on a strict schedule, forcing yourself into a sweaty, dingy place has paid off in a wonderful way. The best grinds are like that. Them being
They're totally not like that, bro. This is like, so this is, again, his whole argument, and by the way, is still on the cosmetics, right? Which I agree, the cosmetics, the way they're done in World of Warcraft retail are bad, and they should fix how transmogs work with time-limited cosmetics, the best cosmetics in the game, like really, really good. Best variation of like the current raid armor should be behind like a timer, right? Like you have to actually achieve it, and in the season that it was achievable in, similar to Mage Tower weapons, they are cool because you can't get them anymore. Shit like that, right? And it kind of sucks that they made them real, like the Mage Tower didn't scale with item level, because me who worked hard to get my Shattered Ashbringer skin at 890 item level, was people were getting it so easily at 930. And by the way, I was getting like the other weapons for the other classes at like when 930 became the item level, like that, right? It's like, but they lost meaning and I don't really care about them. I just got them for transmog. Whereas like the Shatter Ashbringer, I got it because I really wanted it and it looks fucking cool, right? It's more than just a cosmetic for me. I got it because I wanted it for this character, because the Ashbringer meant a lot to me as a paladin main, right? And like the fact that you didn't scale it, the Mage Tower, when the item level increased was kind of fucking stupid. Okay, so again, in terms of cosmetics, I agree with him, but that whole argument, like literally his whole argument here so far has been just the cosmetic stuff. Like it's his only legit argument. So if retail fixes the cosmetic stuff, retail becomes an MMORPG apparently.
Restrictive tests of patience creates exclusivity, and exclusivity creates value, and value creates recognized achievement, and recognized achievement creates external motivation. I really think most people implicitly understand this because most people are against pay to win in their favorite games. Pay to win creates an environment where your achievement ceases to be recognized and exclusive because it's undercut by various modifiers. You can't create external motivation when external motivators don't feel fair or in some cases don't exist. The people around you have an influence over you, whether you want to admit it or not. That is the case in our world. You can't exist in it without those around you influencing how you act and how you think. You can't live in a purely subjective bubble of self-reflection. It disconnects you from reality and honestly is selfish. It breeds solipsism. It disengages from the universe. It's categorically unempathetic. While
Bro, I swear, if this game allowed WASD, this game becomes one of the easiest fucking games in all of human history. The difficulty of this game is mouse control. Like, the annoyance of it is the difficulty.
subjective values, personal growth, can be started internally, they are only concluded externally through aligning how you perceive yourself with how others perceive you. All of this is to say, if you want to play an MMO uninfluenced by any other player, then you may as well not want to play an MMO.
Yeah, just play OSRS. Look at this. This whole thing. Right? He's playing solo. Right? He's playing
They are only concluded externally through aligning how you perceive yourself with how others perceive you. All of this is to say, if you want to play an MMO uninfluenced by any other player, then you may as well not want to play an MMO.
By the way, if I log into OSRS and I see somebody with like cool armor, I would not even know it's cool armor because it's OSRS and everything looks like fucking dog shit. Right? Same with like a game. How is Minecraft the most played game in which you can consider technically an MMORPG? It's not really, but you can consider it. Right? How is Minecraft the most popular game? Do you think people are playing it for the cosmetics of other people? No. Yeah, it is an external motivator, but that's not what MMOs are really about. It is something that is cool, but it's not what defines an MMO. And his whole argument, the only consistent one that was kind of correct, was the cosmetics.
It's difficult, isn't it? To hold on to a game like a childhood plushie marred by the scars of decades and decades past, its ears severed and reattached, its body dulled with grime and age. But why is that plushie worth anything? Why is it that its value is those scars? It's like Illidan. The connections we develop with this genre are so intense due to the things people now perceive as its major flaws. Time investment, grind.
No. It's just the time you invested in the character. Not the major flaws. It's literally just the time investment.
Complexity and depth. I think it's honestly self-righteous to want those things to disappear because you have already connected to the game through them. You may not want to retain features that you now deem as unacceptable when their qualities have already been passed on to you. I think that the reason MMOs aren't growing anymore, despite the medium quintupling in size in just the past decade, is because we've lost those features. When these games are only curated and influenced by people who already love and play them, we start losing their most intrinsic merits. We start considering positive values as negative ones because they only exist as positive to people we no longer are. We hate MMOs, but we also love them because what we love are bonds formed through a type of hatred. And we hate because that tumultuous love has broken apart the genre entirely. It's a living, breathing contradiction. If MMOs are just a collection of long-term goals filtered through simple communal gameplay in a persistent overworld, then why are we so gung-ho on perverting that? You may be a father of 70 children and that prevents you from the kinds of long-term goals you could achieve in the past, but instead of understanding that, accepting that, or maybe developing other goals entirely, you have opted to promote a removal of long-term itself. And if long-term is why we connected in the first place, then we probably shouldn't be surprised that our most beloved, persistent world is a collage of all the same faces.
So right now, The only reason people play MMOs, well, not the only reason, but a major reason, is because they want a forever game. That's basically what MMOs are supposed to represent. They're a forever otherworld game. Okay? It's not about the fucking cosmetics, not about the fucking, character progression, all that stuff. Like, those are features, and if the features are right, you want to play the game more, right? But the whole point of why people even love MMOs to begin with is because they want a forever game. They don't want a game you just play and quit at a whim. Okay, they don't want a seasonal game, which is basically what Warcraft has become. Okay, they want a game that that will let them play this game all the time without them having to play other games. The problem is we do not have the technological capabilities yet, hopefully with AI we might, to develop at the rate that people consume. That's why when you play an MMO, you have so much time to complain and play other games and try other games. But we don't want that. I want to play Guild Wars 2 all the time, except I run out of things to do. I can only run certain metas and meta trains for so long, right? I can't play retail because I understand that the treadmill makes my time fucking wasted. Okay. And there's no actual sense of progression because you keep progressing to fucking infinity and you can never beat the game, or like, it's such a weird fucking thing because on one hand you want to beat the game, but on the other hand you don't want the game to end. How do you make that happen, right? Good luck, good fucking luck. That's all I can say, right? The whole cosmetic thing stuff, these are external motivators. They are not what determines what an MMO is. Okay, otherwise, Warframe is an MMO. Path of Exile is an MMO. Diablo 4 is an MMO, right? Any game that has cosmetics is an MMORPG for some reason, right? People who play COD and buy the cosmetics is an MMO, apparently, right? Like, no, that's not how it works. Okay, the cosmetics are not. They're just like it's an external motivator, right? I understand the whole, like in classic WoW, the first time you saw somebody with a warlord or whatever it's called armor set, you're like, holy shit, that looks cool. Let me go get it. Yes, we are past that point. Okay, Barbie dollhouse, not as impressive anymore. Okay, it's just not a thing anymore. Nobody is like looking at somebody like right now. I inspected that guy and I thought to myself, oh man, I really want to go and get that thing. No, I was just like, oh, that's a cool option for me to have for my character. That's all it is, right? When I see somebody with a warlord armor or whatever in fucking classic, honestly, I don't even care. Like, it doesn't matter. See somebody with like, I don't even know what like are cool armors in fucking classic, right? If I see somebody in judgment gear, right, was tier 2 paladin gear, I won't be like, oh my god, that is so cool. No, why? Because it doesn't matter anymore. I know how to get it, and I think that's the biggest thing. Knowing how to get something, knowing that it is achievable, especially like how achievable it is, already killed that whole motivation of getting it. It's just not as interesting anymore to get, right? The reason it was cool during Classic is because you didn't know what was possible. You didn't have Wowhead to tell you that it's like, oh, by the way, if you get to rank 14 in PvP, you can get this armor set. You didn't know that. You needed somebody who discovered it to show you that, okay? You didn't know that this cool helmet existed from wherever. You had to go and find it, right? You didn't know the judgment set existed. You had to go and you have to explore. The problem is exploration is dead in these games, right? There is no sense of exploration in any of the current MMORPGs unless you somehow manage to play them completely blind and your curiosity is not stronger than your need to find out where it is, and you actually go into a game willing to explore, which is by far pretty much no one. Okay, like 99% of people will not. They will look up a guide how to play something. Okay, they will look up information. The only ones who don't do it are like streamers who say that they're going in blind, and even they get spoiled in their comments. Okay, like, I don't want to get spoiled. Meanwhile, they get spoiled in the comments, right? And people send them gold and gifts and shit like that, right? Anyway, this whole argument. In my opinion, MMOs have not changed as much as people have changed. Value of time went up compared to how slow the games are. That's why the games had to change with the people. Do you really think that retail WoW is a worse game when they're pretty much everything they're doing has shown, not everything because they had like their highs and lows, like they did make mistakes, but they're willing to experiment enough to see where the crowd is and where it's willing to go. Okay, MMOs don't change based on nothing. They change based on what the player base wants, right? What the player base kind of demands. Now, sometimes when they create the content that the player base says they want, it doesn't hit the same because there's a misunderstanding of like what the player base is asking for and what the developers are delivering or how they're delivering it. For example, people loved Legion legendaries, but they loved them at 7.1 more than they did at 7.0 because the legendaries were really cool and really fun. Getting them sucked. Okay, this is where the miscommunication happened, right? Farming to get the max legendaries to like level them up seems like a cool idea. People are like, yeah, we want more end game progression. Doing it was kind of stupid, right? Because how do you do it? Well, you farm fucking Maw of Souls for, 20 hours a day, right? So again, what people want and how to get there are very different things. Blizzard fucks up on the how to get there, but they are developing the game based on what people are asking for, right? And right now, the game is by far the most what the crowd is showing to want. Okay, now I'm not a fan of housing, but people want housing. A good chunk of player base wanted housing. Okay, I'm not a fan of the stupid treadmill. I'm not a fan of the insane amount of item level gaps. But apparently, that's what the fucking player base wants. Now, I don't think they're correct, but that's my opinion. Okay, I think there should be a progression, but I think the previous season should matter to an extent for the current season, right? So even though you can still progress in the current season further away from the last season, there might be items in the last season that are still incredible for you in the current season. But because Blizzard jumps by 30 plus item levels every season, that basically negates the previous season, and you end up with only doing one raid. Now, on one hand, I can understand it because you don't want to spread your player base so thin that people can't find a group to do the content that is the most current or the content that has your best in slot, but nobody is really willing to do it, right? So they want to focus everyone on the current content. And that's probably because of player behavior, not because they want the previous tier not to mean anything. Okay, I'm fairly certain they don't want to create stuff that they have to ignore the next patch. Okay, because like imagine this from somebody who creates things perspective. It's like digging a hole and then filling it up again, and that is your job. Which, by the way, there's a study about it, digging holes and filling it up. And most people quit even though the pay was extremely well. Why? Because people hate doing meaningless shit. Which bring us back to old school MMORPGs. You are doing meaningless shit the whole fucking time. Everything is fucking meaningless in an old MMORPG. Okay? In retail, everything's meaningless in an old school MMORPG compared to the time you invest into it. Whereas retail, everything is not meaningless, but you kind of get everything very fast if you have the skill set. Right? There's no real, like there is some effort. In my opinion, it is better to have what retail has in order for achieving gear. But there's also like sometimes you feel like unrewarded for the amount of effort you put. But it's still you're progressing way faster, right? What are the things that made people quit retail? farming Mythic Plus and not getting rewards. So now, no matter, even if you don't get a drop, you're getting rewards from Mythic Plus, right? You're getting your tokens thingies, whatever they're called, right? That didn't happen. You didn't have those before. You only had the gear. Now imagine running 5 Mythic Pluses in a row and not getting a drop. Well, that would make the drop way more meaningless when it does. No, it just makes it fucking tedious, okay? Running 100 times the same dungeon to get the fucking trinket is not fucking fun, okay? Jesus Christ. But, hey man, but classic players will tell you otherwise. Oh my god. Oh, that was a long one. Holy shit. That was a big one. I made a 40-minute video into 2 hours. I dropped my thing. Okay. It's really hard to focus on leveling your character, huh? Why do I only have okay, not only, but like I have like 3 chicks. Did YouTuber just got banned? Wait, no way.
They banned me for this. This is the video he made.
Because he, oh no way, he exposed the Iran thing. Isn't he the guy? No. Oh no, never mind. That's the. Wait, is that the Jewish thing? It is. It is. The Jewish thing. Oh no, that's Venezuela gangs. They banned me for this. To be fair, that video that he made about the Jewish guys, and I'm not a fan of those Jewish guys and all that. Not a fan of them when I lived in Israel either. But some stuff it's like he wasn't investigating. It's like a lot of the times he was questioning people as if he had an agenda. So yeah, so that's kind of like, I didn't like that video too much because it felt like a lot of the times he was just focused on his agenda rather than oh. He was focused on his agenda rather than actually discovering the truth. Okay, whatever. Right then. Okay, we need to.
Pay me. There's really nothing to get hysterical about.
What is my dude? I can't. Like, I should be like level 50 by now. Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. Points of interest, completing events, renown hearts. Map completion is in the next one, right? Yeah. Utility skills. Okay, utility. I need this one then.
Help! My mom's been taken by bandits.
Urge to kill rising. Nice, very nice.
I didn't swap the thing. I need this guy.
Get over here and help me. Nice one.
Apparently, like, you can't get utility skill for your achievement thing. That is like insignia or some stuff. It's actually like really annoying. Really annoying. Stop talking, Michael. About chat. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. Which map do I do map completion on? Honestly, I feel like It still has 17. Okay, never mind. I think we're doing hinterlands. Okay, we're doing Harathi then for sure.
Kidding, right?
Oh, hold up.
Urge to kill rising.
Go. You got me.
Yep. So it's only this one that works, as far as I remember from the.
That's
Oh.
how it's done.
I do love the fact that it's like, even doing this
You can
at like
never
such a
have too
high
much
level,
treasure.
you're still getting so much XP that's like I might as well just do the story later on. You still get so much XP. I actually wonder which one is better. Like to do the story as late as possible. Like you just do it to fill up levels you need. Or to do the story first. Need that. Garbage. What we got here? I think it's only these guys, maybe. Ah, so it has to be this then. Interesting. So does it say on it where it goes into? An item with an unused upgrade slots. It has to be. See, it can't go into here though. It has to be a yellow then. This is the thing that bothered me the most when I was playing. I was like, I didn't understand how to use these guys. I still don't apparently. Fuck, I probably should have used it later because I think there's a. Yeah, fuck, it's later. Oh. I did not grab that. Oh. Oh, because it's like freaking invisible. Oop, oh, event.
You're kidding,
To
right?
kill rising.
You got me.
Okay, one more event. What else we got? So I got the utility done. I think I need to craft. It's crafting item. Gathering crafting materials, which by the way is the daily, so we're gonna do that. Oh, rally from downstate.
Urge to kill rising.
There's one to remember me by.
There you go.
Can't breathe.
You can't keep a good man down.
And just like that, we got that. 10 out of 20. Jeez. Using the bank, swapping weapon. Oh, I didn't even swap weapons yet. Come here, guys. Hold up.
I feel strong.
Many times I need to swap my weapons. One more. And there we go. Didn't even remember that one. Okay, achievements. I need 25 of those, so I actually go to guild. It's the easiest one. And that's the daily too, so that's even better. And are we done with this? Yep. Okay, good. So we just do this. And that would be enough. Good thing I didn't use this yet. Yeah, I just got to World v World and pick up herbs stuff from camps, I guess. Just takes longer. The worst part is going to be when I need like 75 of each. That one is... Oh, is this going to be 75? It is 75. Never mind. It's like all...
That's how it's done.
It's like all of them. Might as well do World v World. Just run around bases. Collect stuff. I would need the infinite ones for that though. And will I really... Just grab the good ones. Alright, we've killed all. Let's grab the next waypoint. And the vista. Okay, now let's go to the bank, which by the way, forgot to explore it. I'm pretty sure I'm just leveling to, I want to say it's 60, or like very close, so like, maybe I'll do it at 55, I'll see how it goes. So at 55 I'll start doing the story.
After reaching the bottom of their cups.
Up until then I'm just doing adventure guides. Okay. Use the bank.
One more thing for my list of accomplishments.
Speak quickly.
Sell. Don't know if I need to sell shit, but whatever. Okay, done. This is for a dungeon. Critical strike. What's these? Gain bonus critical hit chance while stealth. Don't care. And you are healed for percentage of outgoing critical hit. Yeah, like that. Might as well.
Act with wisdom.
Yeah, some sustainability, even though what's my crit right now? Probably low. Yeah, 20%. It's not horrible. Okay, next. I need to make like a whole like list of like what I need to do. Okay, defeating enemies. It's easy. Oh, 100, okay. Find events, calculating events, crafting items. Which means I need a discipline, which means I already know what I need to do. We are here. Artificing.
Good to meet you.
The reason we're learning artificing is because... Why is it condition damage, bro? What the hell? Still better than what I have, just why is it condition? Right, do this. Crafting items, easy peasy. Okay, gathering, completing story chapters, renown hearts, EOIs. One more, right? Yep. Enemies and vistas. Just one more. Cool. Pretty much almost done. It's just events. Chapter 1, I'll leave that for later. Damn, do I have to do 2 renown hearts? How many do I need? All 10. Cassock Seals too. Yeah, maybe I'll just do map completion for Cassock Seals then. Yeah, that does make the most sense then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, 6. I don't need to do the... I don't need to do that, actually. I'll leave the hearts for the other one, then. For the actual map completion. Good. Very good, so we don't need to do it in Castlex Hills. That's good. I'll be right back, gonna go to the washroom.
Please don't arrest me.
Pack up your stinking toxic vision, shove off!
We've received
Right,
word that
just mine.
centaurs have been attacking merchants under Lion Guard protection.
Then you have been given faulty information, Sheriff.
I'm not so sure.
Did I hear 50 copper?
But I'm also not in a position to take action. The treaty protects you for now. But know that if you keep pushing, my Lion Guard will gladly push back.
I assure you, we have nothing against the Lion Guard. Your presence on our lands has been accepted.
Come on now, I'm sure it's perfectly safe to eat. I've had better schemes. Surprisingly inexpensive fish for sale here. Don't all crowd me at once. Plenty of perfectly edible fish to go around.
What is that stench scorching my nostrils? Why are you still here?
Oh, come on now. I mean, I'm just trying to make a living.
I should arrest you for attempted murder.
Just a little fun at my expense, folks. Please don't arrest me.
Pack up your stinking toxic fish and shove off, or I just might.
Yes, sir. Entertaining all offers on my entire haul of tasty, tasty fish. At these prices, I must have brain damage.
May Balthazar strengthen you.
Alert! No!
One more thing for my list of accomplishments.
Live well.
I'm rich, you know.
Duena has really been looking out for me lately.
Our deeds are reflected in the dream.
Just been going so well.
Thank you.
Offer up some prayers of thanks.
If we increase the sympathetic resonance,
Keep walking. If you ain't afraid.
Come on,
of a big-nosed
sweetness,
head,
just
you ain't
one
welcome
dance.
here.
Let's see where it takes us.
Only if you get a job, a haircut, and a clue. And maybe not even then.
You're looking for a fight, because now you got one.
Urge to kill rising.
Away from my dad's quick kisses.
Knock you out and look good doing it.
help is on the
They
way.
went upstairs.
All right, I surrender.
I'll pound you into the ground like a big nail. That's enough. I yield.
Urge to kill rising.
Okay, okay. Surrender. Let's play who can hit the hardest. I'll go first. I give up.
I feel strong.
I can't believe it.
Rest, Dad. I'll find a way to help you no matter what.
If 17 keeps swiping our low-level prisoners, we'll have to start arresting a better class of villain.
I need your help. Success.
Stop worrying about me. I can take care of myself. You're the one who just got out of the
All the
hospital.
leeway to organize it.
You got me.
Look, Moas! They're big. Careful.
To
Don't let them
kill
see us
rising.
until it's target practice for these goons? Wasted good bullets.
Shoot over your shoulder?
I'm tired of guarding this place. When do we get to see some action?
Just me? Does everything taste better out of silver?
It's that do-gooder from the bar. Recruits, kill this clown.
Sounded like one of the slobs who messed up.
I feel strong.
You got me. Dead. I'm Big Nose Ted's right-hand man. He's bleeding useless. Hey, keep your hands off me. Okay. Surrender. When you get to the mist, tell him Twitchy Jake sent you. Don't you know who I am? I'm famous. I've done everything bad. You got
I watch over this place.
You're back. They're upstairs. Take a left. First door on the right. Quick!
Oh.
Undercover work is tricky. To pull this off, you'll have to eat, breathe, think, and stink like a bandit.
What's next?
You're trespassing, jerk. Now I have to hurt you.
Make it quick. What?
Hurry up. Blaze wants those fuses.
Drakes are getting a little cozy with them. You sure about this?
Was. But maybe now I'm changing.
Where did I put those fuses?
Here's our favorite new undercover operative now. Let's see if the hero Shaymore can shed some light on this. Ted thinks we can't be in two places at once.
What's next?
That's why the gods invented teamwork.
The orphanage.
Anyone know how it started?
Stop them before the fire spreads.
Look at him run.
You
It's the
better
syrup.
run, you squeeze.
Finish the job.
kid.
How many bombs does it take to set a
Full
center
building
on
sweep.
fire?
Move, move, move! Oh, that had to hurt. Urge to kill rising. Keep it up. They're tough. But they're no match for us.
Get back, you animal! These children have suffered enough!
You want a piece of me? Come
Stay
and
behind
get
the
it.
children. For Mir's help, I will protect you.
Good riddance, you murdering scum.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Every child is safe. Thanks to you. Cormier bless you.
Come on, we're leaving.
Lieutenant Francis, what's the situation here?
We got all the people out, sir, but so far we haven't found any.
Francis, tell me you got everyone out of there in time.
No, sir. Sorry, sir. We got some of the people clear, but there were still people inside when it went up.
I want injury and casualty counts right away. Did you at least catch the arsonists?
No, sir. Never even saw them. Sorry, sir.
We had better luck at the orphanage. Big-nosed Ted won't cause anyone any trouble, ever again.
That's not enough. We have to do better. Look, we've all been through a lot, and this isn't the time or place for a debriefing. Especially not with Sarantine sniffing around. She keeps turning up at these crime scenes, but always too late. I'm starting to wonder if there's a connection. Meet me in my office after you've had a chance to rest.
What's next?
It's my fault. I never should have sent Francis alone. He's a good man, but he's not...
You're too hard on yourself, Logan. And on everyone else. The Queen doesn't expect perfection. Why do you?
Wait, what? What's up with my face? And why do I have to be the burned one?
It's not...
Hear something.
It's coming from below.
Rally to me! Shield formation! I can't be seen here,
strong.
you idiots! Kill them all!
Don't rush in.
Break formation! Spread out and take them down! Don't dance! Kill! Gods told me to do everything myself.
That felt good.
May Grenth shield you. We do what we must. Bloodshed is inevitable. May Grenth shield you.
Greetings.
What do you need?
May Lissa aid you.
Act with wisdom. Good to meet you.
to meet him!
Urge to kill rising.
Take that! That's how it's done.
I promise a painful
I am hearing rumors about an escape or rescue.
Now that's a view.
The Seraph.
Welcome to the war zone. Want to help me stop these bags? Let's go. Stay sharp. Shore Bluff Camp. Gruntsome Night Watch have tried to take it, but the beach is heavily protected. That's where we come in. Looks like the Centaurs are sending a welcoming party. We've been spotted.
Stop the two legs. Run them into the ground.
Weakness makes me sick.
Strong.
We've got company.
Your head will make a fine trophy for my wall.
Your victory will be short-lived.
Oh, that had to hurt.
Watch my back while I plant the charges. Kill anything with 4 legs.
Back me up!
Urge to kill rising.
The charges are set. Clear out. Stay put. They'll send scouts to investigate. You won't want to miss the show.
Secure the catapults. Find the two legs and bring them to me.
Humanity sends its regards, crowbait.
You are easily broken.
Now the real fun starts. Let's get to the beach.
Good work clearing out the beach defenses, Kane.
I had a little help from some
The
friends.
war against this.
We're almost ready. Can I count on you for the assault? Or are you getting too old for this kind of thing?
Look who's talking. I'll try to leave a couple of flea bags for you.
Keep your heads down, and voices too. They can't spot us before we make our move.
All the troops are gathered and ready. It's time.
All at once now. Attack!
Charge! Kill everything on four legs!
Keep an eye on those trebuchets.
I feel
I promise
strong.
a painful end!
More will come. Back me up!
Your victory will be short-lived.
We've got the south half. Kane better have the north.
More will come.
Thought they'd put up more of a fight. Riles might need help.
I achieve things. I'm an achiever. That looks valuable. Nice gear. Urge to kill rising.
I love you, Grandpa.
Strength in numbers.
Nothing will be coming from barricade camp anytime soon.
Excellent. We're one step closer to storming Overwatch.
I told you my plan would work.
There's a first time for everything. Just don't let it go to your head. All right. It's game time, boys and girls. Get ready to shift your gear. We're moving on Overwatch.
Finally, a chance for some action.
You heard the captain. Let's move, let's move!
Urge to kill rising.
A group of...
Watchland is just up the hill. Be prepared for anything.
And if you get scared, just follow my lead. Smash!
I knew I liked you, Brick. Always the thinker.
Here comes the pain. First one to a dozen kills wins.
Urge to kill rising.
Over already? I'm way ahead of you, and I'm not even trying.
Weakness makes me sick.
That's how it's done.
Always be loyal to your crew.
We're halfway there, ladies and gentlemen. It only gets tougher from here.
feel strong. That looks valuable.
More will come.
After all that talk about being tough.
Armored up.
Over already?
I feel strong.
More will come.
I promise a painful end.
That's how it's done.
Split up and take down the trebuchets. I'll hold this
You
point.
heard, Cap. On the trebuchets. Now.
Back me up!
Refreshing.
More will come.
No.
Urge to kill rising.
Looks like we made a new friend.
Rally to the Cap.
Ah, my second favorite pastime. Killing centaurs.
Refreshing. Armored up.
One less centaur. Now, what's the escape plan?
Run like a Dolyak with his tail on fire?
That's inspired.
I thought so.
All right. Let's move out before the cavalry arrives.
This is Masih Alinejad, who you may have first seen on this program many years ago. She is an activist for freedom in Iran. Let's listen to this for a minute.
Privilege of freedom of speech on social media to mislead the rest of the world. It is not about restoring order. It is about destroying the evidence. If it was not for Starling inside Iran, we couldn't have been able to have even these informations. The Islamic Republic does not limit its crimes within its own borders. They kill their opponents at home and target those who expose their brutality abroad. Here, even here, on US soil, and every corner of the world. In Europe, in Canada, in Australia, everywhere. And they are not alone. This is called transnational repression, and the Chinese government helping them, Venezuelan dictators are helping them, Russian mobsters being hired by the Islamic Republic to target their dissidents and opponents beyond their own borders. I now address the representative of the Islamic Republic directly. You have tried to kill me 3 times. I have seen my would-be assassin with my own eyes in front of my garden in my home in Brooklyn. In United States of America, in the courthouse, I have seen my would-be assassin confessing that they have been hired by the Revolutionary Guards to end my life. My crime? Simply echoing the voice of innocent people that you killed them. Your leader, Ali Khamenei. He ordered my killing. He said that American agent who compared compulsory hijab to the Berlin Wall must be killed. I am that woman, and I am not the agent of America. I have agency, but I am thankful to American government and the law enforcement to protect my life. And it was not, if it was not the protection of the law enforcement, I couldn't have been here to testify for millions of people who are facing the same killers, facing the same terrorist regime in my country. Yes, protection matters.
Time to blaze a trail.
Unfortunately, I live with survivor's guilt because many Iranians do not have the same protection.
You can never have too much treasure.
The same IRGC with the same AK-47 killed them in front of the eyes of their family member. 2 would-be assassins received 25 years prison sentence here in New York, and I'm going to face 2 other killers being hired by the Islamic Republic in March, and they are the one who were assigned by the same IRGC member to assassinate President Trump. The Islamic Republic rules through fear. It makes people disappear from public life, from memory, from history. So today, I want to record the names of those who refuse to be afraid and erased. Setayesh Shafi'i, 20 years old. Before the internet was cut, she wrote on her social media, "They are cutting off my internet, but I love you all." She was killed by the Islamic Republic IRGC. Raybin Moradi, 17 years old, shot in the back. A young football player. He was killed by the same IRGC.
Strong.
Mehdi Zadparvar, a popular athlete. He wrote on his Instagram before going to the street, "I know I may be killed, but I have no fear. I want my rights." He was killed by the same IRGC. Siavash Shirzad, 30 years old. His family begged him not to go to the streets because of his safety. He said to his family, I go to the street to celebrate the victory of our revolution because President Trump promised to rescue our lives. He was killed by the same Revolutionary Guards. Negin Qadimi, 20 years old. She died in her father's arms after being shot by the Revolutionary Guards member. This...
Have you been an archer all your life?
Since I was a little
I feel
girl.
guilty that I don't name the
Practiced
rest.
every day since I was 5.
When I was a kid, my name...
The list of names goes on and on. They knew they will face guns and bullets, but they wanted justice. So now let me name their killers. Ali Khamenei, who declared protesters would be put in their place. Judiciary Chief Ghulam Hussein Mohseni Ejei and the IRGC commanders who publicly vowed punishment would be maximum. Ali Larijani, who promised no mercy for those who questioned the regime while his own daughter, his own family live here in the United States of America. They don't deserve to enjoy the privilege of freedom in America. Like the other children and relatives of the Ayatollah saying death to America, their relatives live here in America. 3 years ago, another...
That's enough.
Iranian human rights defender stood here in this room to warn you about another nationwide protest, Women, Life, Freedom, after the murder of Mahsa Jina Amini for the crime of simply showing a bit of her hair. How many women are sitting here? You could easily get killed simply for showing your hair. Mahsa got killed. That sparked a revolution. And women and men shoulder to shoulder took to the street. More than 700 people got killed. We have seen this before. We have more names to remember. In 2009, Nida Agha Sultan, symbol of more than 100 people who got killed. They named President Obama to protect them. President Obama was looking to open the doors of diplomacy to a regime whose language of negotiating with its own people is guns and bullets. We've seen this in 2019.
Okay, let's get a move on. This is Night Guard Beach, best kept secret in the hinterlands. The Seraph staged many operations.
Those fly-ridden beasts are trying to take back Shore Bluff Camp.
It used to be just military.
Help with the defense.
But with no sign of the war ending, it has also become a home to refugees.
With Puya Bakhtiari, who was killed in front of the eyes of his mother, Nahid Shirpishe. At the same time, President Biden was trying to keep the doors of diplomacy open, handing out billions of dollars to the regime that forced the family members to give money to the regime to take the dead body of their beloved one back. Faith, not back-to-back meetings and empty condemnation. We don't need empty words. People of Iran are asking the Islamic Republic are telling you the Islamic Republic no longer can be reformed and asking you that the Islamic Republic no longer be treated as a legitimate government. Today, The number of those killed is much higher than I told you. This regime, again and again, cannot be reformed. Let me be very clear. The Islamic Republic behave like ISIS.
They're soldiers.
And the Islamic Republic must be treated like ISIS. This is how you can save lives. Thank you so much.
I thank Ms. Al-Najjad for the briefing.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Pete Hegseth and CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper holding a news conference.
Good
Let's
afternoon.
watch.
I'm honored to stand right here today alongside one of America's finest. Admiral Brad Cooper, commander of U.S. Central Command. We just had a chance to spend a couple of hours together, better part of 2 hours, going through the entirety of this operation, Operation Epic Fury. And Admiral, I want to thank you for everything you do and your incredible leadership, your dynamic thinking, the way you're attacking this problem set on every level. In just days of Operation Epic Fury, you and your team have delivered nothing short of devastating, precise strikes, taking out the better part of Iran's Navy, making it combat ineffective, neutralizing missile sites and launchers, and establishing total dominance over the skies we fly over and seas we fly over. Our forces are executing with unmatched skill.
Take them down.
And the mission is advancing decisively. This is the kind of no-nonsense, results-driven warfighting that America demands. And you're delivering it in spades.
Bandits are
You are the
growing
man
bolder each day.
for this moment. Admiral Cooper, on behalf of the President, the Department of War, and every American watching, I want to thank you for the outstanding job you and CENTCOM are doing. Keep pressing the fight, and we are with you all the way. A few thoughts before I hand it over to the Admiral for an update. Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran. You see, there's no shortage of American will here. We remember and honor our fallen, those 6 that we will soon welcome at Dover, who gave everything for their country in this mission. We remember them. But we remember them by rededicating ourselves even more fervently to this mission. Our commitment to our mission objectives only increases as our advantages continue to increase. We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases. Our capabilities, we have only just begun to fight and fight decisively, having a chance to hear.
I don't see anything except for old cobwebs. Let's head on back. Clever girl.
Oh, that had to hurt.
They're smarter than they appear. They almost had me that.
From Admiral Cooper, if you think you've seen something, just wait. The amount of combat power that's still flowing, that's still coming, that will be able to project over Iran is a multiples of what it currently is right now when you add up our capabilities and those of the Israeli Defense Forces. And we have no shortage of authorities.
Thanks for all
The Admiral
your help.
knows we have
Night
clear
Guard Beach
objectives
isn't perfect.
with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the President and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, as are those of our Israeli partners. Our munitions are full up, and our will is ironclad, which means our timeline is ours and ours alone to control. As long as it takes to ensure the United States of America achieves these objectives. And as we flow more forces, and as we flow more capabilities, and as our munitions, as we're flying over the top, have even more devastating effects, we set the tempo, we set the timeline, led by the commander on the ground. Our ear is to the ground to listen to Admiral Cooper, what he needs, and what he needs he will get. We are built for this fight, and we are in it to win it. And we have the right commander in the lead. So I'll now hand it over.
To me! It's to kill rising. I feel strong.
I will live on.
There's one to remember me by.
For Admiral Brad Cooper to give you an update right here from CENTCOM. Admiral.
Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much and good afternoon and welcome to U.S. Central Command Headquarters, America's warfighting headquarters. It's great to be here alongside the Secretary and representing the more than 50,000 men and women in uniform currently executing Operation Epic Fury. So, Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much for your leadership and support and the very clear vision and objectives that you've given us to allow us to use overwhelming force against the Iranian terrorist regime. And thanks to all of you for attending today, and welcome to Tampa. We are now starting our 6th day of a historic mission to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans. We are, if I could channel my inner Navy officer, we are at full speed ahead in executing orders given by leadership in Washington. The President and Secretary Hegseth have been crystal clear in their expectations, and we are at a high level of execution. As described by the Secretary and earlier this week by me, U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines. Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs, targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers. Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command, which degrades their ability to threaten Americans. Then, if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at its start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the President say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier. And as we speak, it's on fire. The President gave us another task to raise or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. So we're not just hitting what they have, we're destroying their ability to rebuild. And so as we transition to the next phase of this operation, we will systemically dismantle Iran's missile production capability for the future, and that's absolutely in progress. This is going to take some time, but our forces are well supplied, as the Secretary said, and we are absolutely ready to prosecute this mission decisively. Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. I couldn't be prouder, shoulder to shoulder with our partners in the region in many cases, providing the most integrated air defense network in Middle East history. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders. And if I can just conclude by saying a strong salute to the brave men and women who are out on the pointy edge of this, really doing exceptional work. I just couldn't be prouder, and I know the American people share in that same pride. So thank you very much.
And with that, we'll take a few questions. Yeah, right here.
Shad drones, Iranian drones. You guys talked about what you asked for. And has there been any surprises from Iranian capabilities that you've seen in the past 6 days?
We're very familiar with Iranian's capabilities, and as you might imagine, we planned for it right from the outset, and I feel good about what the plan was. Like any good organization, we adjust as necessary to meet the environment, and we've made those appropriate adjustments.
One, was an American pilot shot down today in Iraq? And two, I've heard reports that there's enriched uranium stored in Isfahan. I'm also heard reports that there's not a lot of bombing there. Is that on purpose? Do we believe there's enriched uranium there? And would we ever send special forces to it?
As CENTCOM pointed out, that those reports of an F-15 being shot down are false. As you can imagine, Iran is doing everything it can to peddle in lies, deception, and inflation of numbers and reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people, right? They've shut down the internet. They're hoping they can convince their own population that they're having success. One thing one of their leaders said recently is that 500 Americans have been killed, they claim. These are lies. The lies will continue. CENTCOM will continue to debunk those lies. So, and as often is the case in conflict, first reports are often wrong. As it pertains to nuclear material and things like that, one of the objectives the president has always said is that Iran will not have a nuclear bomb, nuclear capabilities, but we would never disclose what we will or will not do inside operational plans. So Admiral Cooper's got a plan. We're working that plan, and targets will be struck or not struck according to what we want to achieve. Yeah, right there.
The president said earlier today in an interview that he would like to have a say in who's the next leader of Iran. Is this an expansion of your military objectives? Do you view it that way? And additionally, you spoke earlier today about how previous leaders have drawn resources from our hemisphere to the Middle East. How do you avoid that?
Well, there's no expansion. Ultimately, I think the president's having a heck of a say in who runs Iran, given the ongoing operation we have. So there's no expansion in our objectives. We know exactly what we're trying to achieve. I think today's a great example of what this War Department is capable of doing. I was just in another part of Florida today where we announced, America's counter-cartel conference. 18 countries coming together from Central, South America, and the Caribbean, coming together to fight cartels. That is something that is ongoing. We're focused there. We're focused in the Indo-Pacific. We can mass combat power. In CENTCOM, EUCOM is able to support that as well. So we know we're laser focused on our hemisphere and our homeland. That's why we locked down the border. That's why we're working with partners to take on cartels. That's why we're sinking drug boats. That's why we're on the offense there. But the beautiful things about combatant commands is that, Brad Cooper's laser focused on Central Command, just like Frank Donovan is laser focused on Southern Command. We can do both. That's what a global power can do. Ultimately, this issue of Iran's nuclear pursuit and their unwillingness through negotiations to stop it was something President Trump has said for a long time needs to be dealt with. And after 47 years, he's doing something that no other president was willing to do. And we're doing it overwhelmingly, and we're doing it decisively, while also in other parts of the globe having the desired effects. I mean, take, for example, what we displayed yesterday, the Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean, sunk by Indo-PACOM, another combatant command, who coordinated with us in order to make that happen. So America's reach is global. Our focus here, though, these missions are narrow, they're scoped, and Admiral Cooper is well on his way to ensuring that we reach those objectives. Right here, yes, sir.
Harold, do the Ukrainians are talking about providing low-cost interceptors, given their experience? Is that something that Pentagon is looking for? And Admiral Cooper, can you walk us through a little bit about how effective the Lucas drones have been, what kind of targets they've hit, and how much that's helped, given that they're low-cost alternatives to the more expensive human?
Sure. I'm not familiar with the particular offer, but interceptors in general. We've had a number of new capabilities being fielded. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it from the operational perspective of what those are.
Iran is known as one of the most dangerous countries on the planet.
But after visiting 3 times and spending almost 2 months in the country, I've come to realize that this is the world's most misunderstood nation.
Salam ba Amerikaiya. America country is very nice.
In this video, I'm going to show you the real side of Iran, the people, the culture, the food, and the history that the media never shares. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Let's dive in with a 1-week road trip from the desert to the Kurdish regions in the northeast.
Very well, Drew. Welcome to Shiraz. Welcome to Iran.
As we hop into the taxi, the sights and smells flood my senses, and the adrenaline rush starts kicking in. We are in one of Iran's biggest and most liberal cities, Shiraz, and Amin has a very special destination in mind for our first stop. We're here inside the Pink Mosque in Shiraz. It is stunning. You can see pink all around us. These beautiful tiles and mosaics on the windows, they make this incredible reflection. It's one of the most spiritual places I've ever been. It's really, really cool in here. The women are dressed in these beautiful colors. You can see like even the roofs are covered in pink flowers.
Having this special type of stained glass windows is also very influenced by the European art.
Is it different than the other mosques in Iran, or is it kind of the same like this?
Most of the mosques in Iran, they are in dark blue color. What makes this mosque more different is the special pink color they use for the tiles of this mosque. All original from 19th century, and this is mostly European sceneries painted on the tiles. Even on some of the tiles over there, you can see some of the buildings like churches.
After the mosque, we're heading to Iran's most important historical site, and a place that every traveler who comes here has on their bucket list.
We are in Persepolis, an ancient site built in around 518 BC on the order of BC, before Common Era, on the order of the king Darius I, one of the famous kings of Persian Empire. This place was important for the Persian Empire because this is the place used as a ceremonial capital. Persian kings invited lots of delegations from all around the empire. They came here and they celebrated a big festival for New Iranian Year, Nowruz.
I'm amazed by how old this place is, and it's still standing. And as an Iranian, what does this mean to you as your identity, like Persepolis?
Yeah, we are all proud of this place. It is like a national ID for Iranians.
And this is a special part of coming to Iran because this is one of the most ancient civilizations. I mean, the birthplace of what we know today of cities and life happened. I don't know, in the US, it's such a new country. We have amazing nature and stuff, but we don't have anything that we can say 500 BC.
Generally, Iranians are really proud of the ancient history.
Right.
I can feel it here when local people, Iranians are here. They are really proud of visiting this amazing historical place. The most important thing about Persepolis is whoever worked here was paid. We have documents about it.
Cool.
Yeah? We have clay tablets found during the excavation of Persepolis.
They weren't.
Nobody was used as a slave, so it's something makes Persepolis different from other historical sites in the world.
Yeah, maybe that's so deeply rooted in the Iranian culture, like take care of people, hospitality.
خوبی سلام.
Hi.
آره.
You speak English?
I'm so interested that we are here.
How many American tourists do you think are in Iran right now, if you had to guess?
Maybe just you.
That's a crazy feeling because Iran is a huge country.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me about Persepolis.
In 2,500 years ago, we had a rich culture. Here you can see in the Persepolis, you can see a mixture of all of the countries that they were under the control of Iran. In that part, you can see half of the world. Different people with different cultures, with different hairstyle, different shoes, different clothes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Being here, you can really feel a presence of how huge and incredible and royal this place was back in the day. It's that feeling that you get when you visit like the Great Wall of China or the Pyramids of Giza or Taj Mahal. It's like these really, really old, potent structures that have just been standing for so long. And you wonder all the people that have passed here over the centuries. It gives me the goosebumps, seriously. You know, as a tourist, like this is more enjoyable than the Acropolis because there's just like barely any tourists here. Hello. Yes, but how are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. You came to Iran?
Yeah?
Why?
Because I want to meet some people and share stories.
Really?
I'm from America.
American?
Yeah.
Really? Fine. Thank God.
What do you think about America?
Far away and...
I feel strong. Urge to kill rising.
You messed with the wrong bandit.
Have you ever met an American person here?
No,
never.
the first.
Really?
Really?
Nice to meet you, bro. Yeah, take care.
Thanks.
Of course,
You
man.
too.
Take care.
I can tell you most part of Iran is the same. Iranians are really, really friendly, hospitable. You can see wherever we go, people come to you, they talk to you, they want to know your idea about Iran, and they are very friendly.
I love you. I love you too. To see these amazing inscriptions inside of the stone. It was underground, which is why it's so preserved.
I could spend all day at Persepolis, but I'm dying to meet local people in the countryside and see who's living off the beaten path. So far, I feel pretty safe in Iran, but I can't stop thinking about the country's complicated history. Back in the 70s, Iran was a different place. It was comparable to Paris. Women dressed freely, bars were thriving, and the culture felt more open and westernized. But after the 1979 revolution, when the Islamic Republic took over, everything changed. New laws and restrictions reshaped daily life, especially for women. Today, these changes are why many see Iran as a scarier place to visit. But in my experience, the media overlooks the warmth of
Urge to kill rising.
Persian people. We are back in the car and heading 5 hours north from Persepolis to a city called Esfahan, but an exciting detour is ahead.
We are somewhere in between Shiraz and Esfahan, and the beautiful nature here, the mountains. Well, on the drive, we've been seeing little huts and people living out here, and I asked Amin, what's going on? And he said, these are called Qashqai nomads. We have about 1 million of them in Iran, and within 20 years, they're expected to be all gone because of new generations wanting to live in cities and stuff. Basically, we parked our car. There's some cool little settlements here, and we're gonna go knock on a few doors and see if anybody will kindly accept us in, because these are the kind of untold stories that you can't find anywhere else in the world. I mean, how many other countries have literal nomads living in them? I mean, nice ass.
Oh, yes.
Do you think we can say hi to some of these people?
Yeah.
Or are they too shy?
Probably, but we can go and say hi. آقا یا الله.
سلام.
سلام. یا الله. خوبی؟ سلامتی؟ قربان شما. زنده باشید. ممنونم. سلام سلام.
سلام
سلام. یا الله. خوب هستین؟ سلامتی؟
سلام سلام.
خوب هستین؟ ممنونم. سلام. احوال شما خوب هستین؟ سلامتین؟ ببخشید.
سلام سلام سلام.
سلامتین؟ ممنونم. سلامت باشید.
That's a lot of salams you say.
Yeah, I said salam to everybody.
The Qashqai nomads are found in Iran's Fars province. They traditionally herd sheep, goats, and camels. Each time they move, they pack their belongings, travel with their animals, and set up camps all over again. Known for their vibrant rugs and textiles, the Qashqai maintain strong ties to their community and have a deep appreciation for music and storytelling. However, I am heartbroken to find out that their way of life is at risk of dying out due to modern pressures and changing land use.
Are Qashqai nomads looked down upon among Iranian society?
No,
they're not.
No, they're not, because now there are lots of scholars from these families. They have a very important role in providing meat for the whole country. Yeah, they are really respected by the whole society. They were, I mean, in terms of studying, they were flourished. There were lots of scientists, lots of writers, filmmakers from the nomads.
Incredible.
Many of them, also, for example, in this family, they're all educated. They started from this nomadic school, and then they continued going to universities and etc.
Most of the younger generation prefer to stop in this kind of living.
So like their kids' generation, like the chemistry, she won't keep it up.
Yeah, probably she moved soon to the city.
What's the best and the worst part about being a nomad in this region?
The most difficult time for them, it will be during winter when it's cold, raining a lot. But during springtime, the nature is amazing. So they.
How much that's helped
Sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is.
I think this destroys Donald Trump's presidency. I mean, if he goes over there and just kills a bunch of Iranians, a bunch of Israelis are dead, a bunch of U.S. soldiers are dead, but the regime still stands, I mean, I think that's death for the rest of his presidency.
This is not going to be sending troops into Iran.
Except that President Trump has told the New York Post literally 2 hours ago he's not ruling out sending U.S. ground troops.
If this turns into a full-on regime change forever war, that's something that's going to prove to be very unpopular in this midterm year.
Our service members deserve better than a commander-in-chief who does.
I'm used to it. Life doesn't change much.
Does not have a plan. They deserve better than a 5-time draft dodger.
This is a total betrayal of his own voters.
President Trump has made it explicitly clear that America first means whatever he wants it to mean. But that hasn't stopped many other people attempting to redefine it on his behalf. Ben Shapiro says that attacking Iran is America first because it serves the US national interest. Lindsey Graham and Mark Levine, among others, say that starting a war can, in a roundabout way, be an act of peace if it prevents war and suffering in the future. What none of the advocates for attacking Iran can argue with a straight face is that Trump campaigned on war with Iran. He didn't. In fact, it was, of course, explicitly the opposite.
In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad. We should have never gone into the Middle East. We should have never gone into the Middle East. Under my leadership, we will turn the page forever on those foolish, stupid days of never-ending wars. I am the president who delivers peace. I was the first president in decades who didn't start a war. I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran. Speaking of World War III, I'll keep you out of World War III. What would happen if we had a war? We won't. With me.
Well, both President Trump and Vice President Vance billed themselves as the pro-peace ticket, a message which massively expanded his election-winning coalition. Tulsi Gabbard said only Trump could prevent war with Iran as she switched sides to join him. And J.D. Vance articulated very clearly that a war with Iran would be expensive and against his country's interests.
Israel has the right to defend itself, but America's interest is sometimes going to be distinct. Like sometimes we're going to have overlapping interests, and sometimes we're going to have distinct interests. And our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran. Right. It would be a huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country.
So the obvious question is, what's changed? Is Iran more of a threat now than it was 18 months ago? If it is, no.
You must like pain.
Urge to kill rising.
Nice one.
Urge to kill rising.
Weakness makes me sick.
Nobody's plausibly explained why. Trump has worn many hats over the past few weeks in attempting to justify the war that is now underway. It's the protesters, it's the nukes, it's the long-range ballistic missiles, it's the inherent inconvenience of an evil regime which has for decades been a thorn in America's side. But none of this will satisfy those in Trump's base who voted specifically for the pro-peace ticket, and is unlikely to satisfy the masses of moderates and swing voters who care above all about cheaper groceries and higher wages. Clearly, America first means...
Soldier, any news from the city?
The caravans are late. Crime is up. Minister Codicus is a manipulative sleazeball, and the Queen's plotting against him.
means different things to different people. But it stands to reason that above all it surely meant fixing your own country before meddling with everybody else's. Well, joining me
Everyone wants to know if the front is moving. They want to know about the caravans.
Weakness makes me sick.
At least I've got something to fight for. I've got to live long enough to get back home and leave him.
to discuss all of this is Ben Ferguson, co-host of The Verdict with Ted Cruz, Tim Miller, commentator at The Bulwark, Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, Jack Posobiec, host of Human Events, and Joe Carducci, aka Jojo from Jers. Well, welcome to all of you. Ben Ferguson, what's happened here? What's happened to the peace-loving Trump who wasn't going to go into the Middle East? I saw Axios reporting that no president in history has now launched attacks on more countries than Donald Trump. Where
Smash! Slash! Smash! Whoops! Smashed egg. Oh well. Smash! Smash! Smash!
This will make perfect earring. No, armor. Maybe burrow warming gift?
does that sit with America first? Stay out of the Middle East. Stay out of foreign wars.
Yeah, I think there's a very specific aspect of what Donald Trump's doing that the American people are okay with, and it's different than forever wars. He did not going to go in and do what we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think what the president also understood in pivoting is once he was back in the White House and saw the intelligence and realized what Iran is doing and what they're clearly trying to do, and what they're trying to do not only with Israel, but also with the United States of America, you just cannot allow them to get even anywhere close to having a nuclear weapon. They are a threat to America. Americans. They've killed more American troops in my lifetime than any other country. Their proxies in Hezbollah and Hamas are a great example of that. They are a sponsor of terror, which again is the worst that I've seen in my lifetime as well. Anyone that's a bad actor in that part of the world, they will fund. They love funding terrorists. And once you saw what they did to Israel and the attack there and advocating and supporting and advancing and giving aid and arms and money and training to what happened in Israel, I think the president had to look at it differently. Now, to be clear, this president, and I've spoken with the White House a lot lately. I've sat with the Speaker of the House the day before the State of the Union. I sat yesterday with Senator Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio. They all are saying the same exact thing. This is not going to be sending troops into Iran. So I think that is the biggest difference here. The president understands the threat. He
Urge to kill rising. I feel strong. Urge to kill rising. feel strong.
He also understands endless wars are never a good thing, and he doesn't want to do that at all, and he won't.
Right, except that President Trump has told the New York Post literally 2 hours ago he's not ruling out sending US ground troops into Iran.
I feel strong.
If they were necessary. He said, I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. Every president says there'll be no boots on the ground. I don't say it. I say probably don't need them, but if they're necessary. So
you look at Venezuela,
that door open.
But look at Venezuela, and that's what he's talking about. If there's a situation where you have to go in and take someone out in the way that we did in Venezuela, by the way, we're not invading Venezuela. We're not staying in Venezuela. You have to look at the context of what the president is saying there. Like, I don't think that's ambiguity in any capacity by this president. What he's made clear is we're not going to go in and invade and take over a country. That is not what he wants to do. Same thing in Venezuela. I would say Venezuela is a success. Were there technically boots on the ground there for X number of hours? Yes, there were. Are we staying there indefinitely? No. Have we invaded the country and taken over? No, we have not. And that's why the president said, not once, but twice in his 2 speeches, I am preparing a place for you to be able to take over your own country. This may be the best chance you get to do it to the people of Iran. So you better go out there and take back your country as we are doing this for you. And we've seen the people in Iran. They have celebrated that overwhelmingly.
Okay, Tim Miller, it seems like there's a lot of hoops being jumped here to try and explain what is, to me, I've known Donald Trump a long time. It's been a
Urge to kill rising.
clear change in his attitude towards meddling in foreign countries and foreign wars, and in particular in the Middle East. And, you know, he might have perfectly good reasons for doing it, but it's certainly a very different rhetoric now that he's using to what he was using when he was campaigning to be re-elected. This problem is seems to me with the attack on Iran is a massive country. It has a very ruthless, very large regime which basically extends to all aspects of Iranian society. There are at least 1.5 million Revolutionary Guard, regular army, paramilitaries, possibly as many as 2 million, none of whom at the moment appear ready to throw in the towel as Donald Trump has asked them to. So if people do rise up in the way that Donald Trump would like, you know, his utopia is that all these airstrikes bully the regime in such a way that the people sense their moment and they rise up and they overthrow them. But at the moment, they would be facing, a lot of them, immediate death, as we saw when the recent protests were repressed. And that seems to me to be the fundamental flaw here in what Donald Trump wants to happen and the reality on the ground.
A lot of that sounds right to me, Piers. Look, I mean, this is obviously a betrayal of his campaign promises. I mean, that MAGA supporters can spin it however they want, but J.D. Vance in that clip you played was just very blunt about this, and there's nothing that has changed on the ground, making Iran a bigger threat since fall of 2024. In fact, Iran's been degraded a lot since fall of 2024, and so this is a total betrayal of his own voters. But to the actual plan here, I think what Ben just laid out is totally incoherent. Right, like if the idea here is that this is a moment where the Iranian people have an opportunity to grab their own freedom and we're going to help them, okay, well, that requires troops on the ground. I mean, like, that would be be a coherent objective at least. We want to free the Iranian people from the Ayatollah. We're not saying that we're going to do that. Pete Hegseth was out saying that this is not a regime change operation, and we are not doing democracy promotion. That Pete Hegseth said that. So we can't both be on the side of the Iranian people and also not be interested in a regime change war and democracy promotion.
I feel strong.
Like you have to do one or the other. The Iranian people cannot overthrow. Just really quick,
let me jump in. Health matters above anything else. There's no doubt about that. And sometimes additional. Tim, I would simply say to you, Syria. I mean, in Syria, very recently, we saw the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad very, very quickly, and it was actually driven by the people. Now, there are legitimate concerns about the leader of the rebel group, but so far, you would say tentatively it's been an improvement on what the Syrian people were enduring under Assad. But it's going to be a long game to watch.
Piers.
But my point being, the United States objective was achieved there without boots on the ground, wasn't it?
Well, that was Turkey's objective.
Yes.
In the United States, that was not our objective. We were Turkey armed a rebel group in Syria. Is that what we're going to do? Okay, again, that would be a coherent plan. Like we have picked.
Do you need assistance?
The gods smile on me.
picked a group. Pompeo said over the weekend, we like the MEK or the Kurds or whoever. We're going to arm them and provide them weapons and intelligence. That's what Turkey did. And I think they ended up having kind of catastrophic success in Syria. I don't even think that Turkey planned on that group so easily toppling the Assad regime. But again, maybe that could happen in Iran. The point that I'm trying to make, Piers, is that there is no coherent objective being offered by this administration. Like you.
Weakness makes me sick.
Urge to kill rising.
You have Ben Ferguson on right now saying that what they want is freedom for the Iranian people. That's not what Pete Hegseth was saying this morning.
No,
right? That's not.
let's
Donald
be clear.
Trump,
That's
just really
not-
quick, one
that's
more
not
thing.
what I
Just one more
said.
thing. Donald
Hold on,
Trump,
no,
think of the
wait,
incoherence.
I want to correct
Just
the
let me do
record
one
there,
more thing, then you can talk, Ben. One more thing. Donald Trump
Right.
said that he, like you, pointed to Venezuela and talked about how successful that is. This is very different from Venezuela in a couple reasons. Number one, 4 people have already died. That didn't happen in Venezuela. Number two, we had a clear successor. Donald Trump told the New York Times that we had 2 or 3 successors in mind. All of them are dead. They've all been killed. He said to the Atlantic or to John Carl, I think, at ABC last night, that we don't know who the successor is now. So this is very much not a Venezuela situation. It is. Not a regime
I
change.
refer to
war?
Venezuela about troops on the ground in response to that, and I think you're intellectually honest enough to understand that. I don't think I have to explain it to you like a third grader. I think you're now just trying to act like Venezuela and Iran are the same thing. They're very different places. That is obvious.
You were the one that
point
said
I made
they're the
about
same thing.
Venezuela
Yeah.
was very simple. We had troops go in and take out the leader, and then we left. That's the same thing that we're talking about now.
Right.
If troops
Well,
did
4
go
troops
into
have
Iran,
died in this
it could be
case, so it's
quickly
already
and come
very
out.
different than that. It's already very different than that. 4 troops have died.
Again,
so it's already
I
very
don't like
different,
to
and we
use-
don't.
More will come. Urge to kill rising.
What do you need?
I feel strong. Alert! I achieve things. I'm an achiever. Urge to kill rising.
American soldiers dying for a political point you're trying to score. I know you don't like the president. I know you don't like this plan. But let me also say this about Iran.
What's the plan?
There are two objectives here.
Centaurs, Ettins, and giant spiders. Now I remember why I never left the village.
There are worse things than creepy spiders. You could be living in Divinity's reach.
I'm going to tell you the two objectives since you put words in my mouth. Number one, it's to make sure you take out a regime that is sponsoring terrorism. All over the world, and has made it very clear that they want to do what they did in Israel, also in America and other places. So it's a national security standpoint there. It's also a national security standpoint with oil and the Strait of Hormuz as well. That's very clear. They're worried about that area as well. And the third is, yes, when you get rid of someone like this, of course you want the people to be able to be free in their country and not be able to be killed in the streets like we've witnessed, where tens of thousands of them have been exterminated in the last month while they try to stand up to their regime. So there can be multiple things here. Is that different than Venezuela? Of course, because every nation is different. I think you should know that.
Yeah.
Okay,
well, look, that doesn't sound like a plan because we don't know who the next regime is.
Hang on. I want to bring in the other panel members. Let me bring in the other panel members. Dave Smith. I want to bring in Dave Smith first. I will get to you, Jojo.
I feel strong.
Someone get over here and help me!
Dave Smith, what's your feeling about what we're seeing here? I mean, I look, for example, I've got lots of friends who live in Dubai. They moved there for a good economic life. the sunshine, but also primarily safety. They would tell me they leave their front door open in Dubai because nobody gets robbed. Right? This is a very safe place to live. Suddenly they're waking up and they're seeing five-star hotels getting blown up. And it's causing enormous uncertainty throughout that entire region, and causing enormous damage to the perceived business model of places like Dubai. So there are real-time consequences now of this within 48 hours of these strikes, which make it very, very different to anything we've seen before. Do you think this can it work? And if it doesn't work, where does that leave us all?
I'll take your coin purse.
Well, if it doesn't work, Donald Trump has destroyed his presidency, which I think is the most likely scenario at this point. And I don't say that with any glee. I mean, I think that's really bad for the country. And I understand that this is kind of devolving into like a partisan fight, but. Look, I mean, the justification for this war is totally incoherent. It's actually worse than any of the wars in the global war on terrorism, just in terms of how incoherent the justification is. I mean, all of the wars were based off lies, but at least the lies kind of, I mean, at this point, it's like, I don't even know what, I mean, I guess Ben will just defend whatever war Donald Trump launches, but their nuclear program was totally.
Taking out the worst
of course.
Terrorism
All right. You already.
That's a good idea.
I know. We've all heard the talking points. Okay.
Are you saying Iran is not the worst sponsor of terrorism? Like, serious question. Like, you act like you don't know that. You do realize that Iran fundamentally funds, trains Hezbollah, Hamas, and other terrorist groups.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yes, I know.
I mean, that's not like breaking news.
Can I just talk for a second since you already spoke?
Sure, but like,
honestly,
don't act like you're a smart guy. Like, you should know that. You're downplaying Iran's threat to the world.
Dude, shut up for a second. I've heard a million times idiots like you who go on Fox News.
You're saying it's not true.
Dude, can I just fucking talk, dude? This is so boring. I've heard millions of Fox News. Okay.
I go on CNN too, by the way, okay? So, like, it's not just Fox News, buddy.
Okay, so I've heard the talking point a million times that Iran is the #1 sponsor of terrorism. It is something that the war hawks love to say. I have actually never once heard a coherent definition of terrorism and then a demonstration that they're the worst of it. The IDF is the worst terrorist organization in the region. Let's get real. The United States of America is arguably the worst terrorist organization in the world. If you want to look over the last 25 years, how many innocent civilians we've slaughtered. You're getting us into the neocon. Yeah, that's right. You're getting us into the neocon 7th war, which they've been dying for the last 25 years.
You might want to take down, by the way.
No, actually, if you love this country, if you're a real patriot, you'd have to hate this government.
You said America
and the
killed
war
like the worst terrorists in the world, more than Iran, dude. Dude.
Yeah. DC killed a lot more people than Iran did, and that's George W. Bush and Barack Obama and Joe Biden and Donald Trump. It has nothing to do. Okay. Dude, just all you can do is just just interrupt because you know you have no point on your side. Anyway, Pierce, what actually
are there
matters
not mass
here?
graves in Iran?
Anyway,
True or false?
What actually matters here is that the calculation has been drastically changed and the incentives have been changed by Donald Trump, even since the 12-day war. Look, for the 12-day war to work out the way it did, really relied on a major piece of that puzzle, which was that Iran, for self-preservation reasons, showed restraint in their response. They called ahead. They let us know where they were going to target. They made sure they didn't kill any Americans.
The whole
This
time
time,
my mic was
once
off.
Donald Trump killed the Ayatollah, they offered through their Italian negotiators, they offered a ceasefire. Iran said no. Iran has now made the calculation that they simply can't let America come in and kill the Ayatollah and not respond, because then they'll just keep picking on them. Donald Trump already announced this was a regime change war with no plan. Absolutely no plan. As he has admitted, as Rubio has admitted, they have no plan for what comes next. And this is the...
No, they just didn't tell you what the plan is. That doesn't mean there isn't a plan. This is like, bro, you think they just like woke up Saturday morning and decided that it's a good time to fucking kill the Ayatollah? This has been months in planning. How do you plan for months without having a fucking plan? How fucking... Dude, I just can't do this. Guy's just so fucking stupid.
Scenario, I gotta say, man, I hate to be vindicated like this, Pierce, but this is the scenario that all of us were warning about since well before the 12-day war. That now you've gotten yourself into a situation, Americans are dead. I think Mr. Miller misspoke when he said 4 people are dead. 4 Americans are dead over there. Probably more to come. Donald Trump says more to come. We've had a couple Americans killed in Austin in a blowback terrorist attack that's happened already since.
Okay, so what you want to do is make sure that Iran stays the way it is, so we can get more terrorists into America, so that inevitably they will still kill American people. It's just that they won't do it right now. That's the logic of this fucking degenerate, bro. I can't stand how stupid he is. Oh my god, bro, he's so fucking dumb. Yeah, let's not solve the fucking problem. Let's let it fester a bit more to be a bigger problem. You know? Oh, I have an infection in my tooth. You know what? I'm not gonna deal with this infection until it hits the fucking brain and kills me.
Then and like, dude, the lack of wisdom here from the Trump administration, like, you have no idea what you just kicked off. There is absolutely no reason to think that this thing is not going to be a catastrophe, just like the last 6 theaters in the global war on terrorism. And by the way,
except that everybody turned against Iran, and there is a local force that is your ally that has been in the constant war with Iran that forces you to always go back to the Middle East for defense purposes, which is something that you hate, and you want you want the US to distance itself from Israel, but it can't distance itself from Israel because there's a constant threat to Israel from Iran. Also, why is there a constant what do you call it? Jesus Christ, I just said the word. Why is there a constant issue with Iran? Because they are selling their oil to China and Russia and getting weapons in return. This is a multi-leveled fucking problem. This is not a problem just with Iran, bro.
You know, for just final one very quick last point. I'm sorry, Pierce, but really, interrupting there a bunch. Let me just say one thing. For all the like supposed like pretend intellectuals out there, like the
yeah, and whenever you give him a solid point of why he's an idiot, it's like, well, I'm just a comedian. I'm just talking. I'm not an actual intellectual.
Sads and the Sam Harris, who have spent a career talking about how violent and irrational the Muslim world is because you can't even draw a cartoon of Muhammad or they'll start killing people. Hey, what do you think happens when you murder an Ayatollah? Did anyone know that that's not just a political figure to the Shiites, who we've had no beef with, really?
So let's let the problem fester more, so that we'd have even more of these assholes in our countries before something happens and then they decide to fucking blow us up. Good fucking good, man. Your kids, like, honestly, if you let this problem faster, his kids are the one that will suffer from it. He should be the most thankful because he has kids. He should be the most thankful that we are trying to deal with this in his generation, not in his kids' generation when they're army age.
Your foreign policy is don't kill bad guys because they fight back. That's like the most stupid foreign policy I've ever heard of.
Oh, no, actually, Ben, my foreign policy is don't
Adolf
start
Hitler,
wars
I guess,
of
would still be
aggression.
alive if we used your foreign policy.
Oh, good one. Ben.
Yep, basically, yep.
You just speak in slogans. My foreign policy is
Adolf Hitler's a bad guy. You better not attack him or go after him and stop him from invading all of Europe and taking over the world. Don't mess with Vladimir Putin ever, because that guy's a really bad guy. That's your foreign policy.
So Ben, you're just gonna say the dumbest thing and then interrupt me if I respond.
You literally just said, I'm in Texas where the Austin attack happened, and your policy is, hey, be really nice to bad people, and then they might not kill you. That is your foreign policy.
Basically.
And you're now saying that Donald Trump is somehow responsible
exactly
for a terrorist that said property of Allah and had a Iranian t-shirt on, saying, oh no, that's Donald Trump's fault, not actually the terrorist's fault. That is the problem with so many of you on the left.
You let me, Pierce,
because
Pierce,
you don't
I'm
understand that sometimes you have to take out
You're way on the left.
I'm 7 clicks to the right.
I actually want to give two other. I want to give two other panel.
Dave Smith is not on the right. Not on any fucking level is Dave Smith on the right.
You're not.
Shut up.
Look, two other panel members have so far said. Okay, guys, two other panel members have said
I didn't really
nothing.
get to
So
say
let's bring them
anything
in.
either, but all right, whatever.
Well, you said a lot, and it was interesting. I want to bring in Jack Posobiec. Jack, it's interesting to watch how the conservative right is reacting to this. You got Tucker Carlson, one of the big figures of the conservative right, going off the deep end about this attack, calling it disgusting, calling it evil. You know, that would have been unprecedented 20 years ago to hear someone who was such a big figure of the conservative right in America going after a Republican government's decision to do something like this in such a virulent manner, rhetorically. What do you feel about this? I mean, I think a lot of what Dave Smith is saying is what the fears a lot of people on the right have about this too. The polls show this is a very unpopular move. Even Republicans are heading now nearly below 50% support for this, which is unprecedented for a military action like this under a Republican president. How are you feeling about this?
Well, Piers, last time I was on here, that's exactly what I said. I said that if this turns into a full-on regime change, forever war kind of prolonged, protracted situation, that's something that's going to prove to be very unpopular in this midterm year. And I'm certainly not going to change my analysis on that. That's just true. That's just the absolute truth of the matter. The question is, I think, and still remains, will this be a Venezuela-style situation where there's going to be one military operation, a brief operation, and then this protracted, or I should say, immediate ceasefire, and then a situation where a new leadership is brought in and the U.S. is working with that leadership. You did hear the president say that, I believe, to Bret Baier earlier today. And yes, he's been making a lot of statements across all of media and saying different things in different places. But we have heard, and I've heard from the administration, some rhetoric regarding this Venezuela model, which does seem to be very well celebrated. And of course, he pointed that out at the State of the Union last week. But look, Charlie Kirk is, is someone who lobbied very hard back in June, along with myself, to say, do not push this, and warned very succinctly, I believe, and very strongly, that younger voters are not going to be on board with this because they are war weary after looking at Iraq, after looking at Afghanistan, after seeing the pullout in Kabul in 2021 and saying, what is it worth? What is it?
They became so weary because of that one fuck up that they are forgetting that they are the strongest military force in the world and that they're being fucked with. Like that's literally it. They are so afraid of getting into a war while being the fucking top dog that everybody should be afraid. They are more afraid of getting into a war as the strongest military force in the world than Iran is afraid of going into a war that they're losing hard with America, at least in their attitude. They so didn't give a fuck about America because America is so scared of going into a war that Iran was like, oh, we're gonna build a nuke. Okay, we bombed the nuke. Okay, we're gonna build a bunch of fucking rockets to then build our nuke, so you won't be able to bomb our fucking nuke. Like, they so did not give a fuck about America, who is the strongest military force in the world. It is actually ridiculous, and these people are more afraid of the war than the Iranian regime, who, by the way, has no fucking chance of doing anything.
For so you see this split really within MAGA, where older voters, it's 50, 55 up, very, very, very supportive. Then younger voters, very, very against. Gen Y, kind of in the middle. Global War on Terror veterans, generally in the middle. That's what's going on. President Trump ultimately
is the only place to be 50-50 on pretty much all of them.
Only one who knows how it's going to shake out. JD Vance, of course, up there as well. And so that's going to be the situation. Look, those guys know what the situation is on the ground, and those guys obviously realize that they're the ones conducting this election right now in the midterms, and certainly they know what the stakes are.
Okay, Jojo, thank you for your patience, and welcome back to Uncensored. What is your view about the killing of the Ayatollah?
It's this X retard, isn't it? Oh, is this X retard, bro? It is, isn't it? Yeah. It's this fucking idiot. Oh my god, bro. Okay, this cannot be good. This is the replacement for that other idiot he used to have on.
Ayatollah Khomeini. I mean, for 47 years, it's indisputable that the Iranian regime has been a ruthless, barbaric regime which has terrorized its own people, which has sponsored terrorism throughout the Middle East, predominantly aimed at Israel, through the tentacles of Hezbollah, through the Houthis, through Hamas, and so on. It celebrated October the 7th and all these things. None of that is really up for debate. I mean, that's what they've been. The question becomes a little bit like the debate about Saddam Hussein at the start of the century, when I was editor of the Daily Mirror here in the UK and took a very strong position against that war, because I did not believe that we had established, the US and the UK in particular, a reason to take him out. That the weapons of mass destruction seemed to be a construct that wasn't built on evidence. That turned out sadly to be true, and we had 20 years of mayhem that came out of that, led predominantly by the rise of ISIS, who filled the vacuum and caused terrorism for 2 decades. So, you know, I have a long memory when it comes to these kind of things, and that was a situation where it needed boots on the ground, which turned out to be a complete disaster. Here, Donald Trump is holding the possibility of committing more boots on the ground to a country of 93 million people, where you have, you know, 1.5 million heavily armed people that work for the regime, from the Republican Guard down to the regular army to the paramilitaries. This is an enormous number of heavily armed, committed to the regime people who will repress any uprising of the kind Donald Trump wants, I would imagine, in a very quick and very draconian way, as we saw only last month. So this seems to me, when you add in, you know, the attacks on hotels in Dubai and the rest of it, it seems to me a very precarious situation. So when Jack says, well, Donald Trump knows what's happening, I'm not completely convinced that he can know what's happening. And it's the unpredictability of this which is concerning to me.
No, thank you. You're absolutely right. I'm not going to be shedding a tear for the Ayatollah, that's for sure. But if we're going to be talking about, you know, oppressive, despotic regimes who hate America, and our country's goal being going in to have regime change, we could go into a lot of countries. I mean, Donald Trump is literally rolling out the red carpet.
Not a lot of them are an imminent threat. Oh, not a lot of them are threatening to kill America as soon as they can. Not a lot of them are waking up in the morning and chanting death to America. Not a lot of them are trying to build a nuke.
For Vladimir Putin, he's falling in love with Kim Jong-un. But
in what fucking way is he falling in love with them? Literally, destroying Iran is the biggest fuck you can give to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. What are you fucking talking about? the biggest source, like not biggest, but like an insane amount of source of their oil supply comes from there. This is the biggest fuck you. This literally could solve the war with Ukraine by destroying Iran and completely removing their intention and capability of trading with Russia and China.
The thing is, in this particular case, they keep moving the reasoning behind this attack.
Also, sorry, Jungwon. That's the, oh my god, I'm so stoned. That's the Korean one. Yeah, I don't even know what he has to do with Korea. Korea also, by the way, apparently has nukes. Also, its location is really bad for America to do anything about. It's literally located right next to Russia and China. So it's like, what is he supposed to do with North Korea, realistically? This is like such a weird fucking... laying in bed with Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un. Literally, again, by the way, I said China, but it's like Korea's oil supply probably also comes from Iran. It's like that whole area is supplied by Iran.
Can't agree with themselves. Donald Trump said it was an imminent threat. Donald Trump said it was about regime change. Pete Hegseth said it's about preventing them from having an umbrella, preventing them from having nuclear weapons.
Which, by the way, they're all saying the same thing. All of that is the same exact thing.
Ted Cruz says there's no evidence that they've seen that they even have.
Ted Cruz is in Congress, is not part of the government that has anything to do with this war. He was just briefed on the things that he was briefed on, not all the information regarding the war. So
the capacity for nuclear weapons or for enrichment. The thing is, they have them from having nuclear weapons, preventing them from having an umbrella, preventing them from having nuclear weapons. Ted Cruz says there's no evidence that they've seen that they even have the capacity for nuclear weapons or for...
When did he say this? Fucking 20 years ago? She's just making shit up at this point.
Enrichment. The thing is, they haven't thought this through. Donald Trump doesn't think things through. There is no end game. There was no clear objective. I'm still waiting for him to explain this to anybody coherently. He hasn't done so. But to your point originally about this being America first or not America first, this is yet another one of Donald Trump's campaign promises that he has not delivered on. And if I'm somebody who voted for him, I'm looking right now at all of these things that he said he was going to do and hasn't. This one in particular, no new foreign wars. I remember every MAGA idiot in my replies telling me to cry harder because they got the guy who was going to get us out of these long protracted...
It's not a new war. This war started with October 7th. Straight up, like this is a continuation of October 7th. Like, so again, started in Biden's era, but okay.
Wars. He said he was going to release the names in the Epstein files. Now
he did. Or at least he did way more than any other president who tried to hide.
We know he had to be compelled by Congress to do so. Then he slow-walked those and was only released half and redacted 96% of his own name mentions. He also said he...
And all the mentions are about Epstein talking about him and not with him. But yeah, so far.
He was going to bring down the cost of groceries. He was going to bring down our electric bills. Not only is that not happening, everything...
That happened. It didn't happen if you live in a fucking socialist city or state like Cali and New York probably. But looks like it did happen in a lot of places that are like more right wing. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Refreshing.
Everything is moving in the wrong direction. Our GDP, inflation, etc. Another promise that he made to his base who voted for him.
That feels good.
That he is not delivering on. And to me, this one is the easiest one because we have, as you played at the top, soundbite after soundbite after soundbite of him saying he was going to be the candidate for peace, that he was going to get us out of these wars, that Kamala Harris was going to be the one that got your sons and daughters into these protracted wars. And by the way, Hegseth said today, Donald Trump said today, we could be looking at 5 weeks. Neither one of them will say we won't put boots on the ground, and that is very different from what they said in Venezuela.
Again, why would they tell you? Also, when it came to Venezuela, you didn't even know about it until it was over.
Destruction protocol.
So again, why would they tell you their fucking battle plan? I just don't understand why these people think they deserve to know the fucking battle plan. Just so they can tell the enemies of the state what the battle plan is? Like, what kind of fucking logic is that? Like, look at Ilhan Omar right now, just fucking telling everyone what the fucking battle plan is.
And to the point about Venezuela being a success, I would ask the people of Venezuela if that is actually true. If their lives are markedly better right now since we went in and removed their leader. That's what I'm concerned about.
Well, they were happy that the leader was gone, so you're clearly not concerned about that because they were very, very happy. And everybody thanked them. And they're still thanking Trump for removing him. And again, the goal was not to free the fucking people. It was never the goal. The goal was to have a government in place that is more beneficial to the US. If it helps the people too, that's great. That's not the fucking goal though. That's like a bonus.
I'm desperately concerned that there is no strategy
Based
here.
on the reaction in the streets, I'm pretty sure they'd say yes.
I want to finish this point. This is very important to me, sir.
Yeah.
Pardon me. I just really need to finish this.
We're talking about Iran. Like, you're way off
I
the
really
reservation.
need to finish this. This is near and dear to my heart because I grew up
you're
near a military base. My father worked for the Department of Defense. He was based on a military base.
Yeah.
Most of my siblings have served. This is near and dear to my heart. The men and women of our military, our service members, deserve better than a commander-in-chief who does
Deserve better. They deserve to go to the military and never actually have an active duty. They deserve to sit in a fucking booth looking out for 8-hour shifts, looking into nothingness, and and just rotating shifts, being a a more qualified security guard. That's what they deserve. They do not deserve to ever go into an actual war or an actual battle situation. That is clearly not what they signed up for. That's the argument, really.
Does not have a plan. They deserve better than a 5-time draft dodger who called the fallen of war suckers and losers. They deserve better than someone who demeaned a POW, disparaged a Gold Star family, insulted a military widow, desecrated Arlington National Cemetery, told John Kelly that he did not know, as he stood on hollow ground, what was in it for them. Our men and women...
It's very important to me to make a random propaganda point that nobody is even talking about. It's very important. It's near and dear to my heart to make sure that I say everything I feel about Donald Trump, because me speaking on X just doesn't have the same reach because they call me a lunatic there and a retard. So instead I'm gonna go live on air and say the same things to be called a lunatic and a liar and a retard live on air instead.
Our military, our service members, they deserve a commander-in-chief that doesn't say it is what it is when they die in combat.
Just remember that.
Let me bring. Okay, Ben.
The military
Ferguson.
overwhelmingly voted for him twice.
Hang on, Ben. Ben Ferguson.
Actually, 3 times.
This statistic is incredible. So Axios reported on Monday that no president in the modern era has ordered more military strikes against as many different countries as Donald Trump. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a former big Trump MAGA supporter,
she had an agenda. She all knew she was riding the train. She was never MAGA, to be honest. You could, like, as soon as he got elected, you could see she's not MAGA. She was just riding the coattails.
We said no more foreign wars, no more regime change. We said it on...
Okay, so from now on, basically, if a president runs on no more wars, basically, if there's any current war-like scenario happening, all presidents from now on, if they run on it, they need to just bring the troops back regardless of everything. It's like a reset button. Nothing happened, right? It's like, oh, we didn't do damage. Let's not resolve that issue at all. let's let the issue fucking fester. It's not like we had a problem with Iran for like 40 fucking years, right? It's like fucking like now.
On rally stage after rally stage, speech after speech, Trump, Vance, basically the entire admin campaigned on it and promised to put America first and make America great again. There are 9.
Exactly. What do you think destroying Iran regime, not Iran, destroying the than just focus on defense capabilities, because they need to defend themselves from outside threats year round, every fucking day.
Need something?
93 million people in Iran, let them liberate themselves, but Iran's on the verge of having nuclear weapons. Yeah, sure, we've been spoon-fed that line for decades, and Trump told us all that his bombing this past summer completely wiped it all out. It's always a lie, and it's always America last. That's coming from a once massive Trump supporter, as is Tucker Carlson most of the time, who calls this evil and disgusting.
Yeah, both of them are fringe people, individuals now, not in the Republican conservative movement. Let's just be clear. You're quoting someone that used to be pretty sane and now has gone pretty crazy. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the most important thing she ever did was make sure.
That's Rich, a lunatic and two idiots that don't understand that there is a future after today. There is a tomorrow and there is a day after. And yeah, first of all, Marjorie Taylor Greene was lunatic from the get-go. Okay? Like, straight up. She was always a lunatic. Okay? She was perpetrating everything from the QAnon scene. Okay? And again, did some of it come true? Sure. A lot of it did not come true. Marjorie Taylor Greene, really, like, into the QAnon shit. So that's number one. Okay? Carlson lost his mind over Israel. So ever since he went to Russia, basically, he kind of started losing his shit, right? So, I mean, like, yeah. So he is pretty fucking correct. Yeah. Next they're gonna defend Candace Owens too.
The mainstream. Ben's the mainstream.
I'll go back to what I was saying. He is fringe. Absolutely. The overwhelming majority of conservatives understand Tucker Carlson right now.
Is the mainstream. Tucker Carlson is fringe.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, is someone, the most important thing she ever did in her time in Congress was wait until the deadline to get her pension to resign one day afterwards. So, like, you want to talk about being a selfish person.
Marjorie Taylor Greene was original MAGA.
But let me answer the question. Let me answer the question. You're all liberals. I'm a conservative. And don't act like you know what we know on the conservative side. I won't tell you're liberal.
You are. You straight up are. You're actually closer to a libtard. Yeah, you are a libtard. You're not liberal. You're a libtard.
Whack friends, what you guys believe, like
neo. Make sure you put the neo in front of it. Neo-conservative.
Whatever you are, it's you go.
Okay, can I allow? I would like to allow the mainstream conservative member of the panel, Ben Ferguson.
What are the rules, Pierce? The rules are if he interrupts me my whole time, then I'm going to do it to him. Those are the Pierce Morgan rules. No.
Okay.
I can't stop laughing about Marjorie Taylor Greene being fringe.
As always, all panelists can behave in any way they think shows them off in the best possible light.
Marjorie Taylor Greene resigned from Congress because she couldn't win re-election. That's because the Republicans excommunicated her. Yes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she would have.
Yeah. Nobody was voting for her. She legit was insane. Everybody knows this. Like, I know what this is a big secret. Like, she was insane.
Okay, but Ben,
she read her own polling and saw she wasn't going to win.
Okay, but Ben, all right, but Ben, let me just that Axios stat alone. You know, using that stat as you run 7 months now away from the midterm elections. If this goes the wrong way for Donald Trump, and it could easily go the wrong way, they get stuck into a terrible quagmire. You know, Israel and the United States in Iran. It doesn't. There's no quick win or whatever. This could lead to a complete shellacking in the midterms. Trump becomes a lame duck president in that eventuality, and this becomes the thing he's remembered for. I mean, the stakes are incredibly high here.
Yeah. Look, I agree with Jack on the point he made earlier, that if this goes long and there's troops on the ground in a more traditional way, this will be a disaster, and there's a very good chance the Republicans will get beat in the midterms. That means that Trump's agenda disappears. That means investigations and impeachment start right away. Democrats have already said that. They will go after him and impeach him again and go after anyone around him, impeach him again. I know you guys are grinning in the bottom because you guys like to use lawfare instead of like actually listening to the American people. But what the President of the United States of America has made it clear here, he believed that Iran, this was the moment to act. And this was a moment. You guys were spying on multiple Republicans and abusing power of the government. Susie Wilds and the FBI directors came out. I know you can laugh about it because you guys are sick. Like, you use the government to weaponize it.
They went after
like, there's a fact here on that.
Democratic members of Congress, lawfare. Are you serious?
You guys literally were
right
spying
now?
on citizens in the government because you didn't like them. That is a fact. Period. And you'll do it again if you get control of the House and the Senate. I understand that.
Anybody who would not initiate an investigation into his adversary. You want to talk about lawfare? I'm sorry.
Let's not all speak at once.
Right. If Donald Trump doesn't get this right and do it in the way that he's described, which is a short term, we're talking about weeks here, right? 4 weeks, 5 weeks, and then be able to pull out, it will be a disaster going into the midterms. I think Donald Trump understands that clearly, and I also think he thought the objective here was worth that risk because he wasn't making this decision for political.
Like the only sane person on, well, actually no, this is the only sane person here. Like honestly, he didn't say anything neocon yet, just kind of realistic. These are two idiots who are just like too afraid to send soldiers into battle. So it's like, what's the purpose of the soldiers then? And well, this is just a retard. Well, he's also retarded, but this is like next level retardation. It's like, oh, this is very important, near and dear to my heart. Yeah, okay, buddy, okay.
Political reason. If he was, he wouldn't have done it. Like the polling data that you sit here and you look at, you're like, hey, just don't go there. Let's not do this. The polling data says it's not worth it going to midterms. I think it was a national security decision for him. I think he understood that national security perspective. I think he understood the threat that Iran was to us and the rest of the world. And I think he saw an opportunity here and he said, I'm going to take this opportunity to do this because I believe in it that much. If you were making decisions solely based on polling, then you wouldn't make this decision. I think it's a national security decision, which, by the way, is what we want our presidents to do, whether it's Obama or Joe Biden.
Make the hard choices.
Let me bring in Tim Miller. I mean, I would categorize it, Tim, more as a massive roll of a dice by Donald Trump. I think he's been persuaded about the timing by Netanyahu and the Israeli government. He's been itching to do this now for a very long time.
It's all Israel,
I'm not saying that Trump doesn't think it would be a good thing for the world. I think he probably does. But I think the timing is so fascinating to me. And the reason I say a roll of the dice is because politically, the downside if this goes even remotely wrong or just gets stuck for the next few months is so clear to me. And this could absolutely cost Trump everything in terms of political power come November. And once he becomes somebody without control of the House, as Ben said, your ability to do anything just gets paralyzed until the end of your term. So the stakes are incredibly high. But there is another way to look at this, which is Trump has been pretty uniquely successful in doing precision attacks on the foreign stage. Whether it's Soleimani when he took him out, whether it's al-Baghdadi when he took him out, whether it was the 12-day war last summer, time and again, whether it's bringing a ceasefire to Gaza when nobody really thought there was a chance of that.
Venezuela.
Time and again, Trump has gone in and done quick surgical strikes on places. It's been a very different philosophy to boots on the ground, years in war and so on. And that's probably emboldened him to do this. And he's probably calculating that by taking out the entire hierarchy of this regime, which appears to be what's happened, to the extent where the next 2, 3, 4, and 5 people they thought might be potential next leaders apparently all got killed too. Even the ex-president, Ahmadinejad, who I once interviewed, has been killed apparently. So a complete wipeout of all the sort of top names in the Iranian regime. That he's calculating this could lead to a domino effect where you could see the regime getting toppled because actually a number of the Revolutionary Guard perhaps turn on it, the army, regular army follow, suddenly the people feel that this is moving the right way, and as we saw in Syria, boom, suddenly look, I'm not saying this will happen, but I'm saying we have seen this happen in different places around the world, and it can happen very quickly if people feel like if the ones supporting the regime
Hilarious.
believe it's going down and the people sense that, these things can change very quickly. So you could be in a position by the summer where Donald Trump actually has affected genuine change there. The people have risen up and Iran is removed of a 47-year repressive regime. And that could play well for Trump. And it could lead to the Abraham Accords, having Saudi Arabia join it and others. Because I do think the big strategic error Iran has made is attacking the Gulf states. And I think the moment they've done that, they've lined up all these places like UAE, Saudi Arabia, Qatar and others, lined up now behind an America-Israel a pact going into Iran, which I didn't think I'd ever see. So I think a lot of things are possible here. Tim, your response to my thoughts.
Things. Yeah, a couple things. I mean, look, just how strained that hypothetical case of how it could possibly go well is, I think speaks to the just political disaster and the danger of this situation for Trump. I like, sure, yeah, obviously he's high on his own supply because some of these other, one-off strikes have gone well. This is obviously very different than that. Yes, obviously he's being influenced by MBS and BB to a degree that they might be just kind of walking around the dog park at this point, convincing him to get into this. But like, this is such a different scenario than all of those other scenarios, as mentioned earlier. And thanks, Dave, for the update on the language. But like, 4 American troops are already dead, and again, like, for what?
Just stuck on this fucking point, bro. Okay, let's wait for Iran to get stronger so they can kill 40 instead.
Like, in your strained scenario, the best case scenario is that maybe in the future there'll be an internal struggle in Iran, and a regime that we like better, but we don't know who it is, will be taking control. Like, if you polled the American people just 2 weeks ago and said, hey, would it be worth 4 American deaths for the possibility that maybe Iran might get a better regime, but we're not sure who it is?
Yeah, bro. Sound is bad. Sound is bad.
I think that would be...
Блядь. Sound is блядь. Nothing going on there. Was it working? Oh, it's back. Oh. Yeah, so I changed scenes and I forgot to add the sound to it, and I was really pissed off. I guess you left by that time. Oh, fuck. I guess you left by then, so yeah, you weren't here to hear me complain about it. That video lasted like 2 hours, talking about that video. Cast a cantrip. No. Invoke an explosion of shadows. Your mark target's location blends. Fuck is Malice? I don't even know. Mark is defeated. Gain precision, additional precision while wielding a rifle. Engage triggers. It restores a portion of the recharge time needed by your health. Healing utility skill. Oh, those would be nice. Each unique boon you have. Nope. XML stack count. Gain boons upon reaching the max number of malice. Marking a foe, your power and precision are increased. Ooh, that's not bad. 2 allies around you and your marked target gains stealth if malice is at or above the threshold. Using a stolen skill grants additional boons to allies around you. Stolen skills will always be still time. Guess that doesn't make any sense though. Guess Burst of Shadow. That's what they're mints with. Are you before? No. This is not. This is. I'm still leveling the guy. I'm not the dude. I'm not that petty. I am not that fucking cringe. No, I'm finishing off the leveling. I was just preparing this because it was already there. Where are we here? Okay,
it'd be like a 20 to 80 only 20% of the country, like Ben and a couple of his buddies, would be for that. Most of the Republicans wouldn't be for that. And look at this panel. Jack was one of Trump's biggest supporters. Like, he's hedging on this. In his answer.
I supported him.
Dave was one of Trump's biggest supporters. He's even more hostile to me against this. He's calling us terrorists. I'm not even that far. Like, among Trump's own base, this is a disaster. Independent voters, you look at polls of all ages.
But Jack didn't say anything against Trump. He said that in the case that this goes against what Trump promised, then yeah, that would be a problem. But like, he never said that he's against what he's doing. So again, these guys just like they hear what they want to hear, bro. They're fucking retards, all three of these guys.
An independent poll I saw had 19% in support of this among independents, and the best case scenario you can point out is that like maybe there'll be some new leadership, but we don't know who it is, and we're not supporting a particular person. Like, that's crazy. It's a crazy risk. And sure,
why the fuck would they tell you? The only reason he told you is because they died. We had an idea of who won it, and 3 of them are now dead. And he only told you because they are dead, so that option's off the table. If they were alive, he probably wouldn't have told you that.
Sure, yeah, the Arab states are with us for now. But are they going to continue to be if their hotels and their oil reserves are being bombed? Or are the people?
Who is bombing those? Who is bombing those? Who's bombing their hotels? Oh, right, it's Iran. Yeah, they will definitely side with Iran because Iran is bombing their fucking hotels.
People of UAE and Qatar and Saudi as on board with this as their leadership? I'm skeptical of that. What about our European allies? Oil prices in Europe are up 50%
I'm skeptical, but
today.
I have no idea.
And this thing is already a disaster. We're on day 3, and they have no plan for getting out of it. It's like we're going to bomb them.
How's it a disaster on day 3 when you already killed like 200 of their fucking leadership? How's this a disaster? Oh yeah, because 4 soldiers died in like a non-related circumstance. That's why.
Them for 4 more weeks and hope that something good happens. Good luck. Yeah, it's a roll of the dice.
Interesting.
I mean,
Dave Smith,
like
the oil
war.
part of this is fascinating to me because I wasn't an expert on the Strait of Hormuz until yesterday when I really studied it at length. I was like, well, okay, what goes through this strait, okay? And it turns out 20% of the oil production of the world goes through this strait on a daily basis, and it's millions and millions of barrels. But interestingly, 78% of it goes to Asia, predominantly China, right?
Yeah.
About 10% goes to the United States, and about
The best thing that is happening is we are about to get Cuba as another territory. Hey man, I love Cuba. Well, I love staying at Cuba. It was my only vacation I took since living in Canada. It was fucking great. Spent every day on the beach. So yeah, if it's liberated and the people stop begging me for money when I go there, that would be great. Yeah. You love Cuban women? Yeah, some of them are not bad for sure.
about 10% to Europe. So actually the biggest victim of closing the Strait of Hormuz would be China, who are a traditional ally of the Iranian regime, which raises all sorts of questions. But, you know, Iran itself is somebody that exports a lot of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. So they would also damage their own ability to export oil. So they'd be damaging their biggest oil importer from the...
They will be damaging their only reason for existence. That's pretty much it. The only reason that Iran is allowed to exist is because Russia and China. That's literally the only reason it exists.
The strait, which is China, and their own ability to export it. It seems to me that playing that card doesn't suit Iran and doesn't suit China. So, you know, you're left then with purely the military card, aren't you?
Well, I mean, they're already playing that card, right? And they sunk a tanker the other day, and then what happens then is that the insurance companies get worried about insuring ships going through there, and so you kind of like, in effect, can shut down the Strait of Hormuz. But, you know, to your point, Pierce, about attacking other countries in the region and shutting down the strait, the idea here, I mean, it seems like the thinking from the Iranian perspective is that they feel like they have to give us a bloody nose in this one, that they can't allow us to do this without suffering some. Now, that's a very difficult calculation, but of course, Pierce, they're making a calculation with a knife to their neck. I mean, the most powerful government in the history of the world's commander-in-chief announced regime change, and that they have to go. I think also, you know, I would probably even state stronger than what I said at the beginning. It's not that if this goes bad, Donald Trump has destroyed his presidency. If this isn't an overwhelming success in that very unlikely scenario that you laid out, I think this destroys Donald Trump's presidency. I mean, if he goes over there and just kills a bunch of Iranians, the result of this is that a bunch of Iranians are dead, a bunch of Israelis are dead, a bunch of US soldiers are dead, but the regime still stands, even though he announced regime change, and then he just comes back.
If the regime stays, but the US gets the benefits that it is going for, again, it doesn't. The US does not care who is in power in Iran as long as it fucking benefits the US. That is, by the way, what America first fucking means. Okay? Jesus Christ, man. Like these, like, I don't know if these people just like trying to be retarded or like actually are retarded. Like, they're thinking with their emotions. This is not an emotional fucking play. This is not to secure, you know, fucking to help humanity. This is to help the US. Just think about it like that. It's to help the US, not the fucking world.
I mean, I think that's death for the rest of his presidency. So everybody has now painted themselves into a very difficult position to get out of. You know, Jack, had maybe a couple months ago, Jack put out like a mini documentary on the war in Iraq, which was excellent. It was excellent. I shared it on Twitter. And one of the things, I believe you had this in there, I can't remember, I've watched too much stuff about the war in Iraq, but I believe you had in there the quote on Meet the Press where Dick Cheney says right before the war in Iraq, it'll be weeks, not months. You know, it's really easy at the beginning of it's really easy at the beginning of this thing to say, oh, well, don't worry, the plan is it'll go really great. But I mean, Pierce, it is true. Look, people were celebrating in the streets. That is true. People in Venezuela were celebrating in the streets. Of course, the regime isn't gone, and the people in Venezuela don't have any more liberty than they did then. Now, of course, in Iraq,
again, not the fucking goal of the situation. Like, why do these people think the goal is to liberate the people? Like, that is not the fucking main goal. That is a bonus if it happens. That's not the main goal. That's not what they're going for. If it happens, that's fine too. Like, that is, they have to make a plan that by default thinks about what happens if we can't change the regime. Well, we have this plan. This is what happens if the regime doesn't change. If like the local forces don't want to take over, don't have the military power, don't have the willingness, that's fine too. Until we get these fucking things, and this is the minimal that I am willing to get before I get out, then we are fucking destroying them. It's simple as that.
Which is a super majority Shiite country. There were a lot of people celebrating in the streets when Saddam Hussein first fell. He was a brutal dictator who oppressed the majority of his population. But the thing is this, Pierce, right? In the last Iranian election, the president who was far to the right of the last president got like 20% of the vote. You know, Iran is a country of 90 million people. If you got even 5 million people who are committed, you know, Ayatollah-loving Islamists, well, that's more than enough for a healthy insurgency. And so the thing is that this is, if you actually... By the way,
just for perspective, Saddam also got above 90% of the votes in his last election, too. So there are major questions.
That was free and fair election.
Let's be clear. Like, I don't think it's fair to people in Iran to say that they voted for this guy, the Ayatollah. Saddam got over 90% every time he was on the ballot. Like, that's unfair to the people in Iran.
You're just missing the point.
It's not a fair election. election. Like, that's just crap.
Yeah, I'm not claiming it is. You're just missing the point.
Well,
but
then
I'm not
don't use
claiming
the
it is.
stat to act like they chose a guy that they didn't
you just don't
chose.
get.
Like,
You
people
don't
are getting
get
run
what
over
I'm
the streets
saying.
and killed by
They're
him.
not real. They're not real elections necessarily.
Then
but
don't
it
act
might
like they
represent-
are.
Just I mean, you just
Don't
won't
act
let
like
me
they are.
finish
You
the
just
sentence.
quoted like, hey, well,
you know you
90%
can't win
went for
the
this
argument.
guy, and then you're like,
Ben,
okay, maybe it was a fake
You
election.
won the argument because your whole argument was the elections, and he says that's like, but the elections is not real. Yeah, we all know that. Like, okay, so why are you using the election as your, like, the main point in your argument? Like, well, you can't win the argument unless you're yelling at me. It's like, what? You just debunked your whole argument because you both agree that the elections are fraudulent.
Maybe it's not a real election.
I
you're missing the
admire
point, though.
that you know you can't win the argument, so you just have to talk over me every time. Listen, man, we've already pierced.
True or false? Was a free and fair
years,
election in Iran the last time there was an election? True or false?
Pierce,
was it a free election in Iran?
True or false?
Pierce,
You loved it.
Because you guys, I have to simplify it for you.
Okay, cool. Pierce,
let Dave finish his point.
For the last 2 years, Pierce, for the first time, really, in my lifetime and maybe in American history, the war hawks have had to come debate us. Like, it's a new reality now. Like, Ted Cruz was trying to tweet at me the other day. Like, now that the media has been decentralized and the corporate media is destroyed, they actually have to come in and have the argument. And we have so consistently destroyed you guys over the last 2 years.
Not really. It doesn't even have YouTube. Trigger you. Okay, there's more. See who's another Warhawk. Let's say I don't know, Ben Shapiro, because he's apparently a Warhawk. Oh, 7 million. Yeah, Dave, I don't know who you have destroyed, but like it doesn't seem like the subs and the views are on the same level, you know. Let's see, what is his comedian, bro? More like professional retard. Let's see, 60k, 100. Bro, you're not even breaking the 1 million. Like, I'm sorry to say this, Dave Sniff, but you haven't really proven anyone wrong, because you think you proved someone wrong. The funniest thing is, what's his name? Oh, he just had him on the show. Coleman Hughes. Okay, Coleman Hughes came out of nowhere and started destroying it. Okay, and just by the fact that he completely demolished him 5 months ago, completely demolished Dave Smith on every single point. Okay, and Dave Smith did not change any of his viewpoints. Just proves that it's not about anything that he believes in. This is a fucking ideology, right? Trump bad, Israel bad. It's like, this is his whole argument. Literally every argument is Trump bad, Israel bad.
2 years. That
just like what the propaganda you put out about the elections in Iran. Got it. Yeah, you destroyed us. Yeah.
Dude, again,
you
just killed us on that one. Stop interrupting, Pierce. He can't let me make the point. This is now
what you always do, though. You always interrupt people, so yeah.
A pro-Palestinian country. That's how bad you guys have lost the argument. So you guys are all...
No, it's not. This is not a pro-Palestinian country. What are you talking about? How is the US a pro-Palestinian country? So fucking retarded, bro.
Oh, giddy now because you got your war, even though the American people are totally against it. Just wait, dude. What you just, by the way, Pierce, keep in mind what Ben just said.
It's almost like you're rooting for American failure so you can be right on Twitter.
Pierce,
that's pretty messed up.
Okay, so Pierce, this is how stupid this is. If I were to say to someone, don't get hammered and go out and drive your car, and then you get hammered and go out and drive your car, and I go, hey, you're hammered, come home right now. Ben would say, you're rooting for me to crash the car. No, dummy, I'm rooting for you to get out of the car.
No.
You're fucking,
the difference
listen, dude,
between you is that you're sitting there and you're saying you don't care about the people in Iran. You don't care about the American troops that have been killed by Iran. You guys talk about
the reality.
Pierce, what a
okay,
fucking dumb argument you're reducing. You don't care about people. Fuck off.
You know, the reality, Dave, about what you said about the last 2 years in the media and stuff is actually one of the reasons why my show has become increasingly popular is precisely because you would not see a debate. You would not see a debate like we've seen between you and Ben Ferguson for the last hour anywhere on mainstream media.
Is that a debate?
And actually,
that's not a debate. It's just fucking. That's why I stopped watching Piers Morgan. Honestly,
City Kid is back again, and this time you brought Captain.
It's actually an important and healthy thing that people who have diametrically opposed views have to duke it out with each other. I feel like I learned things from both of you.
One quick point in, Pierce. One quick point that I didn't get
very
to.
Quickly, we're running out of time, but very quickly.
If Ben is going to say, which by the way, my prediction on this, Donald Trump has lost the midterm elections, and if this thing goes bad, the 2028 election is gone and a Democrat will win. And even by Ben's own admission here, he's risking handing this country back over to the Democrats for what? To maybe liberate the people of Iran? That's America.
No. He's taking a risk that he needs to undo a lot of damage and secure a future for America, even if Democrats will win, because Democrats will inevitably eventually win. You need to secure the future as much as you can until that time comes. That's all it is. You gotta secure the future from the Democrats until they win, because they will win. It will never be a fully Republican one-sided fucking election. Never.
Do something. They're on me.
America first, that we're gonna risk President AOC over them getting their freedom? I mean, Jack, dude, you got to admit, man, we got to abandon this president now, dude. That's it. He chose Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham.
Okay, let me ask Jack.
We have to abandon this president now, because that would definitely guarantee a win in the next election. Yep, exactly. For sure, bro. Just say you just want Democrats to win, bro. Like, it's all it is. You just want Democrats to be in power, for God knows what, because you don't want a better future for your kids. Yeah, just call it that.
Don't talk at once. I want to ask Jack this. So Polymarket, it's an interesting point, this, I think. So Polymarket have asked about the possibility of a ceasefire, right? 1% by March the 2nd. I think I can agree with that. But by the end of March, 45% potentially. But the highest overall, April the 30th. There could be a ceasefire by then, so 65%. I think the interesting thing here is Trump's done a lot of U-turns recently about a lot of stuff. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if at some stage, if this is going the wrong way, he suddenly pivots to, you know what, we had a job to take out the Ayatollah and the top of this evil regime. We put them back in their box. They won't dare do this again. And he claims, or attempts to claim, a victory based on what has already been done, accepting that they can't do an awful lot more. Could you see that situation?
Of course.
I mean, I could absolutely see that. Look, I was just saying before, Donald Trump is not George W. Bush. J.D. Vance is not Dick Cheney. So you can't put, it's apples to oranges comparison in that situation. And thank God they're not, right? Obviously.
Yeah, they're not even close.
That's why we haven't seen these troop movements.
Any president that wages war is kind of the same, right? Like, that's Dave Sniff's fucking opinion. It's like, oh, well, he waged war, so yeah, he is the same as all the other presidents, obviously.
Okay, I mean, sure, he's never going to, announce in a press conference what the strategy is going to be, but we just haven't seen Marines and expeditionary units and Army being sent over. We've seen naval power, we've seen air power, so we just haven't seen boots on the ground really been seriously deployed to the area. what it looks like to me, I would be surprised if this thing goes beyond March, personally. That's what the president's been signaling in terms of 4 weeks. And he's already said that he thinks it's ahead of schedule because of this situation where they got, 40 to 49 members of the leadership out.
Also, saying ahead of schedule means that they had a plan and they're like skipped a few steps. Right, but again, he could just say it for the sake of saying it, because again, we don't fucking know what the fuck is the truth of this situation until it's actually over. Right? You can't know it right now because you're not part of the fucking situation.
So the minute I think that someone comes up, and it's just, reading the tea leaves out here, but the minute I think that someone comes up that seems to be a stable leadership, whether that be IRGC, whether that be the civilian president, whether that be another Ayatollah, I think they're going to take
Could be anyone. Could be an Ayatollah.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter who takes the fucking regime, bro. As long as they work within American interests, it doesn't fucking matter. These people are so fucking dumb, bro. Like, I just don't understand how anyone takes you seriously when you can't even think outside of your little fucking box. Think slightly grander, right? Who cares who's in power as long as they do what you tell them to do? Within, reason.
Get away from me!
God, these people are so fucking stupid.
It could be the IRGC.
It could be Riley Gaines.
The Persian people. It could be a lady.
Why are you
from
calling
the
Riley
streets. We
Gaines
don't
here?
fucking know.
Kimberly Guilfoyle.
You guys
Who the hell
actually,
knows who
study
might
a
come
little
up to
bit.
lead Iran
You
next?
learn
It's a
that.
great plan. I mean, at least George W.
Okay,
Bush made a business deal with everybody in the Middle East.
Yes, it's very
Final word. Okay, final word to Jojo. Jojo, very quickly.
Why? Just ignore
you
her
look like
existence,
you were indeed licking your lips at the prospect of all this potentially going so badly that you guys win the House in November.
Well, hold on a minute. I want to clarify something. We have, human lives that are at stake here. I am not hoping that it goes badly when it comes to our service members. I want to be very, very clear about that. I'm not hoping it goes badly at all. Certainly not for the Iranian people. What I want to know is what our national security interests are here. What I want to know is how any of this makes any of us any safer. What I want to know is how any of this makes my grocery bill lower, lowers my electricity, or it gets more transparency.
You get a better oil deal. You have more oil. Oil prices go down, which lowers the prices of pretty much everything because all the produce needs to be driven to the fucking store. If the oil costs less, the cost of shipping costs less. Therefore, your groceries cost less, right? Like all of them. There. Now, are you going to support Trump or some shit? No, of course not, because it's not about that shit. This is just a fucking stupid agenda she's pulling as if to convince the people that this doesn't help with the grocery bill or whatever. Fucking retarded.
Or the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know how this advances.
Here's the thing, right? These prices went way up during the Biden administration. And she still supports Democrats. So clearly, it's not about that at all.
The United States of America, because what I'm looking at is something that makes us less safe. And we're already, by the way, since we're all talking about this being the tipping point in the don't tip the waiter game, we're already looking at a country where everything is moving in the wrong direction. We are poorer, we are sicker, we are hemorrhaging manufacturing jobs. We're basically not even adding jobs to our economy at all right now. Again, GDP moving in the wrong direction. Inflation is basically stagnant.
Nothing she says is true. She has been lying since she started talking. All she says is fucking nonsense.
The United States of America is in a bad place right now. So for Donald Trump to choose to do this right now, when he doesn't have a real justification, he's certainly not made the case to the American people. It's deeply, deeply unpopular. Maybe 1/4 of the American people support this at all.
Maybe 1/4?
I'm focused on what actually helps the United States of America. And when Donald Trump sold himself as the America First president, that he was going to make America great again. Joe Biden had our economy moving in the exact right direction.
And there's the point exactly. This person is actually fucking retarded. Sleepy Joe had the economy moving in the right direction for the millionaires and the billionaires.
were the envy of all of our peer nations, and Donald Trump once again inherited. Ben, do you ever just let someone talk?
He was really.
Do you ever just let someone talk? Yeah, in fact, every metric was moving in the right direction. Ben, let's do some jobs numbers.
Nobody here agrees with her about Joe Biden.
Trump,
hang on.
Let's be clear.
We're not going back over Biden, other than to say even Joe Biden can't remember whether he got things right or wrong.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Joe Biden, I'm
was
sorry,
awesome.
Really, Piers?
Joe Biden.
Really, Piers? Do you want
Really, Piers, all 5 of you are going to disagree with me about Joe Biden? Dude, like, this is just fucking propaganda machine, bro. It's fucking retarded.
I'm afraid.
His economy sucks.
I'm sorry to say this.
You know it.
Joe Biden was a zombie president for the last 2 years.
And his economy was a disaster.
By the way,
Jojo, the other point I make is the U.S. economy is actually. Wait a minute. The U.S. economy is actually doing very well comparative to most countries in the world. The problem Donald Trump has is it's not filtering through to ordinary, hardworking people because inflation is still there. And inflation, as I explained to one of my guests the other day, who wasn't too sure what it was, inflation means prices are still going up. Until you have no inflation,
I know who you're
they
talking
go
about.
up. Yeah.
Right.
So look, I'm gonna leave it there. We run out of time. But I think the point I would make is the U.S. economy is actually doing well, and that is why I find this decision by Donald Trump extremely fascinating and very precarious. And we'll see how it plays out. But I think the midterms and Donald Trump's legacy hinge entirely on how this now plays out, this war on Iran. Thank you all to my panel very much.
Just a liar.
Thanks, Piers.
Like, she has absolutely nothing except her feelings.
Well, make sure you check out this week's
Trump.
episode of History Unsaid.
Actually fucking retarded, bro. My fucking brain hurts from her and Dave Sniff. Oh my god, bro. I don't know how you can be this fucking stupid. At least Dave Sniff doesn't straight up lie, but his opinions are just retarded. Because he just can't think outside of his like little tiny box. And like has zero fucking imagination. Who was first? I think these guys are first.
Knowledge is the greatest treasure.
Yeah, these are your first. And then it's Crusaders.
I just keep getting better and better.
Yeah, man. That was kind of stupid. Alerts in Dubai is. It's the same shit. Why would I even equip it? A better gun? Oh, yes we do. Anyone does that? Just need to equip a spear or some shit here. We'll solve that problem. Okay. Where's my salvage kit? Just add it here. That.
Nice gear.
Let's try it out. Is there a merchant here? Has to be a merchant here, right? Nope, just a random fucking base.
For everyone in Israel and the IDF.
Thank you for not forgetting about the historic friendship that we Iranians and Israelis have had for thousands of years, going back to Cyrus the Great. Thank you for helping to liberate us. Thank you. Thank you for staying in your bomb shelters and risking your lives and safety. We can't wait to welcome you back to Iran with open arms. And together we will dance again in the streets of Tehran. Thank you so much. Shabbat Shalom and Am Yisrael Chai. Iranian here with a message for...
Yep, that's the relationship that used to have. But of course we have people who just want Iranians to die, I guess. Iran's ground invasion officially begins. The ground invasion is not by US, by the way. Oh, that. Unleashes fierce message to Jew-hating influencer.
Who think it's edgy or cool to talk about how much they hate the Jews and don't bullshit anyone. I am not talking about foreign affairs or a foreign government, the government of Israel. You don't like Netanyahu? That is absolutely your right. I'm also not talking about censorship. You want to go out there and talk about how much you hate people who are, do your thing. As long as you're not breaking the law, do your thing. What I'm talking about are people who are trying to infiltrate our movement and destroy us, and the lib media is gleefully playing along, who every single thing has become about the Jews, not Israel. My favorite is when people ask, what happened to you? What happened to me, motherfucker? What happened to you? I think what bothers you is you look in the mirror and you wonder what happened to you.
How you doing? This is Sahar TV, and today we'll be watching the Dan Bongino show of Dan Bongino himself, the one and only, giving a speech about why it's so stupid that people join the Hate the Jews movement.
We are in a really dangerous spot. I have never, in my 10 plus years now doing this, I've seen it bad, but I've never seen it this bad. Folks, I put this out this morning, and I mean what I say. This portion of people who claim to be part of our movement and our cause, claiming our movement, trying to steal our movement and hijack our movement, who think it's edgy or cool to talk about how much they hate the Jews and don't bullshit anyone. I'm not talking about, so just so we're crystal clear, so you can shut the fuck up right now about this bullshit. I am not talking about foreign affairs or a foreign government, the government of Israel. You don't like Netanyahu? That is absolutely your right. Make the case, bro.
Plenty of people in Israel don't like Netanyahu, but they don't hate the Jew. These people just hate the Jew.
I'm also not talking about censorship. You want to go out there and talk about how much you hate people who are, do your thing. As long as you're not breaking the law, do your thing. We'll make the counter argument. What I'm talking about are people who are trying to infiltrate our movement and destroy us, and the lib media is gleefully playing along, who every single thing has become about the Jews, not Israel.
Yep.
Thanks, mister.
I told you when I first started, and I'm watching this thing. I saw it from the inside, now on the outside. I saw some asshole tweet yesterday that you're still on the Fed payroll. Yes, you're right. Donald Trump's administration is still paying me. Are you a fucking moron? Do you understand these people are fucking insane? Do you know where this goes? Do you know where this has always gone?
Every time.
This goes to one place, and it is death and destruction. And when you have a choice between civilized man and the demon savages, there's only one fucking choice, man. Civilization. That's it. There's no other choice. Do you understand there are people out there that want to kill you? Folks, to me, this is a spreadsheet. This is not about, I'm not Jewish. I'm a Christian. This is not about a religion to me or a faith. I'm not Jewish.
Army, and we remove the threat.
There's an intelligence to their moves.
I'm not a convert. I've never been I've been Christian my whole life. I was baptized.
Fight to fight.
This is a pure tactical argument to me. This goes hatred of any group for their religion, but Jews most prominently, because that's the entry vehicle into further destruction of your soul. This only leads to one place, and that is mass death every single time. Now, the reason this cancer is so particularly dangerous, and I want you to understand this, process this and tattoo it on your brain.
That is what they want.
The reason this is so dangerous is hating Jews is the only form of overt bigotry that's accepted by people who claim to be part of the wing of both political parties. I'm not talking about the state of Israel or government, motherfuckers, so you can take that shit.
It can be far right or far left, and it all ends with the Jew.
And shove it up your ass. You know what you're doing. You're conflating the two. I'm crystal clear on what I'm saying. It is the only form of overt bigotry accepted by people who claim the wings of both parties. Claim the wings of both parties. The easiest path to influence, or whatever you call it,
hate,
in both the wings of both parties. The easiest path, from people who claim they're not allowed to talk about it, by the way, is to talk about it, and that's all they do.
Yeah. Like, oh, Israel doesn't want to talk about it. Oh, they're gonna assassinate me. Meanwhile, I've been talking about it for like the last 2-3 years. Nobody said anything, right? Nobody stopped.
That's all they do. It's probably less than 10% of what we discuss here. Foreign policy in general, this specific topic, but this morning lines have been crossed.
Strong.
You will be protected by the liberal media and others as long as you profess either implied or explicitly your hatred for the Jews.
Still fighting inside. I'll guard the front entrance. Move in.
I told you it's not a language-friendly show. I'm sorry. You want me to make a delicate argument, put it in a dissertation and a PhD paper? This ain't the fucking show.
I'll guard the front entrance. Move in. There are more of us still fighting inside.
We're going down a dangerous place, folks. You don't think I see the rage bots out there?
There are more of us still fighting inside.
The rage bots are real. I'm not telling you all of them are bots. A good portion of them are. But the rage bots are real. You want to test this out? Go put out a tweet or a TikTok video about how you think hating the Jews is evil. Just put out something really simple like that. A seemingly simple, unequivocal moral statement of righteousness. Why I wouldn't want to hate anyone for their religion, especially the Jews. Watch what happens.
Let's go. I've got your back.
My favorite is when people ask, what happened to you? What happened to me, motherfucker? What happened to you? Nothing happened to me. I think what bothers you is you look in the mirror and you wonder what happened to you. What is it like to live with that kind of hatred in your blackened soul? I told you over and over for 4 weeks now, whatever movement you think that you're a part of, it ain't mine. You can count me the fuck out. I don't give a shit if not a single person watches this show going forward, folks. Look at what I'm telling you. I love the Bongino army. I know you're not going anywhere. I'm being hyperbolic about it. But if you think I'm in this for the clicks and the views, the easiest way to get clicks and views is ironically to not talk about this from people telling you they're not allowed to talk about hating the Jews, which is all they talk about.
That's exactly why people like Candace Owens absolutely milk the situation. And people like Armu Fudul absolutely milk the situation. And Nick Fuentes and Sneeko and all of these people because they know it gets them clicks.
Yeah, because
not necessarily
it's popular to hate the Jew. It's always been popular to hate the Jew, just a lot more popular now. Jew hatred has been around for a long time.
Believe those things, but they know it drives traffic. They know it drives traction. And of course, from that, they get revenue.
You don't think we see the rage bots in the chat? Folks, we have to excise this cancer now, man. This only goes to one place. And man, I'll tell you, you don't want to be on the wrong side. If there is a moral arc of history, you don't want to be on the wrong side of it with this one. This is the entry vehicle
I'm surprised that doesn't
into a deep, dark hatred that'll take over your life. I promise you, if you were to spout equally evil but anti-black or anti-Muslim bigotry, there would be people who would shut it down immediately. But the minute you mention the Jews, say, okay. No, it's not with me. I don't want you. I just don't want you. I don't know why you're so offended by that. I just don't want you here. I don't want to be in a clubhouse with rules like that. And then all these assholes making raw political calculations out there, thinking like, oh, well, this is expanding the tent. You don't want these people in your tent, motherfuckers. You don't want these people in your tent. Let me tell you a quick story. When I was a kid, I don't know if you can see this scar on my face. It's like a line or something in my face. I don't even know if it's still there. When I was about 18 years old, there was a house party at my house. Don't ask why. My mom was out or something. We probably shouldn't have been doing it. But it was for friends. We lived on 64th Place, just up from Myrtle Avenue in Glendale, Queens. And a couple of neighborhood kids we really didn't like started showing up. But we were like, you know what? Let them come in. Just like it's happening. Let them come in the tent. At least we'll get their votes or something. Maybe they'll pay us $5 at the door. I think we had a kegger. It probably wasn't even $5. Inflation was probably $1 for that shitty keg beer.
It should be safe enough.
So I go across the street and I was hanging out with this girl at the time who lived across the street. And it was like a bay window. And I could see my own house. And I see this party's getting out of control quick. So being the older brother, I go over there, just like what's happening now in this movement. And the second I go over there, one of these drunken lunatics, I think he's going to grab me around the head like Italian. He's an Italian kid. He knows who he is. You know, they grab you around the head. Hey, cousin Tony, whatever. Grab me around the head. What do he do? He bites me in the face. And a guy smashes a bottle over my head. That actually happened.
You can safely
because they thought we were going to kick him out. I woke up and I just remember I had hit the concrete. And I woke up in St. John's Hospital across from Queens Center. That's what's going to happen to you in this movement.
In Grenth's name.
We will get politically smashed over the head and bit in the face. There is no way this ends well.
I call your spirit to commune.
There's always a time for choosing in your life.
Appear and speak.
That time is now. It's not tomorrow. The time was yesterday.
If you'd like to watch the full thing, I'll attach the full.
Pretty good. He talks very slow, but pretty good. Wait, what?
No, it's not an exaggeration. And no, it's not clickbait. California is on the verge of flipping to Republican governorship due to the structure of their elections. Simple version is everybody, regardless of party, is running against each other, and the top two contenders advance to a general election. This means, as of right now, the top two contenders being both Republicans, the general election for the governorship of California may be between Republican A and Republican B, and the people in California can only choose Republican. You know, I really love their popular vote dictates method. See, I believe in an electoral college system. I think, obviously, it makes no sense that if 70% of the state wants a Democrat, that you'd get a Republican with 15%, I'm not kidding, But these are the rules these people would live by, and so I say, by all means, you may have what you have asked for. So for the longest time,
that's so weird.
California, as well as many other states, have talked about this national popular vote coalition, that the president should be chosen by the popular vote and not by an electoral college system. Basically, the system set up by the Founding Fathers was attempting to weigh the interests of sovereign states against each other, trying to find some kind of balance. Not an easy thing to do. Recognizing that a popular vote could result in large cities overpowering smaller states and effectively oppressing them. So they said, then let's set the electoral college vote up by how many senators and congressional representatives you have, so it's a mixed bag. Basically, you get a member of Congress based on, breaking up over a certain number of people. It used to be like 35,000. Now it's 775,000. But you will always get 2 senators, no matter what. This meant that Rhode Island, which is the size of my thumbnail, is going to get 1 member of Congress and 2 senators. So effectively, everybody's going to get at least 2 votes. However, because we are somewhat still dealing with a population that's deciding on the president, we'll also add in the member of Congress. They will then, you'll get an elector for each of these individuals, and they will then cast their vote for president. It creates some kind of balance. Well, California liberals and many others in these blue states say, let's do away with all that and vote purely based on popular vote. And what that gets you is, okay, whoever gets the most votes wins. And as of right now, according to the polling, it's 2 Republicans. So indeed, my friends, Cal Matters says California Democrats could sabotage their party's race for governor. And the scary thing is, well, I don't know if it's scary in this regard, but in general, they say that California is 5 to 10 years ahead of the rest of the country. And Gavin Newsom is the front runner for 2028, who is the current governor. Expect all of the worst things imaginable as California, which is, it's got a lot of problems. I'm going to go through a list of all their problems, from homelessness, affordability, indeed bubonic plague. Okay, that's not fair. They have some bubonic plague, but it's not like it's a pandemic or anything like that. They just have some. Maybe that's fine. I don't know. But let's go over this. Let's break this all down. Before we do, my friends, smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. If you really do like the work that I do, share it around with everybody. And join us in our Discord community. Go to timcast.com, click join us, get involved. We want to hang out with you. We want your input and your membership. It supports the work that we do. Here's a story from Cal Matters, how California Democrat candidates could sabotage their party's race for governor. Let's start with this real quick, and I'll show you this from interactive polls. The governor top 2 will advance, and so you can see that Chad Bianco at 15% versus Steve Hilton at 15% are the 2 frontrunners, followed by Swalwell at 14, Porter at 13, Steyer at 10, Villaraigosa at 7, Becerra 5, Yee 2, and Thurmond 1. Now, here's the real simple thing. If half the Democrats dropped out, then you'd get 2 Democrats. So I think that is a strong possibility. It just depends on how different do these people view themselves. And because the Democratic Party has progressives and moderates and corporate, elite, neo-lib, whatever, it may actually be that these candidates are so at odds with each other, they refuse to back down. And that would be fantastic if California got a Republican leader. Cal Matters says, the glut of Democrats vying for governor in California's primary could win the race for the Republicans if some don't drop out. Under California's top 2 primary system, 2 candidates with the most votes advance the general election in November, regardless of party. With so many Democrats potentially splitting the vote, and only 2 Republican frontrunners essentially tied in the polls, splitting the GOP vote, the chances for the Democrats being shut out are real. So let me just stress this right now to everybody. If you're a Republican in California, you must do everything you can to go out and vote, because right now, if nothing changes, it is going to be Republican versus Republican for the governorship. And this kind of thing does happen. You know, it does. If some Democrats drop out and it boosts Swalwell, it could be Democrat versus Republican. Well, if everybody on the right went out and voted, you can make sure that doesn't happen. They're going to say, under California's 2-party system, blah, 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 but we get it. With so many Democrats potentially splitting the vote, they could be shut out. At least 1 Democrat is bowing out. Former State Assembly Majority Leader Ian Calderon withdrew from the race Thursday and endorsed Swalwell. Okay, we have to do it. I'm sorry. Is this it right here? Do I have it? I think I have it pre-saved. No. It is pre-saved. It is pre-saved. And I have the video. And I hate to do this to you, but this is from 2019, and Swalwell's the front runner.
President used the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard from the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard.
Okay, he farted on TV. And they claimed he didn't, but you can see him tense up and pause and fart on TV. And this guy is the front runner for the Democrats in California to be governor.
Help him cheat an election. Help him cheat an election.
Come on! MSNBC claimed they were sliding a mug across the table and it made that noise. Bro, spare me. He farted. He's in... You know what it is people don't understand that the Capitol, like the Rotunda, like that room, it's echoey. It is crazy. So he farts, everybody heard it. So he's winning. And he might actually make it.
The traitor, by the way.
Because he's getting these endorsements. Ultimately, every candidate has to make a clear-eyed assessment about whether they can assemble the resources necessary to run a competitive statewide campaign, Calderon said. In a race of this scale, a message only matters if you have the resources to ensure Californians can actually see and hear it. Now, I do think, to be completely honest, you'll get some people dropping out when they realize they're not going to win. We'll see, though. They do say the remaining 8 candidates seem unfazed. Former Orange County Rep Katie Porter pointed to her position in the polls, tied with 2 other Democrats and 2 Republicans. Former State Controller Betty Yee was buoyed by support from party delegates at a convention last month. Superintendent Thurmond, polling at 2%, cast his campaign as bucking political elites and said by favoring those with higher polling numbers, party leaders were essentially telling every candidate of color in the race for governor to drop out. Meanwhile, L.A. Mayor Villaraigosa, is that how you pronounce it? Villaraigosa, singled out former state attorney Becerra, a fellow Latina, to drop out under the rationale that doing so would reduce the chances of 2 Republicans advancing. Becerra responded on social media that Villaraigosa had never won statewide office before, but I have, and I'll do it again. Let's go. You know what we need to do? Did you guys ever see the Simpsons episode where the teachers are going to go on strike? And then Bart goes to the teacher and he says, I heard Skinner saying the teachers are going to cave. And then they go, huh? And then they start whispering to each other. And then Krabappel is like, Skinner's saying we're going to cave, Purple Monkey Dishwasher. That is an absurd statement, especially the Purple Monkey Dishwasher thing. The point is, what we need right now is for someone to just, like whisper to like Villaraigosa, like, I heard Becerra said you suck. I'm kidding, by the way. Calm down. The point is, so long as they keep fighting with each other and refusing to drop out, you're going to get Republicans winning in California. Whatever the justification, 7 Democrats have already met Friday's deadline to file the paperwork that officially puts their names on the primary election ballot. Billionaire entrepreneur Tom Steyer had to file Thursday, but indicated he would remain in the race, making for an 8-candidate Democratic field and raising the possibility of an all-Republican gubernatorial election this fall. Are you kidding me? They say. Concern has been percolating for months, prompting Democratic data guru Paul Mitchell to set up a website with the latest polling data. Let's see what he's got going on. To run statistical models predicting the chances of an all-Republican general election. It's swung anywhere between 10 and 18% in recent weeks. On Tuesday, long-shot Republican contender John Slavitt withdrew from the race, further consolidating support among the 2 GOP frontrunners. Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco and former Fox News commentator Steve Hilton. The chances of Bianco and Hilton advancing shot up on his model to 28%. Let's see. California top 2 twins. So how does this work? Preloaded polls as of March. This website said select polls, adjust settings, and then hit the button to find out who's on top. Which button? Oh, there you go. All right, let's get it. So right now, wow, look at it run these. It's running that math like crazy. Chad Bianco and this is insane. This is wow. 5,000 polls. Is that what it is? 5,000. Chad Bianco greater than 60% to Steve Hilton 60%. Swalwell sitting at just about 43%. Holy crap. Swalwell, Porter, and Steyer have a decent probability of making the top 2. But the 2 favorites still right now are Chad Bianco and Steve Hilton. Is that what it is? 5,000?
Hello and welcome to the Media Show. I'm your host, Jack Houghton, and tonight we look at how many in the media seem to side more with a terrorist theocracy than the very vulnerable people slaughtered by the extremist Muslim state of Iran.
Another interesting thing about Anthony Albanese, Penny Wong and Richard Marles' statement, that first sentence, Australia stands with the brave people of Iran in their struggle against oppression. To me, that is political propaganda. What they actually mean, they don't say it, but what that sentence should say, if they're being accurate, if the Prime Minister of Australia is telling the truth, it should say Australia stands with Israel and the US in their new war on Iran.
Well, that was the ABC's America's editor, John Lyons, labelling as propaganda support for the strikes on Iran. Now, you pay for his opinion commentary to be dressed up as news. And the ABC defended it, arguing that their employee was actually an expert, so he didn't really need to be impartial. And this triggered a rare moment of unity across the political spectrum, where Lyons was savaged for being out of touch and for ignoring the plight of women beaten in the streets and the tens of thousands of protesters slaughtered for simply standing up to the radical Muslim regime.
This is an extraordinary claim, as if standing with women beaten in the streets is propaganda, if opposing the execution of protesters is propaganda, if resisting nuclear blackmail is propaganda, then we have lost our moral compass.
That was Labor Senator Raf Saccone showing us some moral clarity and showing us just how far the ABC has fallen. Because we know that the ABC endorses Lyons' viewpoint, from junior producers all the way to the highest levels of the organisation. Because here is his news boss, Justin Stevens, bizarrely grinning in a happy snap with staff as the bombs were being dropped. And while John Lyons was being given free rein to spew insane and deeply contested opinions, Stevens watched on in admiration. Now, Stevens, you're supposed to be a news boss, not a fan. Direct your team. Don't sit back and giggle for selfies while the most appalling content is being broadcast around our country at a severe cost to our wallets. It's yet again just another example of why the ABC is utterly broken and infiltrated by radicals with ugly agendas, and it must face radical reforms if we are expected to continue financing this rubbish. But the ABC wasn't the only organisation to give space for the cognitively impaired to speak. Over at Sunrise, commentator Amanda Rose was busy calling the slain Muslim terrorist leader, the same guy who slaughtered tens of thousands of his own people, a spiritual leader.
I think it's a bit arrogant of the Premier to say to a religious organisation, you can't mourn your spiritual leader, right? Because that's essentially what they're doing. Whether you agree with what they stood for or not, is he going to do it to the Catholic Church, to Buddhists, to synagogues and to other things if their leaders are doing something he doesn't agree with?
Yes, he should in all those situations. If there is a terrorist of any religion who runs a terror organisation which is listed, anyone who publicly celebrates the life of said terrorist should be locked up or deported. It isn't very hard.
Specifically if the terrorist works against the country that you're in, yeah.
Ali Khamenei was an evil terrorist, not an interesting thought leader. And if you happen to think that he was a spiritual leader that you want to learn from, then you are probably a dangerous extremist. We should have no tolerance for the intolerant. Now, Sunrise host Nat Barr did a great job of pointing out the fact that Khamenei wasn't simply a cleric. But watch how this clueless commentator squirms when asked to condemn him as a tyrant.
Do you call the Ayatollah a tyrant? I think most world leaders are tyrants.
How indoctrinated do you have to be to make a comment like that? Perhaps listen to the views of the people who fled Iran before you decide to go on national television and embarrass yourself. Perhaps look at scenes like this.
47 years of waiting, it's beyond words. This is an incredible moment. Having freedom for the country is just amazing.
The people of Iran are
on a mission to have freedom, and all the diaspora of Iranians out over the world are chanting and excited because we see freedom at hand.
Well, joining me this week to discuss is Adoni Media founder Lisa Goddard and, of course, the Menzies Research Centre's senior fellow Nick Cater. Thanks for joining us on the desk.
It's a good Friday.
Well, Lisa, why don't we start with you? This is fascinating how this conflict has played out in the media, and I think there are some commentators that have got it wildly wrong.
I don't have enough
I don't
energy.
know where this has happened. I don't know where this has come from. This kind of sentiment that we're looking at anything that Israel does, anything that America does through this lens of skepticism that I don't think that we would apply to any other leader. And also the thing that particularly disturbs me when you're given this very mainstream, popular platform, it's a downplaying of someone's crimes and what I think is the biggest crime of all, misquoting what they are and trying to pass this bloke off as a cleric or a spiritual leader. I think that does a big disservice to the people of Iran.
I think most people, when they watch that, went, spiritual leader, like you're really taking some creative license with that. And I think most of all, it's a greatest insult to the Jewish people.
Forgot about that part.
The Jewish people would be looking at that and thinking, what is she on about? Now, I've done panels with Amanda Rose in years gone by, and she's a strong advocate for business. I think she should stay in her lane. I know on a panel you get asked questions that you're not an expert on, but I think she really overstepped the mark on this one. And you're right, she's coming out and she's to liken the fact that if this happened with the Catholic Church or Buddhists, so is she saying the Ayatollah and the Pope are in the same category? Like, it just doesn't make any sense what she's arguing.
Yeah, there's definitely this false equivalence. And Nick, you'd probably be standing there shoulder to shoulder with me if the Catholic Church was committing atrocities, saying no, this is horrible. They're committing acts of terror. And I think that we all agree we would call it out. And in this situation, it's kind of used as it's almost like a bargaining chip in this debate. Well, you can't say it because there are also other bad things that happen in the world.
I think it's a severe case of moral confusion, and they take their bearings from the fact that I think that they don't like Donald Trump, they don't like America, they don't like Israel, they don't like Bibi Netanyahu. Therefore, whoever is on the opposite side must be somehow virtuous, and that's the only reasoning I think you could get to this point. But it's absurd. Like, we all go on TV and get asked about things we're not particularly sure about, but this one's pretty obvious, isn't it? Who is the tyrant here? And yet Amanda Rose couldn't bring herself to use the word tyrant against the Ayatollah. All she could say was, well, he had tyrant-like behaviour.
Well, she said she put Donald Trump in the same category. She said, well, Trump has this godlike complex, so she likened Trump to the Ayatollah.
Absolutely.
And I mean, later on in the interview, I think she did make some concessions that there were tyrant behaviours. But I think more broadly, this suggestion that, well, all world leaders, it took her a long time to get there, and it was quite uncomfortable watching that. But I think I actually don't blame her, because I was watching, the New York Times was putting out obituaries saying hardline cleric is dead, aged 82 or however old he was when he died.
It rather understates his role in history, doesn't it? I mean, and Iran's role in history is the great sponsor of terrorism and the great disruptor of the Middle East for the last 30 years or so. I mean, it's obviously much, much more preferable for Iran not to have nuclear weapons than to have them. And why people can't see that clearly, it just beats me.
Yeah, and Lisa, I'd like to get your thoughts on this as well. Nick raises such a good point. All of this stems from this fervour of an argument that this is some kind of an illegal war. And we had the Prime Minister on today who was asked that, because the Greens are pushing this narrative. This is a very far left narrative, and it is so far left that it's even completely out of step with the way that Labour is looking at it. Anthony Albanese just looked in the camera and said, they've been doing attacks on our soil. They're attacking Australia. They're obviously an imminent threat. He didn't get into the ballistic missile information, but obviously there was the threats of the enriched uranium hitting near 60%. The only functional purpose for having uranium at that threshold obviously is to use it maliciously, and then you've got ballistic missile threat, and then you've got the fact that it's sponsoring attacks on foreign governments, including our own country. But then we have these commentators that are going there and almost quibbling about whether we're allowed to act.
But they're also arguing with the pictures that you're seeing coming out of Iran. You've got Iranians who are celebrating the fact that they may be able to take back their own country.
Isn't that just cognitive dissonance?
How do you watch that?
You've got these Arabic people that have been persecuted and Islamic themselves of faith. And so it's not about that. This isn't some kind of religious war where one faith's being demonized over another. It's about decades of systemic oppression, and you've got the left has fallen into this, and they have disgraced themselves over this topic. They've fallen into this trap where they're quibbling over the morality, and I think you're right, it's a great moral confusion.
Well, it is, and I think that it's not us who have politicised Islam. It is the Ayatollah. It is the Islamic State movement. That has deeply changed the nature of Islam and changed it into a force, an aggressive force that wants to commit acts of aggression against all its neighbours. I mean, we've seen that in the aftermath.
Who, the spiritual leader? Surely not the spiritual leader. He's just a cleric.
I think I'll stick to the Church of England, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's wise. Yeah, and I mean the association with the Christian. I mean, it's just such a red herring, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's such a bad faith argument, and one that I would say, yeah, we agree. If that was happening, it's not happening, by the way. But if it was happening, we would condemn terrorists in any form. I completely agree with that. Let's talk the ABC, because this is leading on from, I guess, what we've been speaking about, how there are people in Labor that I'm pleased are showing moral clarity. I think Chris Minns has been a very impressive force on extremism. I think Albo's had to be dragged there. Today, I was rather pleased that he was pushing back at this suggestion that it was illegal. And then you've obviously had that other Labor politician that was criticising John Lyons personally for his views. 6 years ago. But then you've got the ABC is defending as an expert.
All right, I need to grab some tweets because my stomach is growling and I gotta go to the gym in about an hour. I think I'll call it here today. Finally, oh dude, I was so tilted. Not tilted, but like annoyed by Sniff and that JoJo retard. Can't understand.
Now to the American.
How somebody can be so stupid. It's actually fucking wild. It's all Israel's fault, man. That people are this stupid. Anyways, I'm out for today.